Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if neglected Naruto has sealed legacy? Part 3. Hope you love previous parts. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this Shinobi going strong. Chapter 17. Amendments. At the Uchiha district. 2 hours later, Sasuke was sitting at the entrance of his late clan's empty estate. He was thinking long and hard about everything Hinata told him. Despite everything Sasuke told her about Naruto's perverted girl-crazy character, Hinata still found things good about Naruto, and in the end she still chose Naruto over him. Why would Hinata choose to be with that pervert? She could do so much better with me, an Uchiha with more dignity and a better reputation in the village. She said she loves Naruto and claims that Naruto loves her. How could she believe that despite knowing what he does so openly? What kind of misleading lies did Naruto get Hinata to buy into? Sasuke wondered. He only got angrier and more frustrated the more he thought about it. A moment later, though, Hinata's words about Naruto came back to mind. I'm the only one who truly knows Naruto-kun. Everyone else knows what he wants them to know. You don't know Naruto-kun as well as you think. I don't know the dobe as well as I think, she says, Sasuke wondered aloud. After Sasuke calmed himself down, he thought about what she said in correlation with recent events that transpired during their mission journeying to Nami no Kuni, and their experience while they were there. Sasuke was giving Hinata's words serious thought, especially when new unexplained information about Naruto surfaced that Naruto himself refused to explain, even to Kakashi. And speaking of Kakashi, he and no doubt others evidently know something about Naruto's red chakra, but are forced to keep it under wraps by orders of the Hokage. Naruto graduated as the dead last of our class. Yet Hinata says that the dobe helped her become stronger, smarter and faster than before. He beat Haku, stopped Kakashi from killing both Zabuza and Haku, and then Sakura and Kakashi both witnessed Naruto wipe out Gado's entire army in seconds before feeding Gado to the sharks. He basically completed the mission on his own while I was unconscious. Hearing those words come out of his own mouth left a nasty aftertaste. As the Rookie of the Year, Sasuke felt insulted and undermined. He balled his fists tightly as anger began eating him up. How could this be? How could Naruto have grown this strong while I was left in the dust? Who the hell was secretly teaching and training him? Sasuke growled out loud to no one in particular. After taking a moment to calm down, Sasuke sought to contemplate the situation and figure out where he could have gone wrong in his battle to prevent Naruto from surpassing him. I'd better start finding ways of keeping tabs on Naruto and whoever is teaching him, Sasuke decided as he got up and walked into the empty Uchiha district. As he entered, Sasuke muttered to himself, Hinata said that she improved in her skills and knowledge, and is better than she was before. I also recall that the dobe mentioned that all of the females in the Huga clan are expected to learn how to cook and take care of a household. Those factors, combined with her coming from a noble clan that has a powerful bloodline limit, and being very pretty and knowing she will only grow more beautiful as she grows older, simply put, make her the only woman capable of becoming a proper wife to me, and matriarch to the revived Uchiha clan. My only problem is Naruto, who has a firm grip on Hinata. I don't know how long it'll take me to get Hinata to dump and leave Naruto after she sees him for what really he is, but I'm sure with some patience it can done. Much later the evening, Naruto and Anuka were making their way from the Huga compound over to where Naruto lives. For Anuka, it was a pleasant experience being a guest there and being entertained by both the clan heiress and her younger sister. Hayashi later came by and introduced himself while making himself known as both the clan leader and the girl's father. Anuka politely introduced herself as Naruto's new older sister regardless of their relations as distant cousins. In their discussion, Anuka inquired of their compound's architecture, and how it was evident that the Uzumaki clan had a hand in the compound's design and construction. Hayashi admitted to that truth and explained that the Uzumaki's craftsmen's skills were favored by their ancestors. However, when the hierarchy of the council decreed that the history of the Uzumaki would be removed from their village's history books, that also meant that Hayashi wasn't allowed to openly discuss such information with his daughters. He also mentioned that his late wife vehemently objected to this, wanting both Hinata and Hanabi to learn everything about their heritage and legacy, and how the Uzumaki had a hand in it. He explained that with the Hokage being overruled there wasn't much that the Hokage or Hayashi alone could do. Naruto saw how so much was denied and stolen from him over the years and how the hierarchy was allowed to get away with it. Naruto and Anuka were planning to change that. After another 27 minutes, the two Uzumaki reached their destination. Anuka looked at the building complex Naruto lived in and needless to say, she wasn't too thrilled about it, considering that it was located in the slums of the village. This is where you live, Naruto-kun? Anuka asked. Yeah. I'm sorry it's not the ideal living area, but I make do with what I have. I know from the outside it doesn't look like much, but inside is another story, Naruto replied. This, I have to see, Anuka remarked as she followed Naruto into the building complex and upstairs to his apartment. Reaching his door, Naruto unlocked and opened the door. Turning on the lights, Naruto allowed Anuka access into his apartment. The female Uzumaki entered Naruto's place, and was surprised at how clean and nicely decorated it was. I must say, I'm surprised at how your place looks, Naruto-kun. It even has a feminine appeal to it, and that's saying something. Anuka marveled as she and Naruto walked inside before closing and locking the door behind them. Hinata-chan helped me clean and decorate the place. Sometimes she likes to go out of her way to redecorate the place with new ornaments, curtains, rugs, perfumed candles, and other such things. Sometimes I get the impression that she lives here, Naruto joked with a smile as he removed his jacket, forehead protector and sandals, placing his jacket and forehead protector on the coat rack by the entrance. She might as well, considering how lovely she made the place look. I was honestly expecting the place to look completely masculine and truthfully, messy. I must say your girlfriend is very good at keeping a home looking comfortable, Anuka remarked. It's something I've grown used to since she has access to the apartment. Now that makes 3 people who will be coming and going from here on a regular basis. I'll give you a spare key I keep around. And since Jizan wasn't able to get us a bigger place yet, I'll let you have my bed while I take the couch, Naruto suggested. Anuka asked, Are you sure? I mean, I don't want to impose. You slept in the woods under dewdrops with your animal friends for how many weeks, Anokane? I know you like nature and stuff, but treat yourself to a warm, comfortable bed for once, Naruto remarked. Anuka snorted and stuck her tongue out at Naruto. That's not very ladylike, Anokane, Naruto joked. Oh, be quiet. Before I turn in I could use a nice shower. Where's your bathroom? Anuka inquired. Naruto pointed to where his bathroom was. There are 2 clean extra towels hanging on the rack. Feel free to take and use one of them, Naruto offered. Thanks, Anuka said as she turned and made her way to the bathroom. Going inside, she closed and locked the door behind her. Minutes later, Naruto heard the sounds of the showers being opened and used. As Naruto was about to go about his business, a realization struck him. Oh crap. I've got an actual woman living with me now, and taking a shower in my bathroom. And nothing I have will fit her in terms of sleeping attire. Naruto acknowledged. Understanding the weight of the situation made Naruto blush deeply while trying to keep his perverted nature in check. He summoned several Kage Bunshin and instructed them to find an open clothes store. The clones hurried out to carry out their instructions while Naruto himself went to look through his closet and drawers to see if he had anything that would prove useful. After a good amount of time spent searching through his things, he really didn't come across much that would suit Anuka. He found a button-up t-shirt and a pair of clean shorts he hadn't worn in a while. Soon, his clones started to dispel, giving him the information and experience of their search. From what he saw, they all reached the same conclusion, a dead end. Looks like Anokane is stuck with what I got, Naruto concluded before hearing the shower in his bathroom being turned off. After a few minutes, Anuka stepped out of the bathroom wearing only a towel around her nude body. Her once braided long red hair now flowed freely down her back, and it showed signs that it was still wet. Though the towel was enough to cover her body, it still revealed her pleasantly shaped and toned figure. Aya! Now that hit the spot. Anuka exclaimed happily as she walked out of the bathroom. Naruto blushed deeply as he fought down a perverted giggle that wanted to escape his mouth. I can't believe I have a naked woman in my apartment. Sister figure or not, she's hot. What's even better is that I didn't need to go to the bathhouse to see one. One just came out of my bathroom. This'll take some getting used to. Naruto screamed in his head as he looked at Anuka approaching him. She saw the blush on his face, and the look he was giving her. You're not having naughty thoughts of me, are you, Naruto-kun? Anuka asked knowingly. No. Why, I would never. Naruto lied before quickly changing the subject. I found some clothes for you. They'll have to do until we can do some clothes shopping for you tomorrow. They're in the room on my bed. Thank you, Anuka said as she walked into Naruto's bedroom and closed the door behind her. Naruto sighed in relief, happy that he was able to keep his perverted nature in check. This will definitely take some getting used to, if that's even possible, Naruto thought. He then decided to take the time to fix his couch with some blankets and pillows he kept in another closet so that the couch would be ready for him to sleep on. By the time Naruto was done, the door opened to reveal Anuka wearing Naruto's button-up t-shirt and shorts. The problem was as Naruto expected. The clothes didn't fit her right. In fact, they were tight and the t-shirt couldn't fully close as one button was holding the shirt closed, thus revealing her navel and part of her breasts, which were showing through the shirt. As for the shorts, they squeezed up against her, showing more of her figure than it should. The dark blush on Naruto's face appeared once again as he stifled a laugh that was begging to come out of his mouth after seeing Anuka's situation. You think this is funny? Anuka grumbled indignantly. Actually, I think it's rather cute. My loving Anokane looking so adorable wearing clothes I so lovingly provided for her. Despite the circumstances with the difference in size, she was willing to wear the clothes given to her for the sake of showing her little brother how much she cares about his feelings. You're right, Anokane. You're very much like Hinata-chan and Hanabi-chan. That's why I love them so much, Naruto teased before he burst out laughing. Anuka's right eye twitched after listening to the implications of Naruto's words. Come here, Naruto-kun, Anuka said with a deceptively sweet tone before she chased him about the apartment. I'll show you my feelings. You've shown me enough. Naruto yelled before he was tackled to the ground via chakra chains that Anuka used to wrap around his legs, arms, and waist. She pulled him over to her and held him upside down. Anything you like to say? Anuka asked with a cold stare. Yeah. See ya in the morning, a voice replied from behind her. Before she knew it, Naruto appeared behind her and hit a certain spot on her neck with his index finger, effectively knocking her unconscious. The chakra chains, as a result, dispelled, released the Kage Bunshin it bound upside down as Naruto caught and carried Anuka's now sleeping form bridal style. I bet she'll be upset in the morning, the clone said. After some good sleep I'm sure she'll come to forgive me, Naruto replied as he carried and brought Anuka to his room. He gently laid her down and placed his blanket over her. He dismissed his clone and closed the bedroom door as he exited it. He then did a smokeless shunshin and teleported from his apartment and to another location. Meanwhile, Hanabi, dressed in her sleeping kimono, was in her bedroom standing in front of her mirror brushing her hair. Like every young girl and woman, she took a lot of pride in her hair and always groomed and took care of it. She set her brush down on the dresser and, I believe I told you once that kunoichi worry more about their skills and crafts than their hair being neatly brushed. My little nighttime firecracker, a voice spoke. Hanabi turned to see Naruto in her room again. Only this time now he didn't have on his sandals, head protector and jacket but his orange pants and black t-shirt. Naruto-kun, Hanabi greeted, what brings you here? Anokane got a little moody and was in need of some rest. So I felt like checking up on you, Naruto said. You already did that earlier today, Hanabi replied. Naruto clarified, no, I came to introduce Anokane to you and everyone else earlier. Now I'm here to see what my little nighttime firecracker has been up to recently. Not much, really. I recall you telling Nei-san and me about your mission in Nami no Kuni where you found Anoka-san and how you and your team completed the mission, Hanabi said. We did, Naruto confirmed. Well, Naruto-kun, since you were away in a foreign country, did you get me anything? Hanabi asked with hope in her tone. Naruto raised his right eyebrow and looked at Hanabi quizzically. I returned from a foreign country. I journeyed on a dangerous mission, and all you're thinking about is if I brought you a souvenir? Are you serious? Naruto snorted. Why not? You've been making these late-night visits and I haven't said anything about it to anyone, considering the amount of trouble you'd be in, Hanabi replied as she pointed her right finger at him. Actually, it would cause you more trouble than me. Especially if your father were to learn about how you've been allowing me in and entertaining me in your bedroom during these late hours, and sharing wine with me while the lights are out, Naruto pointed out. Hanabi frowned, seeing that Naruto had the advantage again. Damn it. I thought I had you that time, Hanabi muttered under her breath though Naruto heard her. She was trying to come up with ways to blackmail people, and she was trying to start with Naruto. But as she saw firsthand, Naruto wasn't easy to blackmail. Grinning, Naruto went over to her and ruffled her head. Don't worry, my little nighttime firecracker. I'm sure you'll improve in time, but you have a long way to go before you can have anything to use against me, if that's even possible, Naruto commented before reaching into his pocket and taking out a small scroll. He opened it and revealed the kanji for drink written in it. Naruto poured some chakra into the seal and, Kai, Naruto said as he released the extra-large bottle of imported white wine from the scroll. Hanabi examined the big bottle in Naruto's hand and found that what he held in his hand was a very expensive bottle of wine, one that wasn't even sold in Konoha. The clear bottle itself had the design of a majestic serpentine dragon around it with what looked like a royal crest and shield in the background of the dragon. The kanji for East was also designed into the crest, the Imperial Dragon of the East. You managed to get that? Who did you blackmail? Hanabi asked while trying to control her excitement. Naruto wasn't at all surprised that Hanabi knew of that wine considering the last top-class wine he brought for her more than 2 months ago. I didn't have to blackmail anyone. This is just one of several bottles of the highest class of wine I raided from Gato's office after he was done away with. Even that restaurant owner I blackmailed for his bottle of Vineyard of the Old and couldn't afford this baby, Naruto enlightened. Is that bottle for me? Hanabi asked with hope in her tone, wanting to have that wine all the more. Maybe, Naruto remarked before she reached and took the bottle. She went and retrieved 2 champagne flutes and poured the wine into the 2 flutes. She handed Naruto one of the 2 flutes and took the other. They both took sips of the rich-tasting wine, savoring each drop of their drink. Hanabi relished in the delicious flavor of the wine. This stuff is incredible. I'll definitely be sure to only have small portions of this on special occasions, Hanabi said. If that's what gets you excited. But aren't you running short on hiding spots? Naruto asked. I'll think of something. We're ninja after all, Hanabi replied. Regardless, you still have to improve in your hiding skills, considering that I can still find you when you least expect it, Naruto commented. Speaking of hiding, that reminds me. Earlier today Sasuke came by to talk to Ne-san, Hanabi recalled. He did? About what exactly? Naruto asked. He was talking and asking her why she likes you so much while making all of those derogative and insulting comments about you. Ne-san of course stood up for you while explaining her reasons for her feelings for you. Sasuke then went on to tell Ne-san how he likes her a lot and would make a better boyfriend for her than you, and how he wouldn't do all of those perverted and flirty things you do around other girls. He added that he'd have helped her to become stronger, faster and smarter than you helped her become. He was trying to persuade and seduce Ne-san into betraying and dumping you in favor of becoming his girlfriend, Hanabi recalled. Really? He did all of those things? Naruto inquired while devising a plot to get back at Sasuke for his latest attempt to seduce Hinata. Naruto wasn't going to allow Sasuke to go unpunished this time, as he gave the Uchiha more than enough chances to stop. Personally, Naruto-kun, I never liked that bastard being around Ne-san, and I like the idea of me being near him even less, Hanabi stated. Yet you're not bothered with me being around both you and Hinata-chan. I'm moved to wonder why. Care to share with me, my little nighttime firecracker? Naruto requested. Hanabi looked away slightly with a blush that appeared on her cheeks. She was thankful that it was very dim in her room so her blush wasn't fully visible. You strike me as a puzzle, an enigma I've been trying to solve for a long time now. In the past and even now, I hear a lot of bad things about you both within and outside my clan, even from your own teammates. Yet in spite of everything I hear about you, both good and bad, Ne-san loves you and father treats you as if you're a surrogate member of the main house of our clan. Then there are things I've personally seen about you as I got to know you, but through it all, I learned that I don't know you as well as thought, and Ne-san said that she knows you better than anyone else, and that you only let others know what you want them to know. I don't want to be among the crowd who only knows the half-truths and illusions you cast for them to see about you. I want to know you for you. I want to know who you truly are, Uzumaki Naruto-kun, Hanabi explained. Naruto looked at the young Huga inquisitively. I have to admit you talk rather mature for your age, unlike most of the older people I know, Naruto commented. That's all the more why I want to know the truth about you. Ne-san declared that only she knows you and I don't want to be left behind. The very thought that I don't know your true character or reasons bothers me, Hanabi stated as she placed her champagne flute down on the dresser by her hairbrush. What do you mean? Naruto asked, realizing that Hanabi was onto him and Hinata. You helped Ne-san improve tremendously, though I don't know to what extent, Hanabi explained in a low tone as her anger then started to manifest. I've come to the realization that she's been holding back against me whenever we sparred. Hanabi grew angrier as she lowered her head and balled her hands into fists and continued, She's been losing to me on purpose, and I know that you had a hand in this. And don't try denying that because even I can't beat you in straight fight, and you proved that in our first fight. That right there is an indication that you're also very knowledgeable about our clan's juken despite the fact that you're not a Huga, and you made that clear to me as well the night we fought. I know you've been training Ne-san all this time because Ne-san made that clear to Sasuke. Since the night we fought, I started reevaluating everything about myself and Ne-san, and I discovered that I'm not as strong or as fast as Ne-san made me believe I was. And it's all because of you. Hanabi futilely tried to prevent it, but tears started welling up in her eyes before falling down her face. Naruto stood there quietly as Hanabi vented her anger and sorrows. I tried to figure out. Why this deception? Hanabi said between her sobs. Why did you have Ne-san deceive me into believing I was strong, when in truth I'm the weakest of everyone in our clan? Why Naruto-kun? Hanabi cried quietly with her head facing the floor. Naruto stood there quietly as he took in everything Hanabi was saying and getting off her chest. He acknowledged that his actions regarding Hinata really affected her, though he didn't know at the time how much it would have. Naruto set his own champagne flute on the same dresser and closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and exhaled lowly before opening his eyes again to face and look at Hanabi. I'm sorry that my actions have resulted in this and in whatever way you believed yourself to have been crippled, Hanabi-chan. But please let me explain why I did what I did, Naruto said sincerely in a tone that Hanabi wasn't familiar with, as it carried a strength and level of maturity she didn't know he had. Hanabi wiped her tears away and looked up at Naruto, and saw in his eyes a look she had never seen before. It wasn't the soft ocean blue eyes of the Naruto she knew, but the battle-hardened eyes of a seasoned ninja who possessed years of experience both in combat and in life. Who are you? Hanabi found herself asking Naruto mentally. This is not Naruto-kun, this is not the same guy. Naruto saw the look of mixed wonder, curiosity, and fear in Hanabi's expression. The truth of the matter is that when I instructed Hinata-chan to hide her true skills and improvements from everyone all those years ago, she didn't like the idea at all. In fact, she was saddened by it, and explained that it was hard enough that Hayashi thought more highly of you than of her. She asked me why she must hide whatever improvements she makes from her family, friends, and everyone else, Naruto explained. What did you tell her? Hanabi asked. I explained to her that we're training to become ninja, and that deception is one of the major arts ninja use. I helped her to see why I hide my true abilities from everyone else but her. I played the part of the goofy, troublemaking prankster and dead last of our class who messes up at seemingly everything. Sasuke got the top grades in everything in our class, was viewed by everyone in the Ninja Academy as the one with the most potential to become the strongest of all of us. He drew all the attention away from me, Naruto expounded. But why didn't you want to be seen as the strongest then? Didn't you say you want to go past your limitations and become Hokage? Hanabi asked. Funny. At that time, Hinata-chan asked me questions similar to yours, Naruto recalled before he continued, but I explained to her that to reveal our true power and abilities too earlier on in our development, and demonstrating in front of everyone what we can truly do like how Sasuke does is dangerous. How so? Hanabi asked curiously. Like I told my Moon's Eye Spring Rabbit, not everyone in Konoha is our friend. We can never know who's an ally or spy until it's too late, and by then they might have already gained a lot of information on us and our abilities. And through this, they can develop ways to counter us and relay this to whatever enemies we have. So that's why I lost you in our match and why you know so much about our clan's Jukin, Hanabi said, feeling enlightened. Naruto nodded his head. I instructed Hinata-chan that the only time we would allow ourselves to show our true power and abilities is when the situation calls for it. But we would have to be careful when discerning how much we want to reveal about our true selves. We have to keep in mind that the less that's known about us, the better we can catch our enemies off guard if they try to attack or ambush us, Naruto enlightened. In just a short time, Hanabi felt that she learned so much, far more than she learned at the Ninja Academy. But what also got her going was that standing before her in her room wasn't the comical perverted Naruto she was so used to. No, this was the true Uzumaki Naruto, the one her older sister fell in love with, the one that only she knew. You offered to train and help me become stronger and faster if I recall, Naruto-kun, Hanabi remembered. Naruto nodded his head and replied, I did. Without ceremony, Hanabi got on her hands and knees and bowed her head until it touched the matted floor. I, Huga Hanabi, humbly accept your offer. Please teach and train me as my new Shursho teacher or master. I'll do whatever you ask of me. I'll do so, but under the same conditions as Hinata-chan, as no one is to know about this. Understood? Naruto said. Hanabi raised her head and answered, Yes, Naruto-kun. Good, Naruto replied, now please stand back up. Even I never had Hinata-chan do that to me, though I appreciate your submissive character. Hanabi blushed on hearing that as she stood back up. I won't lie to you, Hanabi-chan. Your new training won't be easy and it'll be brutal. And as in the case with Hinata-chan, not even your father, the clan elders, nor anyone else can know about it. What about Nei-san? Hanabi asked. Only she'll know about it. I'll explain it to her later, Naruto said. Naruto-kun, if I may, I want to know more about who you really are. I have the time, so why don't you tell me all about yourself, your true self, Hanabi said. You're really serious about finding out as much as you can about me, Naruto acknowledged. Nei-san won't answer my questions about you, and I've been trying to inquire things about you both on my own and from her. Neither tactic met with success, and Nei-san used my own words against me and told me that if I want to know about you so much that I ought to ask you my questions myself. Earlier, I heard her tell Sasuke that she went beyond the Byakugan and found something deep and endearing about you that no one else saw. I don't know how she surpassed our bloodline limit to accomplish that, but I'm sure that in time I can do the same thing she did, Hanabi said. Naruto gave a giggle after hearing Hanabi's last two statements. It was clear to him that the young girl didn't understand Hinata's metaphorical words and misunderstood it as a technique. What's so funny? You doubt I can do it? Hanabi retorted indignantly. That's very cute, my little nighttime firecracker, Naruto chuckled. Stop making fun of me. Just because Nei-san is stronger doesn't mean I can't improve like her, Hanabi replied. Naruto wiped his tears away and calmed himself down. When Hinata-chan said those words to Sasuke, she wasn't being literal. She was using figurative speech and metaphors to express how she looked with her heart, not with her eyes, to find what she cherishes about me, Naruto clarified for the young girl. Oh, Hanabi said, feeling embarrassed with reddened cheeks. Clearly I misunderstood Nizan's words. Don't worry about it, no harm done. So tell me, what about me do you want to know? Naruto asked. Everything, your whole life story. I want to know and understand why Neisan loves you so much, and why the village holds you with such contempt except a handful of people. Most of all, I want to know who you really are, Hanabi said as she sat down on her sleeping futon. Shrugging, Naruto went and sat on the floor facing her. It's a very long story, much of it tragic, some of it S-class secrets by law of the Sandaime which you cannot share with anyone unless I allow it, which is why Hinata-chan never answered of your questions about me. Before I share them with you, you must promise to never to reveal my story to anyone, as you'll be among the very few who'll know about this until an appointed time when everyone else would be ready to know the truth. Do you swear this? Naruto asked seriously. Hanabi saw the heaviness in Naruto's words and accepted. I swear it, Naruto-kun. On my honor as a Hyuga. Smiling, Naruto went on to relate his story to Hanabi, but it would be a few hours before he was done. The following morning, Hayashi was up earlier and went about his routine in preparing himself for the day. After he was done cleaning and grooming himself, a cadet branch member appearing in front of his door and knocked on it. Hayashi went over and opened the door and found Ko standing there with a scroll in hand. Yes? Hayashi asked. This came from the Hokage. I don't know what's in it, but I was informed by the messenger to deliver it to you personally, Ko explained. Hayashi took the scroll and opened it. He read the contents in it, and found that it was a message calling a meeting with all of the clan leaders and the rest of the shinobi and civilian council today concerning the appearance and arrival of Uzumaki Anuka. I'll see to this. Thank you, Hayashi said before he dismissed Ko and went to prepare himself for the meeting. Meanwhile, Inoichi, Shikaku, Chusa and all of the other main members of the shinobi and civilian council were being given letters of the meeting Hiruzen was calling. Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura were summoned for this meeting as well. In truth, it was the biggest talk of the village that another Uzumaki was found, and by Naruto no less. When it reached the ears of Danzo, Koharu and Hamura, they couldn't believe the revelation, as they knew this was going to be problematic for them since many of the citizens were already asking questions about the proclaimed Uzumaki clan. A number among them were skeptical and scornful about the idea. Some were curious about such a clan and wondered why they weren't told about it. Some, Shibi, and the other clan leaders had to deal with their children questioning them about the Uzumaki clan and why they weren't taught about it in the academy. It was difficult for the clan leaders to answer their questions, since it was clear to them that some of the trust their children had in them was lost. An hour and 35 minutes later, Hiruzen was in the meeting chamber with the members of the council. The Sandaime, Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo were sitting in front of a long table facing the other members of the council, sitting at their respective seats in front of their tables. Naruto and Anuka were present as well, but they were sitting at a table that was facing both the hierarchy and the shinobi and civilian council. Anuka looked around to see everyone entering the meeting room and the looks they were giving her and Naruto, none of which were hostile, but both Shibi and Sim looked inquisitive. Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo looked calm and collected, but the truth of the matter was that none of them were happy about why they were summoned. Wow! This bunch looks happy to see us, Naruto remarked cynically. Hopefully this meeting won't bring up more headaches than it was originally going to, Anuka replied. We're about to find out now, Naruto said as he and the others saw Hiruzen commencing the meeting. The meeting will come to order. The Shinobi and Civilian Council is now in session. I summoned all of you today because we have some important matters we have to discuss. First off, I would like to welcome a new member of our village and ninja force, Hiruzen said as he gestured to Anuka, who stood up and bowed respectfully to the council. Greetings to you all. I am Uzumaki Anuka of Yuzuno Kuni and Yuzushiyogakure. Many of your citizens already met me yesterday as Naruto-kun introduced me to some of his friends, Anuka said. It's true that you made quite an impression on some of the citizens. Nice way of keeping the troublemakers in check, Shikaku remarked, causing Chusa and Inoichi to snicker a little bit. Yes, be that as it may, our business here is discuss the presence of this woman proclaiming herself as an Uzumaki, Hamura said. I already confirmed my heritage to your Hokage yesterday along with my ties with Naruto-kun. Neither you nor anyone else here have any grounds to question my birthright as a full-fledged Uzumaki, Anuka said with a hardened tone. It was clear to everyone that regardless of her youthful features, she wasn't easily intimidated. She reminds me of Kushina in some ways. I wonder if Anuka possesses the Uzumaki clan's infamous violent temper. Hiruzen thought before he spoke. This is true. I personally investigated the proof she presented to me to confirm her heritage, and beyond any shadow of a doubt I found no grounds to question her birthright as a full-blooded Uzumaki. What was this proof she presented? Danzo inquired. An invaluable treasure possessing the legacy of Mai and Naruto-kun's homeland and people, along with the fact that it was Naruto-kun who sensed me out, and eventually found me in Nami no Kuni. When we came across each other, we linked mentally through hand-to-hand contact, a bond that's unique only to Uzumaki, which was how we were able to communicate and share with each other our deepest feelings, thoughts, and experiences in harmonious union, Anuka explained. How can you be certain of that? Koharu asked. Anuka explained. I didn't remember it at the time, but one of our ancestors had possessed the same ability. His name was Uzumaki Takuya. He was one of the previous clan leaders and rulers of Yuzu no Kuni. With his special chakra he was able to sense and track down any Uzumaki, even from far distances, who went missing or were kidnapped. After him, there was Uzumaki Yataro, and with his special chakra, he was able to create a link called Soul Union with any of his brethren Uzumaki, and do the exact thing I explained earlier. You're telling us that Naruto somehow inherited abilities that were once possessed by deceased Uzumaki clan leaders? Some inquired, finding the story itself interesting though partly hard to believe. Naruto himself was surprised by that revelation. Knowing now that he inherited special abilities from his Uzumaki ancestors made him feel really good and unique. I have no reason to make up any of this, as hard as it is to believe. Though I myself don't know how Naruto-kun inherited these unique abilities, regardless, they only serve to testify to our heritage and relations as Uzumaki, Anuka replied. And where were you all this time? And if you are an Uzumaki, why didn't the rest of your kin come to Konoha or establish custody over Naruto as residents of Konoha? Hamura asked. Anuka sneered at the aged man and replied, We lost all contact with Konoha after an attack on our village by a joint shinobi army that threatened our clan with genocide, and it was hard to establish any form of contact with anyone who could have been an ally because we still had enemy shinobi who were in pursuit of us while we were trying to scatter and escape our said fate. And if I recall, your village was no safer than anywhere else considering the shinobi world wars this village was already in with Kumo, AIM, and later IWA. Kumo and AIM sought our destruction, while IWA sought to capture and enslave us. Hamura growled lowly under his breath from that verbal jab. Anuka continued, The survivors of our clan scattered around the world and I have no idea where they are or how many of them are still alive. But the fact that Naruto-kun sensed and found me gives me hope that he'll find our other brethren and unite us together in time. Through Naruto-kun, we will become a great clan once again. The idea that there are other Uzumaki survivors scattered around the world never came to the council's mind before. They thought that, with the exception of Naruto, they all were wiped out after the destruction of Uzushigokure and Yuzu no Kuni. What also surprised the council was how Anuka had so much faith and confidence that Naruto would be the one to find and unite the rest of their lost clansmen. You truly believe Naruto to be the one who'll rebuild the Uzumaki clan and re-establish its eminence? Shibi spoke for the first time after a long period of silence. I'm interested to learn why you have such unwavering confidence in the boy. Being older than Naruto and knowing more about the Uzumaki clan than him and being born in Yuzu no Kuni no less, one would have thought that you would have assumed the role of clan leader, if not another older Uzumaki, once found. Why do you believe Naruto to be the one who'll accomplish such feats? Shibi was known for being direct and true about his words. The others in the room knew that he wouldn't ask Anuka to explain her beliefs in Naruto if he wasn't sincere about it, because he envisioned a newly rebuilt Uzumaki clan long before he found me. But that's not all. It's his birthright as the direct descendant of Uzumaki Mamoru, the last Uzumaki clan leader, and the leader of Yuzu no Kuni. Along with this, Mamoru was also Uzumaki Kushina's father, making him his grandfather. Yes, Naruto-kun is aware of who his mother and father are, which he investigated and learned on his own before relating it to me, Anuka expounded. This is true. Naruto personally confronted me the night he discovered who his parents were, Hiruzen spoke. I have a question, Naruto said. How many of you in this room knew who my mother and father were before their deaths? There was a short moment of silence before Shikaku spoke up. Chusa, Enoichi and I knew Minato and Kushina. We also worked alongside them from time to time before he became Yandame. We even went on missions with them on a few occasions. But we weren't aware of Kushina being pregnant with you. A couple of years after their deaths, I started noticing the unmistakable fact that you resemble Minato and Kushina. I had often wondered why Minato sealed Kyuubi into you specifically. We knew the kind of person Minato was and he wouldn't have just chosen a random child, orphan or not to become the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, and his strong sense of justice wouldn't allow him to just ask any parent if he could use their newborn son or daughter to become a Jinchuriki to Kyuubi. That was when I realized what Minato did. He used his own newborn son to become a Jinchuriki. When I realized this revelation, I explained my findings to Enoichi and Chusa, who found what I discovered to have made complete sense. We made our way to see the Hokage and requested that one of us be allowed to adopt you into our clan. You're kidding, right? You three really requested that one of you guys be allowed to adopt me? Naruto asked in disbelief. It's true, Naruto, Chusa spoke up. We did request that one of us take you in, Inoichi said. Naruto turned to the Hokage with narrowed eyes. Hiruzen sighed, knowing that Naruto's respect for him had once again dropped several notches. Hiruzen knew that it would now take longer for Naruto to fully forgive him. They did come and made this request of me, Naruto. If anything, I was willing to allow it, Hiruzen said. Then why wasn't it carried out? Naruto asked with an arctic tone. He was overruled by the council and hierarchy. It was too big a risk having a Jinchuriki being tied and loyal to one clan, Danzo answered. Excuse me? Naruto replied with a tone laced with acid and venom. Unaffected by Naruto's bloodlust, Danzo continued, a Jinchuriki must not be loyal to a single clan because there's always a chance that a clan the Jinchuriki is adopted into could use that loyalty to rebel. Therefore the motion of either Shikaku, Chusa, Inoichi or any other clan leader adopting you was rejected for fear of them possessing a power that could help them win a rebellion should such an act happen. Of course, Hiruzen was strongly against this and motioned that a vote be carried out in allowing you be adopted into one of the clans, considering that even regular families refused to adopt you after it was discovered that the orphanage put you out. The motion of the vote was carried out and in the end, he was voted against by the majority for reasons mentioned earlier. You speak this crap with no proof to show for. Show me what proof you have of the previous two Uzumaki Jinchuriki rebelling, Naruto demanded. Two previous Uzumaki Jinchuriki? When was this? A man of the civilian council asked. We never heard of such a thing, a woman of the civilian council stated. What nonsense are you making up? A second civilian council member asked. Naruto turned to the civilian council with a lethal glare and stated firmly, don't any of you dare insult my Uzumaki ancestresses who gave their lives for this village of disloyal ingrates. What was that? Another man barked. Enough. Hiruzen ordered as he raised his hands towards all the members of the civilian council, giving them a look that told them to say nothing further. It is true. Naruto is the third Jinchuriki of Kyuubi and there were two others before him, both of whom were of the Uzumaki clan, Hiruzen confirmed. This news was a revelation for everyone in both the shinobi and civilian council. Only the higher-ups of the council knew of this. You mean to tell us that there are two others before Naruto and they too were of his clan? Some asked in shock. That's right. Their identities and status as Jinchuriki were never disclosed to anyone outside myself, Koharu, Danzu, the previous Hokages, and their advisors, Hamura said. If that's true, then who are the two previous Jinchuriki? Hayashi asked. I'll tell you myself, Naruto said. It's only fitting since I'm son of the second Jinchuriki. What? You're telling us that Kushina was the Jinchuriki before you? Some asked. That's right. And before her was Uzumaki Mido, who was the wife of the Shodai, Naruto added. This bombshell caused an uproar in the meeting chamber. They couldn't believe that the wives of both the Shodai and Yandame were not only Jinchuriki but also members of the Uzumaki clan, and the fact that Hiruzen himself confirmed it only made matters more complicated. How can that be true? How is it that every Jinchuriki was an Uzumaki? Another civilian councilman asked. Because only an Uzumaki can hold Kyuubi. Anyone else would die in the attempt to become a Jinchuriki of Kyuubi. Our special and massive chakra and longevity is what allows us to contain the creature. No other clan possesses these attributes but the Uzumaki. In other words, if it wasn't for the sacrifices of my brother and people, you all would be dead now. If my brother, along with myself and the rest of our scattered Uzumaki brethren, are wiped out off the face of the world, Kyuubi will return with no one having the ability to seal him away again. Even if a person can contain some of Kyuubi's chakra, he or she, without having Uzumaki blood by natural descent, can never contain the creature in its entirety, Anuka explained. Many in the room found it difficult to argue against Anuka's logic. Even Danzo knew she was telling the truth, thus his silence. When Uzumaki Jinchuriki reach of the end of their life, they must find another Uzumaki to contain the Kyuubi. This was the case with Uzumaki Mido, thus the reason why my mother Uzumaki Kushina was brought to Konoha to become the second Jinchuriki. As with the case of Mido, my mother's status as Jinchuriki was classified and no one knew of it but my father and a few others, Naruto explained. Some turned to the Hokage and asked, if that's true, Sandaime-sama, then why did you reveal Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki the night of Kyuubi's attack? It was his father's last wish that Naruto be acknowledged as the hero who saves Konoha every day by jailing the Kyuubi. But we all saw how that turned out, as everyone used Naruto as a scapegoat for their loss, and looked at him as if he was a weakened version of Kyuubi. It's both stupid and foolish honestly, because even a weakened Kyuubi would have more than enough power to slaughter everyone and level all of Konoha to ground, Hiruzen said. Naruto spoke up, my mother, my clan and my ancestors were loyal comrades and helped to protect this village for many years and made selfless sacrifices to do so. In the end, their sacrifices were spat on and forgotten. No one here has any proof of an Uzumaki turning traitor and rebelling against this village after becoming a Jinchuriki. There's an old saying that I was taught. Those who abandon the mission are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. That's the way I view most in the room except Jizan and Hayashi. All I see is that the council in general did everything they could to keep me under their leash like an unwanted stray dog and denied me a life with a regular family, clan status or not. Some flinched at Naruto's choice of words concerning dogs. Naruto turned to the Ino Shikacho trio and said, "While I appreciate how you three moved to try to adopt me into your clan, I'm just as angry at the three of you for not doing anything further on my behalf considering that you three knew my father and learned that I was his son years ago. Huga Hayashi, who didn't know I was Yandame's son, did a whole lot more for me than anyone else in this room besides Jizan. Regardless of how everyone viewed me, he welcomed me as a surrogate member of the main house of his clan and family. I grew to acknowledge and respect him, and I grew very close and attached to his daughters. I love them both and see them as among those who are precious to me. I seek to protect them with my life, and I'll do so with everyone else I consider my family and friends." Naruto turned to look at Danzo and continued, "But did I turn traitor and rebel against Konoha? No, I did not. Did the Hyuga clan rise up in rebellion against Konoha using my loyalty as their key instrument to control me in their rebellion? No, such a thing never happened. Therefore the council's reasons for denying me from being adopted into a clan willing to take me in are unfounded and vicious. If anything, Mummy Man, your logic and way of doing things would have guaranteed I turn traitor and eventually turn on you before sharing my wrath and hate with the rest of the village. It's because of the bonds I developed over the years with Hinata-chan, Hanabi-chan, Jizan and a few others that I didn't become the very monster you all tried to make me out to be. Furthermore, the gross hypocrisy of the council higher-ups is disgusting. Watch your mouth, boy. We've allowed you to speak your mind, but you will not openly disrespect us before the rest of the members in this room," Koharu warned. Naruto turned to her, Hamura, and Danzo and sneered, "Either you and the other two at that table have earned my respect or trust, so I'll say whatever I want. Furthermore, it was you three who betrayed the Uzumaki clan in the first place by erasing all of my clan's history and ties they had with this village, because your egos couldn't accept how Konoha failed to help save them from enemy nations that sought to destroy them. You three tried to cover it up by having no one of my generation learn that my clan exists. In actuality, a lot of the seals and techniques this village uses belong to my clan. Hell, the symbol sewn on the back of every Chunin's vest is my clan's symbol. And the technique used to seal Kyuubi away? That belongs to us too. With Anokane here now, all of the villagers since yesterday have been demanding explanations for the existence of another Uzumaki. By burying the truth about the existence of the Uzumaki clan and what we're capable of, you three have dug a massive hole for yourselves. When the truth comes out, many villagers will not trust you anymore. You guys caused this damage, and only you guys can fix it." Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo weren't happy at how Naruto learned the truth and was now exposing it. But they knew he was right and that the villagers have been seeking an explanation about Anuka's presence, and they knew that since Anuka was found by Naruto, chances are that he'll in time possibly find other Uzumaki survivors, as Anuka stated. They also knew that Anuka was right in that if all of the Uzumaki are wiped out, no other person will be able to contain Kyuubi, and the creature will have free reign to wreak havoc again. There was no way around it. Their 13-year cover-up backfired. For the civilian council, it was far more than what they were bargaining for, as so many revelations and truths behind Naruto's background was revealed to them. They found out that the very boy they scorned and mistreated for years happened to be the son of their late Yandame. They wanted to refuse to believe it, but there was no denying that they, along with the majority of the villagers, cruelly victimized the only son of Yandame for something that was never his fault, and how they ultimately disrespected Yandame and the Uzumaki clan who he became part of through marriage to Kushina. The shame and disgrace they felt was paramount. Hiruzen now saw this as his opportunity to set Naruto and Anuka's plan into action. "I motion that we reinstate the history of Yuzuno Kuni, Yuzushiogakure, and the Uzumaki clan back into Konoha's history books. Everyone will have to be re-educated and learn the truth about the Uzumaki in its entirety. It won't be easy, as so many have already been conditioned to believe what they have been taught over the years. Therefore the villagers' re-education will be in stages. With Anuka having in-depth knowledge about her people and country, I recommend that she becomes the teacher of that class, and after learning details of her ninja expertise and years of field and combat experience, I'll automatically give her the rank of Chunin. Furthermore, I motion that Naruto and Anuka be granted clan status and be allowed to reside in the house Yandame lived in. I also motion that Naruto be given everything that belonged to both Yandame and Kushina as his birthright, which also includes the treasury saved by Yandame." All in favor of the motions being carried out? All of the clan leaders raised their hands. Some on the civilian council raised their hands as well, though a few didn't. After a short moment though, the rest that didn't raise their hands soon did so in union with the rest of the civilian and shinobi council. "And all who oppose?" Hiruzen asked as everyone dropped their hands. Though Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo didn't vote in favor, they didn't vote against it either. Then, the motions are official and will be carried out, Hiruzen stated. Kohara suggested, since Uzumaki Anuka-san is to be given the rank of Chunin, then perhaps as the older of the two, she should be given charge over Naruto and everything belonging to the Uzumaki CL. I refuse. Anuka interjected. Excuse us? Hamura replied. Naruto-kun is the last direct descendant of the last leader of our clan and is the sole son of your late yondaime. And by shinobi law, Naruto being a genin makes him an official adult and ninja answering directly to the Hokage. Furthermore, Naruto-kun is far more knowledgeable about your village and its laws than me. Under these conditions, it's not my place to take charge over Naruto-kun or the soon-to-be re-established Uzumaki clan. I would be more than happy if Naruto-kun was given the responsibility of managing the revival and reconstruction of our clan, Anuka requested. The chamber was silent as they gave careful consideration to Anuka's words. From what they saw, she brought out some valid points, but there was still one other question in mind. And what part would you play in all this were we to grant this appeal? Kohara asked. I would be Naruto-kun's advisor and guide, Anuka answered. So as a Chunin, you're willing to submit yourself to this inexperienced genin who would be beneath you in rank? A civilian councilwoman asked. Neither Naruto nor Anuka missed how the woman undermined Naruto's abilities and legacy. Anuka was about to give a retort when, first off, the civilian section of this council has no say in clan affairs. 2. Based on the information provided for us during this meeting, Naruto is the firstborn male descendant in a long line of Uzumaki clan leaders, thus it's his birthright, not Anuka's, Shikaka emphasized. I agree, Hayashi spoke up. I see no reason to deny Naruto the role of re-establishing the Uzumaki clan, which rests entirely on him, who in time will become the new clan leader of the Uzumaki. Surprising. You sound so sure of the boy, Hayashi-san, Danzo remarked. I watched Naruto for the past number of years and I see the potential he possesses. And seeing how he dealt with all of our ninja of various ranks and including the Hokage, no disrespect, I have no doubt that he'll become one of our strongest ninja. Furthermore, I watched how he won over the respect of some of the members of my clan, both main house and cadet branch members alike. He even managed to mend the sharp rift that once existed between my two daughters, something I admit that I and the elders in my clan were responsible for. Naruto has helped my elder daughter in ways that I as her father have failed, and for that he has my utmost appreciation and respect, Hayashi enlightened. Everyone in the chamber knew the kind of stern and traditional man Hayashi was, especially when it came to clan affairs. But what was also known about him was that he was very protective of his two daughters in spite of his firm character as a clan leader, and without hesitation he would kill anyone who'd pose a threat to either Hinata or Hanabi. For him to speak so highly of the village pariah spoke volumes. Do you truly see Naruto as such a person? An older civilian councilman asked. Hayashi gave the man a Byakugan-enhanced death glare and retorted with a hardened tone. I wouldn't have spoken such words about the boy if I didn't believe my own words, and I wouldn't have trusted or allowed him to be near my daughters if I viewed him as a threat, or in the same foolish way the villagers have over the years. Many thought that he just tolerated Naruto being around Hinata and Hanabi, but they never knew how attached Hayashi became to Naruto over the years. If one thing was certain, Hiruzen was happy that Naruto managed to win over the noble clan leader, and having Hayashi speak on Naruto's behalf would definitely silence possible objections to Naruto's birthright as the heir of the Uzumaki clan. Hiruzen nodded and approved. Based on the supporting testimonies from both Shikaku and Hayashi along with your explanation, Hanaha-san, your request is granted. Thank you, Sandaime-sama, Anuka said. Hiruzen continued, now, as for revealing Naruto's parentage, that will be done. Jizan? Naruto requested. Hiruzen turned to Naruto. Yes, Naruto? Let everyone in this chamber go home today and explain this to their families and friends themselves. Let them go home and explain to everyone how they mistreated the son of the yondaime, Konoha's yellow flash. Since the history of my clan is to be re-established into Konoha's history books, hiding who my parents are wouldn't make sense as it's part of the Uzumaki history. It wouldn't be enough if only you declared my heritage, as everyone here should have a role in doing this, Naruto suggested. How could you ask this of us? Have you any idea what kind of reaction this could trigger? A councilwoman pleaded. It's only fitting everyone in both councils be made to explain it to their families and friends. Jizan alone can't fix the mess that was made. Everyone here has a part to play in repairing the damage done, Naruto clarified. The Shinobi Council and Sarutobi's advisors saw that this Naruto wasn't the same infamous prankster and perverted troublemaker they were used to. This Naruto was an entirely different person, almost as though he was a total stranger. Your request, Naruto, is granted, Hiruzen declared. The members of both councils felt a heavy load placed on them and there was no way for them to get out of it. Hayashi though wasn't bothered by it, as he thought that it was poetic justice that the very people who made Naruto's life bitter and hard for him be the very ones to explain his heritage to their families and the rest of the villagers. But the meeting wasn't over as more business regarding the Uzumaki had to be discussed. Later that afternoon, at the Huga compound, Hanabi was standing by the pond alone. Last night Naruto revealed everything to her, and what he told her was far more than what she was counting on. She was still processing everything he told her in such in-depth details. Hanabi even cried for Naruto while listening to some of the harsh experiences that he suffered 3 years earlier. Though Naruto told her a lot about himself, he refrained from telling her exactly how strong and fast Hinata truly was, though he admitted that Hinata was more skilled than she lets on. He also refrained from telling her about the gravity and chakra restraint seals both he and Hinata currently have on their bodies. Hanabi, Hinata called out as she approached the younger Huga. Hanabi turned to see her older sister making her way over to her. "Nei-san?" Hanabi greeted as Hinata stood behind her. "Are you okay? You seem deep in thought about something," Hinata acknowledged. "I'm fine, Nei-san. I just had matters on my mind I had to clear out." "It's nothing for you to worry about." "I'm happy to hear that," Hinata said as she turned to head out to meet up with her team and Kurenai up for the Chunin exams registration applications. While still in hearing range, Naruto-kun is truly an extraordinary person, Nei-san. In spite of his brutal and harsh past experiences as a Jinchuriki, he never allowed it to destroy him, and he managed to become the very person he is now. "Honestly, I'm not sure how I would have fared if I was in his shoes," Hanabi said. Hinata stopped upon hearing her words and turned to Hanabi. "So he told you?" Hinata replied. Though her back was still facing Hinata, Hanabi nodded and said, "Like you said, Nei-san, if I want answers to my questions, I have to seek them out myself from the horse's mouth. I found my answers, though they were far deeper than what I was expecting. In the end, I was left completely humbled and realized that I don't know the true reality that exists outside this compound and in some ways, within it. My ignorance was made very clear by his answers to my questions, Nei-san. So what will you do now with what you know?" Hinata asked. "I'm going to become a stronger, smarter, and faster kunoichi and a closer friend to Naruto-kun, like you, Nei-san," Hanabi said as she turned to face Hinata before walking over to her. Hanabi stood before her older sister and said, "You deceived me for a long time, Nei-san, but I'm not angry at you for doing so. Naruto-kun helped me to understand your reasons for hiding your true abilities from me and everyone else. That's why I'm going to use what Naruto-kun had you do to move me to improve and become the kunoichi that I was meant to be and the person I was meant to be. Naruto-kun offered to train me, and seeing how he helped you so greatly, I realized that I could benefit from his training too. I won't lose to you, Nei-san." "You say that, but you're using my boyfriend to help you in your endeavors," Hinata teased. "He made me a special offer I couldn't refuse, something even you weren't offered," Hanabi shot back. "Really? And what was that?" Hinata asked curiously. "That's for me to know and for you to wish you knew," Hanabi replied with a grin as she walked past Hinata, leaving the bewildered heiress to wonder what it was Naruto offered Hanabi that she as his girlfriend wasn't offered. Hanabi giggled, feeling satisfied in her small victory over Hinata and having something with Naruto that Hinata didn't have. Meanwhile, Sasuke was walking through the town looking gloomy, worn down and in the dumps while making his way to the hospital. His day started off as anything but ideal. First off, after waking up and taking a shower, he dressed himself in his regular clothes, not knowing that the inside of his clothes, sandals and underwear were covered with itching powder. He was forced to run back home while scratching the hell out of himself in a frenzy while leaving many onlookers wondering what was wrong with him. When he arrived home, he threw his contaminated clothes off him and washed himself off thoroughly again while hoping what happened didn't result in him getting painful rashes. After washing himself hard enough to ensure that the contaminants were off him, he dressed himself in clean clothes and sandals. He made his way out of his home again and made his way to a dango shop. Arriving there, he ordered a tall cup of apple juice and 3 sticks of dango. After several minutes, the waiter came with the order and handed it to Sasuke. Sasuke drank and ate the food before paying for it. 10 minutes after leaving the establishment, his stomach started hurting bad, and he really needed to use the toilet. He desperately looked for a place that would let him use their bathroom while doing his best to hold himself together despite the awful pain he was getting from his guts and rear end. What Sasuke wasn't aware of was that his order of 3 sticks of dango was swapped with potent extra-strength laxatives resembling dango, guaranteed to clean out your digestive system in one use. The fact that he had 3 of them made matters much worse for him as the pain increased with each passing minute, and by now Sasuke's facial expression was completely distorted due to his situation. Finding a restaurant, an employee there said that he had no problem letting him use their facility. Sasuke thanked the worker and hurried to the toilet, and relieved himself just mere seconds before nearly losing his dignity. Sasuke sighed in relief as the pain gradually subsided. Just as he thought he was in the clear, the restaurant owner knocked on the door and called out to Sasuke from behind the door. When Sasuke replied and asked what he wanted, The restaurant owner told him that he, Sasuke, was misinformed by someone who clearly doesn't work for the restaurant. When Sasuke asked the owner what he was talking about, the owner told him that the bathroom was out of order and that he didn't know who removed the warning sign. Sasuke was all but happy and wanted more than ever to scream out at whatever caused his misfortune and humiliation. After cleaning himself, Sasuke had to get a bucket of water to pour into toilet to manually flush the toilet before cleaning the toilet itself. When that shameful event was over, Sasuke decided to try to forget about his bad morning by relaxing at one of the bathhouses. He went to the nearest one and got ready to go into one of the large hot springs. Taking his towel off, he got into the water and relaxed. But he wondered where everyone else was. Deciding not to worry about that any further, he went back to enjoying the water until he heard the sounds of the door sliding open with a mass of people entering the area. However, something caught Sasuke's ears about their voices. "It's Sasuke-kun!" One of the teen girls screamed in excitement. "Was he waiting for us?" Another teen girl asked, ready to pounce on the uchiha. Speedily, Sasuke turned and looked to see a crowd of young teenage girls in nothing but towels entering the hot springs. "What the hell?" Sasuke screamed as the girls hurried over to him while removing their towels. "What are you girls doing?" "This is the men's section. Today's a special event when the bathhouse becomes unisex, Sasuke-kun." "We're surprised you didn't hear about it," another girl said. "His unawareness though is our reward, girls," said an older girl with her towel hanging loosely around her nude body. "Indeed it is," one of the girls said erotically, who resembled Eno except her hair was light brown. "I'm ready to join you, Sasuke-kun. I'm sure you can't wait to be one with me," she purred as she revealed her nicely shaped nude body. Regardless of his view of fangirls, Sasuke couldn't control the growth of his now stiff erection after seeing her and the other girls naked as she and the other girls made their way to him in the hot spring. "Back off. I got first dibs on him," a heavy-set older girl declared as she rushed at him in the water. In fear of being raped or whatever else that heavy-set girl would do to him, Sasuke got out of the hot springs as fast as he could before grabbing his towel and running out with the girls calling out to him to come back. Hurrying to the front desk with the towel around his waist, Sasuke barked, "Why didn't you warn me that today this bathhouse was going unisex where the males and female can bathe together?" The caretaker gave Sasuke a confused look and asked, "What are you talking about? Unisex bathing isn't practiced here." Sasuke replied, "A whole group of girls just came into the bath just now and started removing their towels wanting to bathe with me and..." The caretaker saw that Sasuke was unable to finish his statement. The caretaker said, "Sasuke-san, not a single girl came into this bathhouse since your arrival. Are you feeling stressed and overworked? Listen. There's a group of girls in the men's section right now," Sasuke insisted. Sighing, the bathhouse caretaker got up and followed Sasuke to the bathing area. Upon arriving, they found the place completely empty with not a hint that anybody had been there. "Where are these supposed girls you were talking about?" the caretaker asked skeptically. Sasuke was trying to make sense of what was going on as there was no other exit except where he and the caretaker were. "You're really losing it, kid. Too much of the heat from the hot springs can cause some hallucinations. You should probably leave soon," the caretaker figured before turning around and going back to the front desk, leaving the bewildered Sasuke to his thoughts. "I wasn't hallucinating. I know what I saw," Sasuke growled before going back to the locker room. Sasuke placed his clothes back and left the locker room. "It couldn't have been a genjutsu. I would have sensed it," Sasuke said as he wondered what going on. Seeing that he already got out, he left the bathhouse before anything else happened to him. An hour later, Sasuke saw two 7-year-old children making their way over to him in a hurry. When they approached him, the boy asked, "You're the famed Uchiha Sasuke, right?" "I am," Sasuke answered, liking that children saw him as a prominent figure. "We need your help, mister. Please come with us." The girl next to him pleaded as she grabbed Sasuke's hand and pulled him along with her friend following them. "Hey! Where are you taking me?" Sasuke demanded. "No one was willing to help us. We're hoping that you can do what no one else was brave enough to do," the girl pleaded as she continued pulling Sasuke to where they were heading. 2 minutes later, they came to a stop at a wooden light pole. "Up there, mister," the boy said as he pointed to the top of the pole. Sasuke looked up and saw a black cat standing on top of the high pole. "Our cat won't come down. We even offered it food and it refused to come down. Is it possible to get him for us?" the girl pleaded. "You brought me all the way out here for a cat?" Sasuke asked skeptically. The kids looked back at him and the boy said, "We tried asking the other adults but they told us not to bother them. We tried to get him ourselves but we got scared when we saw how high we were going. Please, Sasuke-san, help us." Sasuke sighed at what he was being asked to do, but he couldn't refuse them. "At least it's not fangirls I'm dealing with," Sasuke thought before he started climbing up the pole while using the tree walking technique. As he got close to the feline, the cats first stood up and the cat itself growled and gave Sasuke a menacing hiss. "Are you serious?" Sasuke asked no one in particular, as the cat looked ready to attack him. Moments later, "Thank you so very much, Sasuke-san," the kid said while the girl was holding the cat. Sasuke grunted sorely. "Bye-bye." The kids chorused before running off, leaving Sasuke behind. Speaking of the Uchiha, he received several painful scratches and bites on his arms and hands, and a few scratches on his face from the cat while retrieving it. "What a bad day I'm having," Sasuke wailed as he made his way to the hospital while hoping he didn't run into bad karma again. "Things couldn't possibly get any worse," Sasuke muttered, only to soon regret saying that. "It's Sasuke-kun," a girl said in horror. "He's hurt," another girl pointed out as they made their way over to Sasuke. The girls hurried over to Sasuke. "Oh no," Sasuke groaned, seeing a group of fangirls coming over to him. "I don't need them now, or ever for that matter, Sasuke-kun." "What happened? Were you attacked?" the second girl asked worriedly. "Were you ambushed?" the first inquired. "Who did this to you?" the third girl asked. Sasuke didn't want to tell them that his open and bleeding wounds were the results of a hostile house cat that refused to climb down a light pole. "I'm fine. I'll just hurry on my way to the hospital for some bandages," Sasuke stated. "Let us at least help you a little," the second girl offered, not waiting for Sasuke's reply as she opened her pouch to retrieve some first aid supplies. Getting annoyed fast, Sasuke said seriously, "Listen, I don't need you girls doing this for me. I'm quite capable of reaching the hospital on my." "You have open wounds, Sasuke-kun. If I don't clean them now, they'll get infected," the second girl interjected as she wet and soaked her washcloth with what Sasuke assumed was water. "Now hold still." She grabbed his right arm before he could argue with an unusually firm grip and in one rub, pressed and passed the washcloth up his bleeding hand and arm entirely. The next thing that was heard was Sasuke's loud agonizing screams of pain as the scratches and bite marks were now burning from the fluids pressed on them. Cringing, Sasuke forcefully pulled away his right arm, which was now in even more burning pain than it previously was. "What did you do wrong?" the first girl asked. The third girl examined the product the supposed medic girl used and berated. "That wasn't herbal antiseptics you used. It was rubbing alcohol, and you used too much of it at one time, stupid." The second girl apologized. "I'm sorry, it was an accident. Here, let me. Get the hell away from me. I'll end up as a casualty under your care." Sasuke growled as he ran and made his way to the hospital while holding his arm. The first girl pleaded, "But Sasuke-kun, we only meant WEL. Stay the hell away from me, all of you useless fangirls." Sasuke yelled as he continued on his way. When he was out of sight, the three girls left the scene. Turning the corner, they completely disappeared from sight in a cloud of smoke. Elsewhere in another part of Konoha, Naruto closed his eyes momentarily as he walked alongside Anuka while leaving the Hokage Tower. The look on his face was a clear indication that he up to something. The smile on his face only confirmed that fact. "Did something happen, Naruto-kun?" Anuka asked. Naruto opened his eyes and answered, "Oh, nothing, just several harsh pranks I had set up during our meeting in the Hokage Tower for a certain genin that don't know his place." "How harsh was it?" Anuka asked, having an idea who this targeted genin was. Naruto smirked. "Let's just say that if he learns to behave and not cross certain lines again, he won't end up as a casualty under my care." "Figuratively or literally?" Anuka asked. "That depends," Naruto replied. "I see," Anuka replied before her mood changed to a happy and excited one. "Still, we just won a great victory, Naruto-kun. This calls for a celebration." "Naruto," a feminine voice called out. Naruto and Anuka turned to see Kiba's older sister Hana making her way over to them with Kuramaru beside her. "Who's she?" Anuka inquired. "That's Inuzuka Hana, Kiba's older sister, daughter of Inuzuka Tsum of the Inuzuka clan, and an outstanding loveliness among dogs that will always wag their tails her way," Naruto explained while smiling at his last remark. Anuka didn't know how she was to interpret that last comment but decided not to delve too much into it. She then recalled from Naruto's explanation, "That's the clan that specializes in the use of dogs of all types." "That's right," Naruto said before he thought. "I wonder if Hana, considering her clan, is the type that would enjoy doggy style." Anuka noticed the perverted smile and blush on Naruto's face. "Do I even want to know what my pervy little brother is thinking?" Anuka mentally remarked before Hana appeared in front of them. "Naruto, I heard lots of talk about a female Uzumaki who you found. Is this her?" Hana asked. "She is. This is Uzumaki Anokane," Naruto introduced. Anuka bowed to Hana as Kuramaru went over to Anuka and started panting rather friendly towards her. To Hana's surprise, Anuka petted Kuramaru as the large, dark-colored dog licked her hand, suddenly becoming completely docile and submissive. "This is surprising. Usually Kuramaru isn't this open and friendly to strangers, especially unknown foreigners," Hana said with an intrigued look. "Anokane has a unique gift when it comes to animals. Akamaru likes her a lot too," Naruto said. "Really now?" In any case, my mother sent me to invite you both over to our compound today, Hana said. You mean now? Naruto asked. She said that it's very important, and asked if you'd be willing to come, Hana clarified. Anokane and I weren't really heading anywhere, so sure, why not? Naruto accepted. If Naruto-kun is in agreement, I'll come along too, Anuka agreed. Elsewhere, Hinata was on her to meet up with her teammates, and Kurinai. While on the way, she was still puzzled and bothered by what Hanabi told her and how her younger sister was teasing her about it. So caught up in her thoughts that Hinata didn't pay attention to where she was going and bumped into somebody in front of her. I am terribly sorry. It was an accident. I should have looked where I was going, Hinata apologized, stuttering. I guess you should have, the older female kunoichi retorted before taking a better look at the younger girl in front of her. Hinata gave a nervous look as the taller girl looked at her as though she was examining her. Who is this girl? I've never seen her before, Hinata thought before noticing the forehead protector tied around the girl's neck. You're not from Konoha. No, I'm not, Huga Hinata, the girl replied back with a touch of hostility in her tone. Hinata was surprised that the foreign kunoichi knew her name, but that now put her on alert, especially after the unfriendly tone she took with her. As the older girl looked at Hinata, she thought that the Huga heiress was beneath her expectations as she anticipated more out of her considering her clan, and what she heard about her, even though it was from only one source. Who are you? Hinata asked cautiously. The kunoichi replied, Sabaka no Temari. Tamari stood there in front of Hinata with her arms crossed over her breasts. How? Do you know my name? Hinata asked through her stuttering. Tamari eyed the girl carefully while recalling Naruto's words about the kind of females he said he was into. I came across and met your friend yesterday. Uzumaki Naruto, if I remember correctly, Tamari revealed, purposely substituting boyfriend with friend. You met Naruto-kun? Hinata asked with a surprised look. Tamari nodded and replied I did, along with my two younger brothers. The blonde-haired genin is rather cute and charming, though the way he dresses in that screaming orange jumpsuit of his could go. Yes, Naruto-kun does like that sea color a whole lot, Hinata said while fiddling with her index fingers before going back to the subject at hand. I'm taking it that through your meeting with Naruto-kun, that he mentioned me. Temari knew that it was actually Sasuke who brought up the topic about Hinata before Naruto explained who she was. However, Temari had no interest in mentioning Sasuke or anyone else who was there. Therefore, she decided to stick with the main topic of interest and replied he did. Though it was brief, it was informative. Clearly Naruto knows people and perhaps this village very well. If I'm lucky before the Chunin exams begin, I'll see that charming blonde cutie again and ask if he can give the eldest daughter of the Kazekage a personal tour of this village. Hinata didn't like the attention and interest Temari was giving Naruto. But something Temari said caught her attention and Hinata asked, You and your brothers are children of the Kazekage? And your three are also here for the Chunin exams? That's right. We intend to show everyone our strength and the power of Suna, Temari said smugly. I see. But if you still want that tour, I'd be glad to give it to you myself later today seeing that. My boyfriend Naruto-kun is busy, Hinata suggested, wanting Temari as far from Naruto as possible. Temari saw that she managed to get a reaction out of Hinata. Though it was subtle, it was there. Temari honestly thought about rejecting Hinata's offer outright and going her own way. But she then reconsidered the other option with some possibilities to the outcome. Perhaps I could find out more about this stuttering, breakable-looking Huga heiress. I can only wonder what Naruto could see in her considering the kind of strong females he says appeals to him, Temari figured from how he complimented her when they met. Really now? I mean, I wouldn't want to intrude on your time and all. No, but you sure don't mind wanting to intrude on and having my boyfriend's time and attention, Hinata thought before she insisted. It's not a bother at all. I just have to meet up with my team first and take care of some affairs with them. Why don't you meet up with me back here later in about an hour? Alright then, Temari agreed as she turned and walked off. I'll see you then. And if I happen to run into Naruto on the way, I'll be sure to give him your regards. Hinata frowned and grumbled under her breath while contending with an emotion she never experienced before in all the years she's been together with Naruto. Terrific. First I had to deal with Sasuke trying to get me to break up with Naruto-kun, and now I have the daughter of a Kage interested in my boyfriend. I'd better keep an eye on her, Hinata concluded before continuing on her way to meet up with her team and Kurinai, while at the same time thinking of questioning Naruto on what he might have said to Temari that got her interested in him. Later, Naruto and Anuka were making their way to the Inuzuka compound with Hana and Kuramaru leading the way. While on their way, something caught Naruto's eyes that led him to stray from the two older females. It was a minute later when they realized that Naruto was no longer with them. Where's Naruto-kun? Anuka asked as she and Hana looked around to see where the blonde genin went. Soon they found Naruto standing outside of the bookstore looking through the glass window with sparkling, drooling eyes. What could he be looking at? Hana asked out loud. Let's find out, Anuka suggested as they made their way over to Naruto. It's here. I read only the preview in the last volume, but today it's finally here. First it was today's earlier meeting at the Hokage Tower, now here's my next victory. Naruto gushed in excitement. The two females and Kuramaru arrived and stood next to Naruto. What are you looking at? Hana asked, expecting an answer. Instead of getting her answer, Naruto hurried into the bookstore and went straight for his prize. Hana and Anuka followed Naruto into the store and frowned deeply at what it was that he was all enthusiastic for. Ika Paradise. House of Flying Panties. I've been waiting for the release of this special limited platinum edition for weeks, Naruto said. Anuka shook her head at Naruto's infamous antics while Hana looked at the younger male incredulously as he took one of the books and headed over to the counter. When he got there, he found someone in front of him with a long buttoned-up coat and hood over his head covering most of his face with dark sunglasses over his eyes. Naruto also noticed that the man in front of him was purchasing the same book, but he didn't want his identity to be made known. Naruto already knew who this man was, Ebisu. As big of a closet pervert as ever, Naruto snickered under his breath after the disguised Ebisu purchased the book and made a quick exit out of the store after seeing Hana and Kuramaru inside the store. He didn't want his scent to be identified by either of the two, though he was unaware that Naruto already knew who he was. Naruto went over to the clerk and placed the book down for it to be scanned. The clerk looked at Naruto, who was grinning brightly before he sighed and took the book and scanned it for the genin. After seeing the price, Naruto took out some money and paid for the book and made his way over to where Hana and Anuka were. He let you buy that book without any problems despite your age? Anuka asked in disbelief. Don't undermine me now, Anuka-ne. Like you said earlier during the meeting at the Hokage Tower, by shinobi standards, being a ninja makes me a legal adult now, thus my age is irrelevant. Therefore, I'm not bound to rules that minors like Konohamaru are restricted to, Naruto replied with a mischievous smile. He has a point, as much as I hate to admit it, Hana added as she watched Naruto open the book and start reading it while making his way out of the store without missing a step. I wonder if that was also a skill he acquired from Kakashi, Anuka remarked as she and Hana watched how Naruto was able to keep walking with his eyes glued to his new book without crashing into anyone or anything. The two females followed the now blushing and giggling Naruto out of the store to their next destination. At a dango shop, Hinata, Kiba, and Shino were standing outside the shop waiting for Kurinai to show up. Hinata only arrived several minutes ago, though the other two boys were waiting for a bit longer before her arrival. I hope Kurinai-sensei gets here soon. Before I headed over here, I was told that my mother wants me back as soon as possible. I was informed that we're having Naruto and Anuka over and that everyone in the clan had to be there. That's sweet, Hinata replied. Is this the first time Naruto-kun has been invited over? Kiba felt embarrassed by the question, but admitted it is. Up until now, Naruto never came by, nor was he ever invited. Likewise, I share your sentiments. There has been no occasion in which Naruto had been invited over to my clan's compound. Many in Konoha find my clan's nature and ability of housing an entire bug colony in our bodies to be disturbing, grotesque, and to others, gross. Quite honestly, I never attempted to learn what Naruto's point of view of me and my clan would be. If you were to take the time to get to know him better, I'm more than certain you'd be surprised how much he can understand your words and feelings, Hinata said. Shino looked at Hinata curiously as he thought about what she said, and wondered how Naruto could relate to him and his clan's feelings about things. Before he could think on the matter further, Kurinai appeared in a swirl of leaves via Shunshin. In her hands were 3 forms for her team. Hinata, Kiba, Shino, Kurinai greeted and continued, I have here the forms I mentioned. I'm signing you 3 up for the Chunin exams which will commence in 2 days. The 3 genins each took a form given to them by their sensei. Didu, why you really think we're all ready for the Chunin exams? Hinata asked as meekly and nervously as possible. Kurinai always knew that Hinata had issues with self-confidence, and even while having her as her student she was still having some difficulties in her training. Recently though she heard how Hinata had started making improvements in her clan's jukin to the point that her younger sister couldn't beat her as easily or as fast as before. Hayashi himself praised and complimented Hinata for her progress, and that in itself was an accomplishment Kurinai was happy to hear of. I wouldn't have allowed any of you to sign up for it if I didn't believe that you 3 could handle it. I won't lie to you. The Chunin exams won't be easy at all, and it will test your abilities as ninja in terms of your leadership and teamwork capabilities. But if any of you don't believe yourselves ready for it, then I won't force it upon you, Kurinai said. Back down. Are you kidding? There's no way in hell I'm backing down after coming this far, Kiba said while signing the form. I'm in, Shino simply replied. I'm in T2, Hinata said. Kurenai nodded, happy to see her team's resolve to accept the challenge. All three genin signed their forms and handed them back to Kurenai. Good. With these forms now signed, I'll submit them immediately and inform the Hokage that my team will also participate in the Chunin exams. Until then, you three are free to have the rest of today and tomorrow to yourselves, Kurenai said before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. I don't know about you guys, but I have to head back to my clan's compound to meet up with Naruto and everyone else there. I'm sure you'd like to come and be there alongside your personal boy toy, Hinata? Kiba teased. Hinata blushed crimson and replied, Kiba, don't tease me like that. But you know it's true, Kiba laughed. But really, you can come along if you want. Thanks, but this is a special occasion, and Naruto-kun already came to introduce Anuka-san to my clan yesterday. I prefer to give him his space when he needs it, Hinata said. I can respect that. I guess that was why you used to hide behind objects from a distance just so you can see him. Kiba teased and laughed. Hinata blushed again, but this time she giggled in good humor and replied, that was the past. I have no need to do that anymore, because Naruto is all you need, huh? Kiba added, you're too much. Hinata laughed lightly before turning and walking off. There's someplace I have to go. Something important I have to take care of before the Chunin exams begins. I'll see you both later. Hinata darted off to her next destination. When she was out of sight, Kiba turned and started walking off himself. See you whenever, Shino, Kiba said. Shino merely nodded before he also started walking off. Kiba was making a good pace back home when both he and Akamaru caught sight of Hana and Kuramaru, and the two Uzumaki with them. Yo Naruto, Hana, Anuka. Kiba called out, grabbing the gang's attention. Naruto looked up from his book over to where the voice came from. Kiba hurried over and joined them. Are you guys heading over to meet up with Mom and the others? Kiba asked. We are, Hana answered. Though she's your mother, not ours, Naruto remarked, referring to himself and Anuka. You knew what I meant, Naruto, Kiba snorted as he continued walking with the group. Kiba then took note that Naruto was reading his new Ika Ika Paradise book, and by the look and blush on his face, it was clear the pervy Uzumaki was enjoying his book. I'm surprised my sister and Anuka are allowing you to read that smut while you're walking with them. As much as I hate to admit it, if it were me, Hana-nichan would have torn me a new hole if I was reading that while with her, Kiba said. You don't say. Well, you have my condolences, considering how much you're missing out on. I mean, it has a captivating plot with suspense, romance, drama, plot twists, the whole 9 yards, Naruto said with his head still in his book, never once taking his eyes off the written content. Despite this, Hana shot Naruto a death glare and stated, You'd better not be trying to put corrupt ideas into Kiba's head. Now how could I do that when they were already there? Unlike him, I have thick balls to act when there's something I want. I've proven more than once how much of an alpha male I am in comparison to the weak, Naruto snickered with his head still in his book. Kiba was flabbergasted by Naruto's words while Hana looked like she was ready to hurt him. Anuka didn't know how much more she could take before she had to set Naruto straight and take that damn book from him. What was that, Naruto? Hana asked with narrowed eyes. Naruto looked up from his book and asked cluelessly, Huh? What happened? Was something said that I missed? Your snide remarks about proving to be a stronger alpha male and such, Hana said. Naruto thought for a second and replied, Oh, my bad. I forgot myself and was reading a few lines out of this book out loud without realizing it. Was someone here offended or something? Ugh. Never mind. It was nothing important, Hana sighed. Naruto shrugged and continued reading like nothing happened. It was a good long walk before they finally arrived at the Inuzuka compound. As Naruto and Anuka walked into the estate for the first time ever, they looked around and found that all of the houses were nice, but nothing too fancy. They saw that many of the Inuzuka, young and old, had their own personal canine partners, and the dogs they were seeing were of various breeds, some of them even mixed. Soon, though, all of the dogs started barking and leaving their human partners and making their way over to Anuka. When they were being called back by their owners, the dogs refused to respond as they hurried excitedly over to Anuka all at once. Why am I not surprised? Naruto thought with some amazement at seeing the large number of dogs that were affected by Anuka's chakra, recalling the event that happened when he was in Nami no Kuni after finding and bonding with Anuka for the first time. Hana and Kiba looked on in utter disbelief and amazement as all of the dogs, young and old of all sizes, gathered around Anuka as if she was a matriarch among canines. Even Akamaru and Kuramaru went along with the gathered dogs. Who is this woman? Hana wondered, looking on in awe at the phenomenon taking place in front of her, as she saw Anuka bend down and start petting some of the puppies that were among the large crowd of dogs in a loving way that made the puppies wag their tails happily at the gesture. What kind of bloodline does she possess? Kiba wondered. All of the Inuzuka members hurried over to where Naruto and Anuka were with shocked and intrigued expressions on their faces. Some approached in group. What's all this? What's going on here? Some asked after seeing all of the clan's dogs gather around Anuka, including her own canine partner Kuramaru. Sorry about this, but as you can see, Anokane possesses a special chakra that summons and attracts animals and insects of all species. And quite clearly, none of your clan dogs are immune to the aura of her powerful pheromone-like chakra. They submit to her like she's a queen amongst animals, Naruto pointed out. Tsum and the rest of her kin couldn't believe what they were seeing, let alone what they were told. Unreal. One male Inuzuka youth marveled. I've never seen anything like this all in my years. To possess such a potent chakra that can attract such attention and submissiveness from dogs and other species of animals, one of the Inuzuka elders said. Thanks, but I'm still working on controlling this power of mine. I only recently discovered that I possess such an ability, but I haven't learned how to turn off the effects of my chakra yet. Please forgive me for whatever trouble I caused here today, Anuka replied humbly as she bowed slightly. Trouble? Anuka-san, this gift is not troubling, it's a blessing. Just imagine the great use that can be utilized with your amazing chakra. You can help us in finding and training new species of canines like coyotes, jackals, foxes, and wolves to become part of our clan. I can just picture the possibilities. Hana remarked excitedly. Naruto saw the looks on everyone's faces and saw where their intentions could lead to, as they were all thinking the same thing. Some even started whispering of the possibility of getting Anuka to join and marry into the Inuzuka clan. Closing his book, Naruto placed it away in his jacket and stepped forward in front of Anuka. He took a breath and exhaled before looking at everyone with a hardened gaze. As great as that may be for your clan, let me make one thing perfectly clear to all of you right now. Anokane, like myself, is an Uzumaki by birth, thus whatever new animals she draws to herself that aren't already part of your clan or anyone else's will be part of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto said seriously. Kiba was taken aback by Naruto's seemingly unexplainable change of character, especially the strong aura he was giving off. This also held true for the others that were there. The Uzumaki clan? There is no such clan. A young Inuzuka female retorted. You would know of my clan and its legacy if you all weren't lied to about Konoha's true history. There's a lot that you all don't know. But what I'm making known now is that I won't allow Anokane to be used an instrument for another clan's benefit. Does everyone understand? Naruto stated firmly. I'm sorry if that offended you, Naruto, but it wasn't our intention to use Anuka-san in such a way, Hana apologized. Perhaps not yours, but I wouldn't be so quick to speak for everyone else. Anuka-san is currently working on controlling her chakra, and like me, it's massive, so she'll have her work cut out for her. Count on the fact that I'll be sure to help her in that endeavor, and whatever progress she makes will be solely for the benefit of our clan, not someone else's, Naruto stated. Kiba spoke up. Naruto, I don't mean to offend you, but your chakra control is the worst of all of us. Even while at the academy you couldn't get perfect control of it. Like I said, Kiba, there's a lot that you all don't know, and that would include facts about me. I had teachers who sabotaged my training while at the academy. I had them all dealt with through Jizan after graduating from the Ninja Academy. But going back to my previous point, Anokane is new here in Konoha and knows little about anyone in this village with the exception of myself and a few others. Until she's comfortable on her own here, she will be under my watchful care, Naruto replied. Why do you speak as if you have the authority to decide for the young woman, who's clearly much older than you, what's best for her or what she wants to do with her life? A grown man questioned. Anuka decided to speak, because unlike me, Naruto-kun knows this village, its people, what many in this village are capable of. I know what Naruto-kun's life in this village was like, and though I've been appointed as a rookie chunin of this village, I don't fully trust most of the people here, for now. Like Naruto-kun, I endured a great deal of hardships and I yearn to re-establish the greatness that our clan held before. And that's the truth. I'm also aware of Naruto-kun's life in the village, and frankly, little to nothing has been done for him by most of the clans of this village, with the exception of the Huga clan. Kinsman of the Inuzuka, listen please. Some requested with a respectful but authoritative tone. There's a great deal that must be explained to all of you. Naruto and his cousin Anuka were both asked to be present here because what I must explain deeply involves them and several dark and hidden S-class secrets that none of you know, especially the S-class secret about Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki. Tsum. One of the Inuzuka jounins cried out, you can't reveal that. The Hokage declared that secret punishable by death by law if revealed. Today that law was officially lifted by the Hokage himself through Naruto's personal request. Every clan leader and member of the shinobi and civilian council and the hierarchy must explain everything about Naruto being a Jinchuriki along with the Uzumaki clan legacy, and its ties to Konoha. Everyone, gather together at the meeting pound as the elders and I will explain everything in detail to all of you, Sum instructed. As everyone was doing so, Kiba looked at Naruto questionably. He'd never heard of a Jinchuriki or any S-class secrets behind Naruto's life and familial legacy. So many questions about Naruto were racing through his mind at this point, as he followed his fellow kinsmen to the meeting pound with Naruto and Anuka at the forefront. Meanwhile, Hinata was leaving the blacksmith store with the newly purchased item she ordered 2 weeks ago. The item was sealed into a scroll that was now inside of her jacket. With that objective taken care of, she hurried to meet up with Temari back at the spot she told the older kunoichi to meet her at. Hinata arrived at the spot and found Temari arriving there herself. Before the Huga heiress could call out to her, Temari turned around and noticed her arriving. Hello, Hinata. For a moment I thought I'd either have to wait long or look around this village myself, Temari greeted. Now that would be disrespectful of me, making you wait after you accepted my personal offer, yes? Hinata replied while fiddling with her index fingers. Temari agreed, I suppose it would be. So where do you want us to start? For the next 2 hours, Hinata gave Temari free tour of the village, and showed her some of the well-renowned restaurants, stores, bathhouses, and other establishments she knew of. During their walk, Temari inquired of Hinata, Tell me something, Hinata. How would you describe yourself, with regards to being a kunoichi? Hinata was caught off guard by Temari's bold and direct question. But instead of taking offense, Hinata decided to answer it and said, Well, I think of myself as someone who never gives up, despite various obstacles I face. Despite how I'm viewed by others for the choices I make, I stick with them with conviction. Naruto-kun has been a great help to me, too. Naruto, you say? Temari asked with a tone of honest interest. How so? What special aid did he provide for you in overcoming these obstacles of yours? Hinata saw that Temari was carefully hearing her out, and was trying to find out as much as she could about both her and Naruto. But the Huga heiress sensed that Temari's true interest was still in Naruto. I wasn't as confident in myself back then, and I was often bullied and mistreated as a result. I was looked down upon with disdain by my family and even hated by some. Naruto-kun saw and understood my pain and loneliness, and through our time together he helped me improve and become the person I am now, Hinata explained. Temari saw how brief and vague Hinata was. The Suna kunoichi saw that Hinata didn't want to reveal much about either herself or Naruto, so she decided not to press the matter further. Yes, Naruto has a keen eye for finding and admiring strong women with such exceptional gem-like attributes. He told me that himself if you want the truth, Tamari remarked as a light blush and smile appeared on her face as she recalled his words to her. Hinata noticed the look on Tamari's facial expression and saw that what Naruto said to her really affected how she sees him. I see. I'm not as surprised to hear that. Naruto-kun always had an eye for those he considers to be exceptional kunoichi or girls. Strangely enough, though, I'm the only girl he's ever complimented in Konoha, while you're the first one he's ever complimented from outside the village. Hinata said meekly. Now Temari raised an eyebrow at that. Really? Well, that's surprising. He seemed like such a flirty playboy. I had expected him to be known to flirt with every pretty face he sees, Temari said as she recalled how Naruto flirted and complimented her. She had to admit, he was pretty smooth with his words, and his compliments sounded so honest, like he truly believed what he told her, which is why she felt attracted to him. Hinata nodded and replied, He does seem like that, but he's more humble with his opinion of girls. He doesn't just compliment any girl he sees. He only does so with those he sees as kunoichi with great potential. The fact that he complimented you must mean that you're a talented kunoichi, Hinata admitted, which made Temari grow a smile at hearing that Naruto thought that. Although she just had to show him how skilled she was when the exam started. Was there anything else he said? Hinata asked. Temari sighed lowly and admitted that you're his prized girlfriend who has moonlit pearls for eyes. Now it was Hinata's turn to blush and smile. Hinata commented, Naruto-kun always had an affectionate view of my eyes. He even gave me an endearing nickname to go along with them. Really? Temari asked. Is there anything more about Naruto's character and skills that impresses you? There's just too much to say. But I will say that Naruto-kun is a great guy despite how many of the senseless people in Konoha view him, Hinata replied. Senseless people? Temari was now even more curious. What do you mean? Was Naruto's life in this village made difficult? Naruto-kun lived a very harsh and lonely life, one I would never wish on anyone, and he lost both of his parents while he was an infant. Thankfully, Naruto-kun found dear friends, and precious people like myself who became part of his life, and he seeks to protect those he loves. He has great goals, and my dream is to be at his side as we fulfill our goals together. Just as we promised each other, Hinata explained. The Suna kunoichi listened to Hinata's words carefully, and saw that Hinata really cared for Naruto, and dreamed of always being with him. Temari then said, "It's clear that you've both experienced and been through a lot together. Honestly, I can't say that I lived an easy, sheltered life. Even as the Kazekage's daughter, my life was filled with much stress, difficulty, and responsibilities I had to uphold for my people. Even though I have siblings, part of my life is filled with loneliness. But I grew strong from my trials and hardships along with all of the training I received, which helped me become the kunoichi I am today," Temari smugly added, with gem-like characteristics Naruto admires from afar with his unworthy eyes. Hinata had raised eyebrows from Temari's last comment. While she sympathized with the Suna kunoichi in terms of living a hard life, Hinata couldn't help but feel annoyed by Temari's latter words. But the Huga heiress wasn't deterred, as she was willing to play the same game. "Yes, and with precious gem-like characteristics of my own which Naruto-kun helped me develop, he admires and appreciates me all the time while I'm in his arms, with his endearing eyes longing to behold me," Hinata confidently countered. Temari fought back a frown that wanted to form on her face. This fragile-looking flower seems to have a few hidden thorns, Temari thought. No matter. I'll shave them down eventually. Temari was about to say something to Hinata when Hinata and Temari turned to see Kankuro approaching them. When he arrived, he stood in front of his older sister and said, "I was sent by Baki-sensei to find you." Kankuro looked at the girl with Temari. "Who's this genin you're talking to?" "This is Huga Hinata," Temari introduced. "Hinata?" Kankuro repeated. "Why does that name sound familiar dash?" "Oh, that's right. You're that flirty shrimp's girlfriend that was mentioned yesterday. We met him along with his older sister and team yesterday." "Temari didn't mention that part during our conversation," Hinata acknowledged. "So you guys also met my boyfriend's team yesterday?" Temari-san didn't mention that. "I didn't think they mattered, honestly," Temari admitted as she shrugged. "Anyway, it was fun, but unfortunately my time has been cut short. I'll be seeing you and Naruto real soon, Hinata." Temari then left with her Kankuro back to where Baki and Gaara were waiting. Hinata stood there as she watched the two Sunanins depart from her until they were out of sight. "I didn't think they mattered, honestly." Hinata recalled Temari's cold and apathetic words concerning Sakura and Sasuke. The only person that mattered to Temari was Naruto. "An interesting bunch, aren't they?" a voice remarked from behind her. Hinata, slightly startled, turned to see Naruto standing behind her. "Naruto-kun." Hinata greeted happily. "Not quite, I'm his representative. Boss is still at the Inuzuka estate. Right now Tsum, Kiba's mother and the Inuzuka matriarch, has gathered everyone from her clan to explain the entire story behind Anokane and Boss' familial background, and what took place during the council meeting earlier today," the Kage Bunshin said. "How things are going so far?" Hinata asked. "They're acting the same way everyone else reacts when confronted with the ugly truths behind all the lies and cover-ups. They're in denial, outrage, or ashamed of their own actions and or those of the stupid ones of this village. Everyone in the clan is reacting in that way even now as we speak. Boss will fill you in later this evening when he comes by to see you," the Kage Bunshin elaborated. "I understand. I'll await his arrival till then," Hinata replied. "Not a problem. I'll relay that to Boss after I puff out." "But there's one more thing Boss wanted me to tell you before I go," the Kage Bunshin recalled. "And what was that?" Hinata inquired. The clone moved closer to Hinata's ear and whispered something only for her ears to hear. Hinata's face turned red before giggling from the words the Kage Bunshin recited to Hinata. The clone grinned and pulled his lips away from her ears and said, "And that is all. Boss will meet with you later." "Ciao." The clone puffed out, leaving a blushing yet smiling Hinata. What the clone recited to Hinata was, "Everything in my life now is just fine, but having you in my life is truly divine. In time, together we'll cross that conjugal line, and by that time, you'll be all mine." He never fails to rhyme with his poems, Hinata said to herself with a smile. "Hinata-sama," a voice called out to her. Hinata turned to see Niji making his way over to her. "Yes, Nizan?" Hinata greeted. "Hayashi-sama has called for a meeting, and both main house and branch house members were instructed to be present. Surprisingly, my sensei and teammates were invited to this meeting, which Hayashi-sama decreed was of utmost importance. I was sent out to find and bring you back before the meeting starts," Niji explained. Hinata wordlessly nodded and followed Niji back to the Huga compound. She already knew what the meeting was going to be about. She could only picture the looks on everyone's faces when they learned the truth from Hayashi's own mouth about Naruto's heritage. The thought alone of seeing the looks on their faces was enough to put a bright smile on Hinata's face. Niji turned briefly to see Hinata's expression and wondered what she was so happy about. He decided to forget about it and continue escorting Hinata back to the compound. Back at the Inuzuka meeting pound, Tsum finished explained everything that took place during the council meeting to all of the members of her clan. Nobody there could believe their ears, especially the younger generations. The older generation had a hard time believing the revelations about Anuka and Naruto's backgrounds regarding the Uzumaki clan, but they had an especially difficult time believing the truth about Naruto's parentage. When Kiba took a better look at Naruto, he felt completely stupid for never seeing the obvious resemblance between Yondaime and Naruto when he and so many others saw colored pictures of the man. Was I that blind? How could I have not seen that? Kiba thought as he meditated on everything he was told. So much was going through his mind after hearing the entire truth about Naruto, his clan, his parents, his status as a Jinchuriki, and the law Sandaime put in place forbidding anyone of the older generation from speaking the truth about Naruto being a Jinchuriki. The same was true with Hana. She already knew about Naruto being a Jinchuriki, but everything else was big news. All this time Naruto is the son of the late Yondaime. Every one of us disrespected Yondaime by our mistreatment and disregard for his son, Hana thought as sadness and guilt started to settle in on her conscience. It was the same with many of the other Inuzuka clan members. Soon though, sadness and guilt turned to dishonor and dishonor and shame lead to anger and indignation. So how many more lies are the ever-watchful eyes of our village's hierarchy telling? Kiba remarked contemptuously. They practically robbed Naruto of everything and let the villagers have their way and allowed them force him to live a cruel and lonely life as an orphan. And not only that, we were taught lies and half-truths while at the Ninja Academy all these years. Kiba looked at his mother angrily. And you were part of all this. You and all of the grown-ups of our clan. None of you stood for what was right and allowed this to happen. Kiba, pleased, Sim pleaded, it wasn't like I wanted any of this to happen. Myself and several others of the Shinobi Council tried to prevent this. But we were overruled. Tried? Kiba retorted, from all that I've heard up till now, I don't know whether to believe or question the truth of your words or that of any of the other grown-ups of this clan. Sim lowered her head, knowing that Kiba had every right to be angry at her and the older members of the clan. Kiba, this wasn't made easy for any of us, Hana said, trying to defend their mother and the rest of the older generation of their kin. Our hands were tied and as ninja we're bound to the authority of the Hokage and the hierarchy. Stop making excuses for them and yourself, Hanane. Kiba replied. You're only saying that to quench your own guilt for not doing anything for Naruto either. I will admit that I wasn't friends with him at first because I was stupid enough to follow the crowd and how they used to mistreat and make fun of him, but in time, I did become his friend after getting to know him. I could easily see that Naruto is a good person despite what's been said about him, but I have never seen you, Mom, or anyone else in our clan take so much as a step to even approach Naruto, because everyone chose the coward's way out and looked at Naruto as the monster that attacked Konoha. Kiba, Naruto said calmly as he placed a hand on his shoulder. I understand that you and all of the younger generation are appalled and outraged by the shocking revelations. We can't change the regretful events of the past, but we can still do something about the future, I suppose, but it'll be a while before I can look at any of the grown-ups with the same level of respect again after being lied to all my life, Kiba said. Naruto replied, I'm certain that the way you feel will be shared by many throughout the village. Even now, all of the members of the Shinobi and Civilian Council were sent to inform their family and friends about the truth concerning me, Anokane, and the Uzumaki clan. Jizan will give a public address concerning this matter too. Facing my parents' enemies or not as a result, I made it clear that I want the truth about me and my family revealed to everyone. Sim looked to see the looks the younger members of her clan had on their faces. She knew that they were feeling the same way as her son was, while some were arguing with their parents about what was revealed to them. The Inuzuka matriarch had to calm her clan down and re-establish order. Listen, everyone, Sim said authoritatively, gaining everyone's attention. Everyone soon quieted as Sim continued to speak. It is true that we of the older generation of this clan have wronged both you and the Uzumaki, and I won't stand before you and make excuses for our actions. It shames me as the leader of this clan that I, under orders of the hierarchy, played a role in allowing your minds be filled with half-truths and lies about Konoha and its history involving the Uzumaki clan and Yuzuno Kuni. For this, I am truly sorry and could only hope that in time you all will come to forgive us. Sim turned and went over to Naruto and Anuka. She stood before Naruto, and to everyone's disbelief she got on her knees and faced him as she spoke. As the leader of the Inuzuka clan, I take full responsibility for the wrongs my clansmen have committed against you, and I offer you my sincerest apology for my sins against you and your clan. Sim placed her hands on the floor and bowed her head till it touched the ground and apologized. Uzumaki Naruto, I'm sorry. For a clan leader to make such a gesture in front of the entire clan meant that the clan as a whole was wrong in their dealings with the one they deeply offended. None of the Inuzuka elders moved to reprimand Sim for her apologetic humble gesture. There were mixed emotions among the Inuzuka clan members as they were thinking about everything they heard and saw up to this point. Some didn't know what to think or feel. Others even went numb because so many things they were led to believe were all based off of lies. "Tsum-san," Naruto requested politely, as he extended his hand out to her. Tsum, still on her hands and knees, looked up at Naruto, who extended and offered his right hand to her. "The Uzumaki and Inuzuka can start over as allies and repair the broken bond between our two clans. Are you willing to accept this offer and help the Uzumaki as a way for your clan to atone?" Naruto offered with a bright smile. Tsum smiled and nodded in return as she accepted Naruto's hand and answered, "My clansman and I will help in whatever way we can. We owe the Uzumaki that and so much more." Anuka smiled approvingly, seeing how Naruto was handling matters maturely. Elsewhere in the meantime, similar discussions involving what took place at the meeting at the Hokage Tower were taking place at all of the other council members' homes. The revelations of Naruto's true heritage and the history of the Uzumaki clan were likewise received with mixed feelings. Many of the friends and families of the civilian members of the council were in complete denial, and refused to accept that the Jinchuriki was the son of the Yondaime, and that the genin indeed descended from a powerful clan that helped establish Konoha. The council members made it clear that what they were saying was the truth and that there were other Uzumaki out there that Naruto intends to find and unite. The families and friends of the ninja members of the council accepted the news as the truth, and they were furious that it had been kept a secret from them. The children of the council members were sickened when they were told that many of the things they were taught to believe were mixed with half-truths and lies, and that Naruto was on the receiving end of the villagers' mistreatment and cruelty. It went without saying that the clan leaders lost much of the trust and respect their children had for them. While most ninja had not been openly hostile to Naruto, they didn't do anything to help him either. They came to realize that they had been allowing the civilians to have their way in being cruel to the son of the Yondaime, and it disgusted and shamed them. An hour later, at the Huga compound, "This cannot be so. There's no way that village clown and pariah could be the son of Konoha's greatest Hokage," shouted one of the elders of the main house in denial after he, along with all of the members of both main house and cadet branch house, were told the truth about Naruto's heritage and clan history. Guy, Lee, and Tenten were also present for this meeting along with Hinata and Hanabi. Lee and Tenten were in absolute shock after hearing the revelations, while Niji held a calm and stern calculative expression. Guy was quiet during the meeting as he took in everything he and everyone else was being told. "Believe it or not, what I said is the irrefutable truth, and there is documented medical proof testifying to his parentage," Hayashi replied patiently. "Uzumaki Kushina was the boy's mother? I thought he was given the name Uzumaki as a way to honor her memory," another main house member replied. "If that was the case, then all of Konoha and most of those in this clan did a terrific job dishonoring her name instead," Hayashi retorted unapologetically. The elders sneered at Hayashi's remark while both Hinata and Hanabi watched the scene quietly along with the rest of those there. "I can't believe that Naruto has familial ties with the Shodai Nidaime, blood ties with the Yondaime, and familial ties with Tsunade. Is there anything else we're to be informed of?" Another elder spoke up. "As the rightful sole heir, Naruto will be given everything that once belonged to the Yondaime, and his wife, everything. Furthermore, everyone in Konoha will be re-educated about the history of Yuzu no Kuni and the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Anuka will be teaching these classes," Hayashi explained. "What an unbelievable story about this weak, talentless orphan that Hinata-sama and Hanabi-sama love so dearly," Niji spoke up after a long period of silence. "It's hard to believe that the village pariah is now said to be the son of the famed Yondaime." Hinata and Hanabi looked at Niji as he displayed mock acknowledgement of Naruto openly in front of everyone. "Naruto-kun isn't a weak ninja, Nizan," Hinata replied. "And it's best you don't say things about people you never took the time to get to know," Hanabi added. Niji scowled at the two sisters while Tenten looked on with interest. "Son of the Yondaime or not, fate still marked him as a talentless weak genin and dead last," Niji replied. "I hardly call wiping out an entire army of samurai thugs and their multimillionaire boss in mere seconds weak and talentless," Hayashi rebuked. Hayashi had heard the full story from Hinata after being told everything that happened in Nami no Kuni from Naruto and Anuka. "Excuse us? Naruto did what?" one of the Hyuga elders asked, wondering if he heard right. "In his mission to Nami no Kuni, Naruto took out a multimillionaire criminal named Gado, and slaughtered his entire army of thugs and samurai in a span of a few seconds. It was reported that Kakashi and Zabuza, one of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure, both witnessed Naruto's skills, and it was reported that Zabuza himself wanted the boy as his successor," Hayashi explained. The elders and the other members of the clan started whispering to each other about this news, finding it hard to believe. "Naruto is that skilled with a sword? Since when?" Tenten asked in both amazement and disbelief. "No one really knows. There was no record of him ever being trained in Kenjutsu while at the Ninja Academy," Hinata replied. "But you of all people spend the most time with him. Surely you must know something more about him that no one else knows," Tenten implied, putting Hinata on the spot as all eyes turned toward her. What I know is only what Naruto-kun allows me to know, and nothing more. There are some secrets that he doesn't share with even me, and I have to respect that as I learn to trust him," Hinata stated. "How can you trust a shameless, girl-crazy, flirtatious pervert like Naruto? The fact that you, being an heiress, are even dating that trash mars the Huga name. What's more is that Hanabi-sama even started following your lead in pursuing that fool. I couldn't find logic behind why Hanabi-sama chose to go down such a path in endearing herself to a commoner infamous for his womanizing behavior," Niji said rudely, trying to put down both Hinata and Hanabi in front of the entire clan and his team and sensei. Hanabi scowled visibly with a low growl, and looked ready to activate the caged bird seal on Niji's head. Hinata closed her eyes and calmed herself, though a darker part of her really wanted to hurt Niji right now. "Guy was about to tell Niji off when, whom my daughter's date is neither your concern nor your business to meddle in, Niji. And if you disrespectfully step out of line in front of me again, I will personally reprimand you severely. Am I clear?" Hayashi replied with a hardened tone that said that he was serious. "Yes, Hayashi-sama. I apologize for my rudeness," Niji said plainly. "If there's nothing more, I request that I be excused from this meeting." "You will stay where you are, Niji. Everyone will leave after I conclude this meeting," Hayashi stated. Niji said nothing more as he reluctantly sat where he was. "Niji does bring up a point, Hayashi. This son of the late Yondaime has been repeatedly reported to have been seen and caught peeping in women's bathhouses and flirting with many females both his age group and older, despite being romantically involved with the clan heiress. He even openly reads those smut books that Jiraiya-sama is known to be the author of," one of the clan elders said. "We've been troubled at how after all these years you've tolerated this behavior from the boy while allowing him to court Hinata and allow Hanabi to associate closely with him. The very fact that you allow your two daughters to be this close to this ill-mannered genin despite knowing his perverted conduct has been an issue that we feel should be addressed promptly," a female main house Huga added. Niji gave a small smile upon seeing that the clan elders took his side on the debate. It was no secret that Niji sought every chance to bring down Hinata's esteem, and with Hanabi involved, it was all the better. Hayashi was about to say something when, "It is true that father is aware of Naruto-kun's infamous reputation, and I'm well aware of it too," Hinata spoke up. "And yet both you and your father are tolerant of this," another elder remarked. Lowering her head, Hinata replied, "What did you all expect out of Naruto-kun after the lonely and harsh life this village forced him to live? Only a handful of people chose to get to know Naruto-kun for who he really was. Others, however, chose to pass biased judgment on him, with little to no knowledge about him. There was never anything about Naruto-kun that posed a threat to me or anyone else. The only threat was from our respected leaders and those in the council, who tried to manipulate everyone with lies and cover-ups concerning Naruto-kun, his heritage and clan, and how they didn't want him, or those of our generation, ever learning the truth. And because of this, Naruto-kun was subjected to being bullied, lied to by some he trusted, discriminated against, and shunned by the majority of this village and even by those of my own age group. Countless people, both civilian and shinobi alike, looked at Naruto-kun as if he was a weakened version of Kyuubi, senselessly thinking that hurting him would allow them to get back at Kyuubi. Naruto-kun was starving for attention and affection, even if it meant getting yelled at or getting in trouble for whatever it was he did, so long he was acknowledged by someone. None of you in this chamber could begin to understand his tremendous anguish, sadness, and loneliness as a Jinchuriki. So don't any of you dare stand here and judge him as if you know him. None of you here or anyone else in all of Konoha has any right to judge him, not after all he's been made to suffer through," Hinata defended with tears running down her face and no sign of hesitation in her tone. Instead, she was seen wielding an inner strength no one in the clan had ever seen from her before. Everyone who was present was surprised by Hinata's bold spirit. What was also noticed was that in her entire speech, not once did she stutter. "I stand with Nei-san on this matter 100%, Hanabi spoke up, causing everyone to turn to look at her now. It was clear to everyone that the two sisters were in union with each other on the issue involving Naruto being a part of their lives. Over the years, I never understood why Naruto-kun was hated so much by those within and outside our clan, or why he was looked upon as a scourge to our community. I will admit that I was almost influenced by this village's poisonous view of Naruto-kun, but my curiosity and lack of knowing the truth moved me to want to know why Naruto-kun was treated the way he was by so many, and why Nei-san had such strong feelings and admiration for him before and after becoming friends with him. I had asked Nei-san questions about Naruto-kun, but she refused to answer any of them. Instead, she encouraged me to ask Naruto-kun myself. I used to be angry at her for always doing that. But, after I stopped to really think about it, Hanabi allowed a few tears of her own to fall down her face and continued, I'm happy Nei-san did what she did, as it pushed me to get to know Naruto-kun personally, and over the course of time I became close with Naruto-kun. I didn't say it then, but I'll say it now. I love Naruto-kun. He's my best and closest friend. The Huga of both the main house and cadet branch house were truly stupefied at how great an influence Naruto had not only on Hinata but also on Hanabi. It went without say that both girls were truly loyal and emotionally attached to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, far more than any from both houses expected, and the fact that Hiashi supported his daughters only hammered the nail deeper. Hanabi turned to Hinata, who gave her a supportive and appreciative smile and nod. Niji didn't really know what to think, let alone what to say. Niji didn't want to admit to himself that Naruto's life was far harder and harsher than his own. Even less, he didn't want to believe that Naruto was in fact the son of the famed Yondaime who used his own son to seal Kyuubi into. He tried to rationalize everything he heard during this meeting about Naruto with fate, and that both Naruto and Hinata were still predestined failures. But nothing he came up with made sense. It started to frustrate him, as denial was ever present within him. I've never in all my life seen such heartwarming displays of radiant youth from a Huga. A teary-eyedly said as moderately as possible, knowing that shouting, as much as he wanted to, would get him kicked out of the meeting. I only started getting to know Naruto-kun a few months ago, but Hinata-san and Hanabi-san's zealous words of youthful support far exceed my own. I will work harder to become an even better friend and ally to Naruto-kun than before. To be honest, I personally never met Naruto. I only heard things about him from Guy, Lee, and Niji. From what Niji told me about him, Naruto is his class's dead last and failed almost everything in his class. And now all that I'm hearing about Naruto and the conspiracies and cover-ups surrounding his life, it's all too much to take in all at once, a bewildered Tenten said. Hearing that many of the things we learned while at the Ninja Academy were lies makes me question how much we can trust our leaders. Yes, Konoha has been disgracefully unyouthful towards Naruto-san and his Uzumaki brethren. I never held any ill will towards Naruto-san, and learning that Lee had begun fellowshipping with him made me very happy. Perhaps you should take a lesson from Lee and become friends with Naruto-san too, Guy replied. Tenten had studied about the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure and their exploits in their way of the sword. After hearing from Hayashi's own mouth that Naruto's caliber with the sword was on par with the 7 swordsmen to the point that one of them wanted him as his successor, Tenten began to question everything Niji told her about Naruto and what she was led to believe about him. There is no way that a talentless dead last would have been wanted as a successor of one of the 7 swordsmen. Just how strong is Naruto, and how was it that with that kind of skill, he still became the dead last of his class? It doesn't add up, Tenten wondered as she tried to figure out things out. All the while, Sasuke was leaving the hospital after getting medical treatment and bandages from the unpleasant experiences he endured throughout the day. Upon his departure, he found Kakashi and Sakura making their way over to him. Sasuke-kun? What happened to you? Were you injured while training? Sakura inquired. I'd rather not talk about it, and forget about what led to this, Sasuke replied. Sakura decided not to press the matter after seeing the sour look on Sasuke's face. Anyway, why are you guys here? Sasuke asked. I came to discuss a matter regarding Naruto and that red chakra, Sakura saw. The ban on discussing the topic regarding that has been lifted by the Hokage at Naruto's request, Kakashi explained. Sasuke nodded, wanting as much information on Naruto as possible. He hoped that through this he could find out what aided in Naruto becoming stronger and faster than he ever let on, and use it to help him become much stronger. Let's head to the training ground. There we can talk more openly, Kakashi suggested before his 2 genin followed him from the hospital entrance. At Training Ground 3, Kakashi, Sasuke and Sakura made their way over to the training ground. The 2 genin wanted to hear the news Kakashi had to tell them about Naruto. Sakura was curious about what she was going to learn about Naruto that would explain what happened in Nami no Kuni. After seeing Naruto release that strange red chakra and wipe out Gado's army of thugs, she was interested in knowing what the truth about Naruto was. Sasuke, on the other hand, was more interested in finally hearing the information on Naruto. Ever since the academy days, he had felt that Naruto was hiding many secrets about himself that he allowed no one but Hinata to know about. After seeing how Naruto kept tricking everyone, including him, he suspected that he was receiving special training from someone who's probably more powerful than even Kakashi. He wanted to know who it was so he could find the person and get them to train him so he could finally grow even stronger and be one step closer to killing Itachi. Eventually they stopped near the training posts where they took their bell test. Okay, now as I said, I've called you here so we can talk privately about what I'm going to reveal to you about Naruto. Before I do you have any questions to ask? If I see the questions as ones I can answer now, then I will, Kakashi said to his 2 students. Sasuke was instantly the first to speak. I have a few. Who is Naruto, really? Kakashi wasn't surprised at that question, in fact he expected it. Well, let me begin by telling Naruto's full family legacy. As you know, Naruto is an Uzumaki from the nearly extinct Uzumaki clan that helped the Senju found Konoha along with the Uchiha. Naruto is a descendant of one of those Uzumaki, and his mother was Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina? Sakura repeated the name. So this Kushina was Naruto's mother, and was from the Uzumaki clan? Sasuke asked with a raised eyebrow. She was, Kakashi replied. What was she like? Sakura asked with Sasuke wanting to know too. Kakashi closed his eye as he remembered his sensei's love and wife. She was very beautiful, and was a powerful kunoichi. She was a true mistress in Fuinjutsu, and was said to have been a possible candidate for becoming Hokage before the Yondaime took that position. But even when he was made Hokage, she was still a highly respected kunoichi and still a great candidate for becoming Hokage in the event anything ever happened to the Yondaime. Kakashi replied, earning stunned looks from the two students. During their trek back to Konoha from Nami no Kuni, Naruto privately told Kakashi what he knew about his mother Kushina. Kakashi, too, was baffled about how Naruto came to learn about this, and when the Jounin asked him how he learned all this, Naruto told him that he and his clones spent a lot time digging up lost information and investigating his lineage since no one would do it for him. You mean Naruto's mother was so strong that she could have been the Hokage? Sakura asked in surprise, as the only kunoichi of Konoha she ever read about that could have been Hokage was Tsunade of the legendary Sannin. Kakashi nodded that she was. In fact, she's reason why Yondaime became such a powerful seal master. Sakura's mouth seemingly dropped to the dirt upon hearing that revelation. The Dobe's mother taught Yondaime seals. You expect us to believe that? Did the Dobe put you up to this, Kakashi? Sasuke asked as if what he heard were outright lies. Kakashi gave both Sasuke and Sakura a hardened look and stated, I have no reasons to lie when it pertains to my sensei. What I'm explaining to the both of you is true, and it makes sense considering that Kushina came from a feared nation and clan renowned for producing powerful seal masters. Her reputation and skills became well known across the nations. She was an inspiration to other kunoichi who dreamed of becoming great like her. Sasuke wasn't pleased to hear this news. Hearing that Naruto's mother was an incredibly powerful ninja who was so strong that she could have become Hokage made him feel unnerved. The fact that she also trained the Yondaime in seals only deepened the blow to his pride. His mother, Uchiha Mikoto, was only a well-known jounin who wasn't a legend, and yet Kakashi was saying that the dead last mother was a well-known feared ninja who was incredibly strong, and was nominated for becoming Hokage. What about Naruto's father? Who was he and what was he like? Sakura asked, as she wanted to know more. Kakashi seemed to gain a slightly pained expression and said, Everyone already knows Naruto's father, except you two and many others just don't know it. That statement earned the jounin curious expressions showing that they wanted an explanation. His father was Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage, Kakashi revealed. As soon as he said that, Sasuke and Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief. Naruto is Yondaime's son? Sakura screamed in shock at what she just heard. That's what I just said. Naruto is the son of our late Yondaime Hokage and of the woman who trained the Yondaime in seals, Kakashi repeated. That can't be true. There's no way that the Yondaime could be that loser's father. Sasuke denied. Kakashi took out a picture of Minato and Kushina together, and another picture of Naruto. He handed the two genin the pictures and told them, Okay geniuses, examine these photos and point out the clear-cut resemblances Naruto and his late parents don't share. Sasuke and Sakura took the photos and examined them carefully. There was no denying the clear resemblance and mixed features Naruto had from both Minato and Kushina. As much as they wanted to deny it, there was no basis to do so. If that's not enough, Kakashi said as he pulled out a paper from his pocket, this is a copy of the official marriage certificate of Naruto's parents. You'll clearly see the authentic signatures of both Minato-sensei and Kushina with the official Konoha seal and stamp on the certificate. But how? I mean, for this to be even possible. Sakura stuttered as she and Sasuke examined the copy, though the original was still in the Hokage office. I'll explain, Kakashi replied before going into deep details surrounding the earlier and later lives of Uzumaki Mito, Kushina, and Minato, based on what he learned from Naruto while in Nami no Kuni. Kakashi also explained his own personal ties and connections with Minato. The jounin explained the circumstances Naruto was born under, and how Kyuubi was used to attack Konoha by an unknown assailant who appeared where Kushina was giving birth at. He then explained how Minato and Kushina both sacrificed themselves protecting Naruto from being killed by Kyuubi before sealing it into Naruto. The jounin then explained what happened after the sealing and what life for Naruto was like, reminding them what Naruto told Inari what growing up had to be like for him. He also explained why the law was put in place by Sandaime after many called for Naruto's death hours after sealing ritual was done. By the time Kakashi was done, Sakura was in tears while Sasuke was in total shock and denial. Why couldn't Yondaime use someone else to become the Jinchuriki? Why his own son? Why not an Uchiha? Sasuke asked. Kakashi eyed Sasuke carefully and said because Sasuke, Had it been you or anyone else for that matter, you or that person would have died in less than 2 days if not in a shorter time span after sealing. Sasuke retorted, the Uchiha wouldn't have allowed me to be killed if Yondaime had selected me to be the Jinchuriki in Naruto's place. I have no doubt that they would have fought to protect me if I were chosen by Yondaime to become the next Jinchuriki, which was why you weren't selected to become the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi. That Biju's chakra is far too potent and lethal for anyone outside the Uzumaki family bloodline to handle. Why do you think that the previous Jinchuriki were Minato and Kushina? Only an Uzumaki can hold the Kyuubi without dying from extreme chakra poisoning. The Uchiha don't have the special and massive chakra and longevity like the Uzumaki, which is why neither they nor anyone else besides the Uzumaki could contain Kyuubi. You don't have what it takes to become a Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, Sasuke. You're not an Uzumaki, you're not Naruto, Kakashi enlightened. Sasuke scowled heatedly after Kakashi verbally slapped him with that remark, despite it being the truth. Kakashi saw what Sasuke was saying indirectly. Naruto shouldn't have been made the Jinchuriki and holder of that great power. It should have been me of the Uchiha bloodline. Further, as a Hokage, Minato-sensei couldn't ask another villager to do something he wasn't willing to do with his own son, as it would have violated his strong sense of justice, Kakashi added. But, Sniffle, what would happen if anything happened to Naruto? Sakura asked. Kyuubi would in time reincarnate, and possibly wreak havoc again. It would take another Uzumaki to contain it. I can't say if Anuka would be up for the job, considering the life her distant cousin was forced to live while in Konoha. I know that this is a whole lot to take in 2 days before the Chunin exams, but it was Naruto who wanted this to be made known to you and everyone else. After the conclusion of the Chunin exams, the people of Konoha will be re-educated about the village's true history and ties with Yuzuno Kuni and the Uzumaki clan. I advise you both give deep and serious thought to everything I told you today, Kakashi said. I wonder, Sasuke replied. You wonder what, Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked. Naruto's unexplainable changes over the years. His increase in power, aptitude and speed, his sudden abilities to execute strong jutsu not taught in the academy, his ability to use his wind elemental affinity, and now his prowess with the sword. I'm starting to think that Kyuubi played a huge role in all this, Sasuke theorized. Cynically, Kakashi corrected Sasuke and clarified, as logical as that might sound, it's not true at all. Kyuubi was not known for helping his hosts. Plus, you're forgetting one important fact I mentioned earlier. Kyuubi tried to kill Naruto to prevent himself from being sealed again after Naruto was born. So why would Kyuubi train someone he was trying to kill? If you were in Naruto's shoes, he'd have tried to kill you too if it meant his freedom, and not being sealed away. Furthermore, there is no record before the incident in Nami no Kuni of Naruto ever using Kyuubi's chakra. Everything Naruto did up to that point was through his own power and skills, and even then, Naruto used his own strength and skills with very little influence from Kyuubi. Though Kyuubi's chakra was present, all it did was alter Naruto's physical appearance a bit. Sasuke was not happy after being verbally slapped again. The clarification Kakashi clearly brought out made it clear that Naruto was naturally strong and gifted the entire time. He was certain that Kyuubi was responsible for Naruto's seemingly unexplainable changes, but Kakashi's explanation completely obliterated that theory. But what about those seals we saw on Naruto's body, Kakashi-sensei? Were they seals for holding the Kyuubi? Sakura asked. I told you both already several days ago that I don't know what those intricate seals are or what they do, but I do know that those seals aren't being used to hold Kyuubi. However, recalling some of seals I managed to see, it would take a veteran seal master to make and write them. Yesterday, after my briefing with Sandaime-sama, I tried looking up some information on a few of the seals I was able to remember, but there is no known record of them in any of Konoha's archives, Kakashi expounded. Then how do you suppose he acquired those unknown seals? Sasuke asked. Only Naruto can tell you how, and as we already know, he won't tell us. And I highly doubt that those seals were simply given to him as a gift in exchange for his silence. This just comes to show that even after everything I explained up to this point, there's still so much more about Naruto that we don't know, Kakashi said with a humble-looking face. Sasuke wanted to say something, but he couldn't think of anything further to say. I think I said enough for today. I'll dismiss and leave the two of you with your thoughts. Do give careful consideration to everything I said today. Bye, Kakashi said before he body flickered from the scene, leaving his two genin behind at the training ground. Both Sasuke and Sakura stood there, as though they were frozen in place, trying to process everything they heard. A moment later, Sakura wiped her tears away and broke the silence. I'm going to go home now and confront my parents about this. Sakura turned and started walking from the training ground, leaving Sasuke alone with his thoughts. Sasuke stood there trying to understand everything he and Sakura found out, and Kakashi's last statement about Naruto only served to unnerve him further. The Uchiha finally decided to return home, needing more time to think. But in the process, he wondered how Hinata would react upon learning the truth about Naruto and his clan. 30 minutes later, Naruto and Anuka were now leaving the Inuzuka estate. Anuka was given a set of brand new clothes and utilities made chiefly for women. These were given to her by Hana to help Anuka get started in having her own personal wardrobe since Naruto, of course, had no clothes for her. She sealed all of her new belongings into a scroll and placed the scroll inside her blouse. While walking together, Naruto started thinking about how the foreign shinobi coming into Konoha for the Chunin exams would react to the news of his and Anuka's heritage and his status as a Jinchuriki. And speaking of Jinchuriki, Naruto started to wonder deeply about a particular foreigner, that Tsunagenin who goes by the name Gaara. The vibe I felt off him was definitely that of a Bijou, namely Shikaku. But something about Gaara was off, and his older siblings are especially terrified of him. I wonder what kind of upbringing he had and if it was as tragic as my own. Still, having another Jinchuriki here in Konoha is enough to put any attentive ninja on alert. But it's best that I don't jump to any conclusions without first knowing the facts about him and his siblings, Naruto contemplated. Naruto-kun? Naruto-kun, can't you hear me? Anuka asked. Naruto snapped out of his train of thoughts and looked over at Anuka. Sorry. I was deep in thought about something, Naruto apologized. What was on your mind? Anuka inquired. The possibility of meeting one of my brethren Jinchuriki, Naruto answered. What do you mean? Anuka asked. What I mean is that there's another Jinchuriki here in Konoha besides myself, Naruto replied. What? Another Jinchuriki? Anuka asked. Naruto nodded and continued. Yes, that Tsunagenin named Gaara. He possesses the Ichibi, Shikaku. How do you know this? He certainly didn't tell you this personally, Anuka pointed out. He didn't have to. I was able to sense it for some reason after feeling that disturbing aura from him. I've stationed several of my Kage Bunshin to keep track of his movements and activities. For now, I won't alert anyone else about what I know until I've gathered more information on him, and by extension, his siblings and Jounin Sensei, Naruto explained. But Tsunagakure is said to be an ally nation of Konoha, right? You're still going to have your spy network keep an eye on them, aren't you? Anuka figured, stating the obvious. The fact is that Tsuna wasn't always on good terms with Konoha before, and I'm not sure if any bad blood, regardless of how slight, still exists between us, Naruto enlightened. Anuka simply nodded and decided to follow along with Naruto. You don't intend to spy on everyone in Konoha, do you? Anuka asked. Now that would be a waste of precious time and resources that could be put to better use in women's bathhouses. Naruto remarked with a lecherous laugh. Anuka frowned and admitted, to be honest, perverted antics like these that you do just for people to see are the things that make me want to punch you so bad sometimes. No, it doesn't. It makes you want to bind me with chains and give me a menacing glare that promises pain before you're through with me. Oh, wait a minute, you did that yesterday, minus the pain part, Naruto remarked. I don't know what I'm going to do with you, Anuka sighed. That's only for Hinata-chan to decide. And speaking of the future matriarch of our clan, I have to go see her now. You do remember your way home from here, right? Naruto asked. Funny. I'm capable of finding my way home, Naruto-kun, Anuka replied. Good. Ciao. Naruto said before he performed a smokeless shunshin and teleported from the scene. Well, there's nothing else for me to do for now. Maybe I'll try out that Ichiraku place Naruto-kun loves eating at, Anuka figured as she started making her way over to that establishment. An hour later. At the Uchiha district, Sasuke was currently in the Uchiha library, searching for anything he could find on the Kyuubi, whether it was history, documented reports, or anything that involved the Bija. He spent much time looking from book to book hoping to come across something, but all he hit was one dead end after another. This continued for the next hour until he grew angry and frustrated after finding nothing he was looking for. With that, Sasuke decided to head towards the forbidden section of the Uchiha library. It was forbidden to all children from reading in that section due to certain history books that were kept there for unknown reasons. Sasuke was told by his father to stay out until he was at least 17, since he said there were some things about their clan that were better off forgotten. Sasuke felt a little hesitant in disobeying one of the last things his father told him not to do before his death, but his curiosity and desire to finally find some answers for his search made him go inside and start looking. There he looked around, seeing very old-looking scrolls and books that had their very color worn out. He looked around and searched for over 15 minutes until he came across a particular book that looked like an old journal. Grabbing and taking the book up off the shelf, Sasuke opened and started reading into the book. Soon he found out some information pertaining to a man named Uchiha Madara. Curious about who Madara was, he continued reading up on him and learned that he was first leader of the Uchiha clan. As he continued reading, Sasuke was soon in awe at how powerful Madara was, as the journal explained that he and his younger brother both activated the Manjikyu Sharingan. The young Uchiha was amazed that Madara and Senju Hashirama were fierce rivals and fought against each other many times, but their battles would continuously end in a stalemate either when they both couldn't continue fighting or when they saw enough deaths of their clansmen being killed in front of them which made them cease their fighting. My ancestor was so strong that he rivaled the Shodai, Sasuke said to himself with a hint of pride at seeing how great Madara was to have been as powerful as a Kage. As he continued reading, he read how a truce was reached between the Senju and Uchiha clan as both groups got tired of fighting each other. Later the Senju, Uchiha and Uzumaki clan formed Konoha and established the first shinobi village. Sasuke's expression of Madara soon changed into one of confusion when the journal explained how the Uchiha clan grew to despise him and saw him as a greedy opportunist who sought to reignite the old flames of war after Hashirama was chosen to become the Shodaime Hokage instead of him. The journal explained how Madara left the clan and Konoha altogether, and later returned with the Kyuubi to challenge Hashirama. Using the power of his Sharingan to control the Kyuubi, Madara manipulated the creature to attack Shodai in the location that became known as the Valley of the End in the attempt to kill him. Sasuke was surprised at this revelation, as he never knew that the Sharingan could control the most powerful Bijou. So my clan's very own bloodline limit has the hidden ability to command the Great Kyuubi. I just have to find out how it's done, Sasuke said excitedly, but as he continued reading, he learned that Madara ended up losing when Shodai reclaimed control over the Kyuubi and Shodai killed Madara. While Sasuke disliked that Madara betrayed his clan, he admired and envied the power Madara had and wanted to find out how he could become as strong as him, since according to the journal Madara was the most powerful Uchiha in history to this day, and he could control the Kyuubi. Sasuke was pleased to learn that as he wondered about the limitless possibilities there were for him if he could find a way to control the Kyuubi himself. However, a reminder coursed through his thoughts. The Kyuubi was sealed inside Naruto. Sasuke growled, remembering Kakashi saying that only an Uzumaki could handle the raw power of the Kyuubi's chakra. It made him feel insulted, being told that Naruto could handle containing such incredible power while saying he, Sasuke, would die in less than 2 days from being overwhelmed by its potent chakra. Shaking that thought off, Sasuke looked through the journal for more information to see if there was anything about Uchiha Madara being able to control the Kyuubi while it was already sealed inside someone. He kept searching for a few minutes until he found nothing on that topic. He had only found out about Madara's battle against the Shodai Hokage and discovered that after their battle at the Valley of the End, Uzumaki Mito used her abilities to seal the captured Kyuubi inside her since the Shodai had found the Bijou too dangerous to allow it to remain free any further. He wasn't pleased to see this, but he figured that perhaps Madara never got a chance to try controlling a Jinchuriki since the Kyuubi was still free before his death and Mito did become the Kyuubi's first Jinchuriki just after Madara died. With that in mind, Sasuke began looking for the information on how Madara could control the Kyuubi. Maybe he used a Sharingan jutsu or some type of special genjutsu to control the Kyuubi, Sasuke thought before he found what he wanted in one of the scrolls, but what he read froze him in shock. The power to control the Kyuubi could only be achieved through the Manjikyu Sharingan, which Madara had. Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger at reading that as his mind flashed back to Itachi, who unlocked his Manjikyu Sharingan. He recalled Itachi's words to him that night after slaughtering the Uchiha clan. In order to obtain the Manjikyu Sharingan, you must kill your closest friend. Damn it! Sasuke cursed as he slammed his fists down on the desk in frustration. The price to pay for such a power was indeed severe and traumatic. And as far as Sasuke knew, he had no one he looked at as his closest friend, and not even Hinata was that close to him in spite of the romantic interest he has in her. And even if she was, he wouldn't want to kill her just to obtain that power because it would defeat his purpose in trying to persuade and have her become his girlfriend and future wife, who would become the new matriarch of the Uchiha clan and help him restore his clan back to its glory. There must be another way. I'm sure Itachi wasn't telling me the whole truth. I don't want to achieve this power by following his method. Sasuke growled as he continued looking through scrolls and books containing the history behind the Sharingan. At the Huga compound, Hinata was back in her room. Her father had concluded the meeting and permitted everyone to leave. Niji's teammates and sensei also left with much to think about. Niji locked himself in his room, not wanting to talk to anyone. He still couldn't wrap his head around everything he heard from Hayashi's own mouth. The clan elders themselves were bewildered by what they learned, and seeing that Hanabi was deeply attached to Naruto along with Hinata bothered them. They couldn't understand why or how they missed that development. They always looked at Hinata as a failure and sought to have her replaced as an heiress with Hanabi, who appeared to be the type of heiress they were looking for. But now it was revealed that both Hinata and Hanabi had like minds, and that Hanabi somewhere down the line started following her older sister's footsteps and becoming like her. Clearly, they didn't know Hanabi as well as they thought. Speaking of Hanabi, she made her way over to Hinata's room and stood outside the room at the door. There was something she wanted to talk to Hinata about concerning a matter that bothered her. Without bothering to knock on the door, Hanabi walked in and, "Nei-san, Hanabi stopped when she saw Hinata making out with Naruto passionately with their arms wrapped around each other. He had his jacket and sandals removed, leaving him in his pants and black t-shirt as he held Hinata very close to his body. Just as he moved his head to nuzzle her neck with his lips, both Naruto and Hinata stopped when they saw a surprised and speechless blushing Hanabi staring back at them. "Okay. This was unexpected," Naruto remarked, now holding a blushing Hinata in his arms. "Hanabi, what were you?" Hinata tried to ask. Sorry for interrupting." An embarrassed Hanabi exclaimed before closing the door quickly with that image, and what she saw was now burned into her memories. "Yep, she just might be scarred for life," Naruto joked. "What was she doing barging into my room without knocking?" Hinata asked as Naruto released his hold on her, much to her disappointment. "Wanting to talk to you, I'm sure. She just wasn't expecting to find us in the position we were in as I gave you my thank you for that new gift you got from me from the blacksmith's store," Naruto figured. "I'll talk to her after you leave." "But you never told me what happened at Kiba's," Hinata said. "It's a long story, and I you have one of your own about that meeting your father conducted after you spent the earlier part of your day with Temari," Naruto pointed out, "the daughter of the Kazekage. In case you're not aware of it, Temari clearly has a huge crush on you despite knowing I'm your girlfriend," Hinata told him. "If it's a crush, then I'm sure she'll eventually move on, my moon's eye spring rabbit," Naruto assured. "Some of the things she said, though they were subtle, gave me the impression that she sees me as either an obstacle or a rival. While it's not exactly like how Sasuke is trying to steal me from you, Temari showed that her interest in you is there. And she openly stated that she has no interest in your teammates, and not once did she mention that she met them at the same time she met you. If I was Temari, I wouldn't have interest in them either," Naruto remarked. "But seriously, you have nothing to worry about considering that Temari will have to return back to Sunigakure along with the other Suna ninja once the Chunin exams are over. So there's no way she could have time to actually try to pose as a potential rival against you. Besides, I already sent Sasuke to the hospital for what he did yesterday. He doesn't give up and has that determined spirit, something you both seem to have in common," Hinata giggled. "I don't know whether I should be insulted or saddened after hearing that remark from you," Naruto said with a deadpan expression. "Well, it's because of your flirting and complimenting that Temari that she now has a romantic interest in you," Hinata said with some annoyance and a hint of jealousy in her tone. Having the daughter of a foreign Kage getting charmed by me is actually kind of flattering. It means I still know how to talk to beautiful girls like you, my moon's eye spring rabbit. Besides, I can't help it. After all, I'm making my own book and I need as many promising female characters as I can get, and Temari was definitely worthy of being documented for a future character. There's still an opening for you if you'd like as the lead female protagonist," Naruto offered, which earned him a cute glare from Hinata. "Naruto-kun, I have no interest in being in those books," Hinata said a little darkly. Seeing this, Naruto raised his hands in mock surrender. "Okay, sorry, I just thought that as my favorite girl of all time you would love to let me spread my admiration of you across the world, but I suppose when we get married one day we could do that anyway," Naruto said gently as Hinata blushed at the mention of marriage. "Being with you is all I ever want," Hinata said happily as Naruto wrapped his arms around her waist. "Me too. I don't know when we'll be together through marriage, but when the day comes, I will have you by my side forever," Naruto said softly as he ran his hand over Hinata's face. "Speaking of not knowing something, what I would like to know is what did you promise Hanabi that you didn't even offer to me?" Hinata asked. Naruto looked at Hinata and said, "Say what?" "She told me point blank that you promised her a special training that she said that you didn't even offer to me as your girlfriend. So I would like to know what kind of new training she's talking about," Hinata explained. Naruto saw the look on Hinata's face, and when he realized what it was, he started crackling until he burst out laughing as he released his arms from around her waist. "This isn't funny, Naruto-kun. What did you promise her that you didn't offer to me first?" Hinata asked again. "I can't believe my little nighttime firecracker was able to get you to react like this after pulling your leg, so to speak." Naruto laughed. "But tell me, my moon's eye spring rabbit, how much did you tell Hanabi-chan about your new skills through my training?" Hinata was about to reply when she saw that she couldn't give Naruto a straight answer. "Exactly. Hanabi-chan wants to keep you in suspense and in the dark just as much as you keep her in suspense and in the dark about things. And I'm the only one that knows both stories of training and yet won't share either one with the other," Naruto elaborated. "That's not fair." Hinata pouted. "No, but I did tell both you and Hanabi-chan that we don't always reveal everything about ourselves to everyone. It kills the element of surprise if everything about us was known to everyone," Naruto elaborated. Hinata snorted. "I can play that game with you too, Naruto-kun. Just you watch. Watch? I don't intend to simply watch when I'm the key player in this training game you and my little nighttime firecracker seek to play, Naruto joked with a large smile pasted on his face. The next thing Naruto knew that a pillow being smacked across his face, knocking him to the floor. I'll show you some games to plays, Hinata remarked as she stood over him and continued assaulting the laughing Naruto with her pillow as he tried blocking her attacks. After a couple of seconds, Naruto crossed and locked his legs over hers and dropped her to the floor face down. Grabbing the pillow from her, he summoned 3 Kage Bunshin, each holding a pillow while standing over her with Naruto himself holding Hinata down by her legs. The clones started whacking Hinata with their pillows. You're using Kage Bunshin. That's cheating. Hinata laughed as she tried to shield herself from the pillow assault. I'm just too much for you to take on alone, that's all. Naruto laughed. Meanwhile, outside the room, Hanabi held her hand over her mouth, trying to keep from laughing as she listened in on the conversation and watched their interactions from behind the door she partly opened when they didn't notice. Little did Hanabi know was that one of Naruto's Kage Bunshin was watching her from the shadows while using his transparency jutsu. She still has a long way to go, but she'll definitely make a terrific spy mistress, the Kage Bunshin thought with a toothy grin while keeping an eye on Hanabi. Chapter 19. Matters unresolved. At the Uchiha district. It was late and Sasuke was still in the Uchiha library looking up information about the Mangekyo Sharingan. He spent several hours looking for methods to attain it without following the method Itachi told him of. He even tried to look for how Madara obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan, as well as how he controlled Kyuubi. So far, his search had ended in failure, as Madara's methods were never documented. The only thing I learned today is that the Dobe has Kyuubi sealed in him, Sasuke said in frustration. He was currently sitting in front of a desk covered in open scrolls and books. There has to be a way, I'm sure. Madara managed to acquire it, but nowhere was it said how he did it, Sasuke thought out loud. He looked at the time and saw that it was late. I'll have to continue my search later. I'll figure out how to gain the Mangekyo Sharingan and show the Dobe the true meaning of power. Then taking Hinata from him will be simple, Sasuke said to himself as he left the library, ending his research for now. The next morning. It was 5 in the morning, and Naruto was alone at one of the training grounds. He took off his jacket and shirt, leaving him only in his orange pants and blue sandals. In his hand was the scroll containing the sealed gift Hinata had given him. He opened it and poured chakra into the seal. Kai, Naruto said as he released the seal, unleashing the gift his girlfriend had gotten for him. In his hand was a custom-made traditional katana. The sheath itself was a beautifully polished shining black, with a golden Uzumaki clan insignia inscribed into it. The hilt of the katana was custom-made, possessing a black handle with gold and silver carvings around the top and bottom edges. Unsheathing it, Naruto held the refined razor-sharp weapon in his hand as he admired it. The blade itself was made with an exceptionally rare metal known as chakra metal. This high-class alloy was very expensive, and very few were known to be able to afford it. In Hinata's case, she had the katana made while Naruto was away in Nami no Kuni. She learned about chakra metal a few months before their genin exams after overhearing a conversation Tenten was having with Guy. She remembered the sullen look on Tenten's face when she learned how much chakra metal costs. After they left the shop, Hinata went in and asked the weaponsmith about it. The weaponsmith explained that chakra metal was a specially created high-density alloy made with titanium, other chemical elements, and chakra. Such alloys had very high strength and toughness. They were lightweight, had extraordinary corrosion resistance, and the ability to withstand extreme temperatures. However, the high cost of both raw materials and processing made it hard to come by. When Hinata thought about all that Naruto had done for her, she wanted to give him a unique gift in return. She had saved up an impressive amount of money with the allowance her father gave her, but it still wasn't enough to purchase the alloy. After becoming a genin, the payments from all of her D-rank missions were added to her savings, along with the money her father was still giving her, and thankfully, after becoming a genin, her allowance increased. A week before Naruto's return, she finally had the amount needed to purchase the alloy. After buying it, and describing how she wanted the katana made, the weaponsmith told her that the katana would be ready in 8 days if he started right away. She was thankful that it would be ready soon, and made sure that no one but herself and the weaponsmith knew of her objective. Inscribed on both sides the shining silver steel blade were kanji for unbreakable will with the official familial insignia of the Uzumaki clan inscribed next to it by the hilt of the katana. Naruto swung the katana around a couple of times to get a feel for it. A cool breeze blew by, allowing some leaves to fly by Naruto. As they did, he took a swift swing at one of the leaves, slicing it in two. Turning to one of the training posts, he focused his wind element into blade and then took a fast swipe at it as the blade seemingly went straight through it without touching it at all. That was until Naruto pushed the upper portion of the post that was cut. The said portion of the post fell off with a thud, summoning two Kagebunshin, each possessing the same katana as the original. He had them attack him in a fierce sword dance. 3 hours later. Back at Naruto's apartment, Anuka was up and active after cleaning and preparing herself for the day. A moment later there was a knock on the door. She went over to it and opened the door to find Shino standing outside. "Greetings, Anuka-san," Shino said. "Good morning to you, Shino. How may I help you?" Anuka greeted. Shino handed her a small envelope which she took and opened. She read the letter and looked back at Shino, who looked to be struggling to keep the excitement of his bugs under control. "Your clan wishes for Naruto-kun and I to come by?" Anuka asked. "Yes. They would like to meet you after hearing about your ties with Naruto and the special chakra you possess. My clan and I were also well informed about the Uzumaki clan and the Shodai's and Yandame's marital ties with them. Many in my clan, along with myself, expressed our disappointments and complete disapproval in the poor judgment and illogical mannerism in how the village council and hierarchy sabotaged our village's recorded history and educational upbringing in connection with your homeland, its people, and Naruto's family," Shino expressed. "I see. I'll inform Naruto-kun of your clan's invitation," Anuka assured. Shino nodded and headed back home. Anuka closed and locked the door right as Naruto came out of the shower with his towel around his waist. "We have another clan invite, this time from Shino's clan," Anuka informed Naruto as she looked at him to see that the wounds and slashes he endured during his training with his clones were healing up nicely thanks to Kyuubi's chakra. Despite his age, Anuka acknowledged and mentally credited Naruto for taking care of his figure. "So Shino's clan wants a turn at us, huh? I suppose we can entertain them." Evidently, Hinata-chan's team was quick to respond to learning the truth about our clan, and each of their clans took turns in meeting us, Naruto realized. Anuka thought about what Naruto was saying and found the event rather interesting. "You have a good point, now that I think about it," Anuka replied. "Don't I always?" Naruto grinned as he made his way into his bedroom. "Aren't you modest?" Anuka remarked as Naruto shrugged and closed the door behind him. Meanwhile, Hiruzen was in his office, smoking his pipe and drinking tea. He thought back to yesterday evening when he explained everything that happened and was discussed during the meeting to his clansmen. As expected, the younger members of the clan didn't take too well to learning the truth and how it was kept from them for all those years. Even more upsetting was Konohamaru's outburst and anger upon learning the kind of life Naruto was forced to live. Despite his grandson's reaction, Hiruzen was patient and allowed the boy to express his indignation on Naruto's behalf. Hiruzen knew that he also lost some of Konohamaru's respect as a result of what he'd done in the past. But all things considered, he knew that it was to be expected. Now he had to address the entire village about the truth regarding Naruto, and he knew that his proclamation was going to reach other villages and nations fast considering how many foreign shinobi from other hidden villages were already here in Konoha. He could only imagine what might result from what Naruto requested, with the Suna ninja. In the hotel room, Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara were assembled together after Baki called them out. The Suna Jounin stood in front of them with a calm but serious demeanor. "Temari, it was brought to my attention yesterday that you were in the company of the Huga heiress, correct?" Baki asked. "Yes, I was," Temari answered. "What was your motive behind spending time with this Konoha genin?" Baki inquired. "I was hoping to find out more information about her and another ninja through her," Temari replied. "Would this other ninja happen to be Uzumaki Naruto?" Baki asked. "Yes, Baki-sensei," Temari said. "What was it about this Naruto that moved you to investigate and learn more about him?" Baki asked. Temari was surprised that Baki directed his attention solely on Naruto. She felt that she was placed under the limelight, as all eyes were now on her, waiting for her explanation. "This is so embarrassing," Temari mentally wailed despite her calm and collected exterior, knowing she couldn't stay silent forever. Thus she explained, "He approached and spoke with me in a manner that completely caught me off guard. I was entirely unprepared for how he managed to verbally break through my defenses and entice me into dropping my guard towards him. Was there anything in particular about Naruto that you managed to find out through the Huga heiress?" Baki asked. Temari wasn't expecting that. If anything, she was expecting Baki to verbally reprimand her for losing sight of why they were in Konoha in the first place. Only that the Huga heiress is his girlfriend, and that he's lived a difficult life. Hinata was vague and cautious about how she answered my questions, Temari explained. "I see. Did she happen to inform you that Naruto carries a bija like Gaara?" Baki asked. Gaara's head shot up upon hearing that, as did Temari and Kankuro. "Say what? That goofy-looking shrimp is a Jinchuriki?" Kankuro asked in disbelief. Baki nodded. "How can that be? He acts nothing like Gaara," Kankuro remarked. Gaara chose to ignore Kankuro and listen to Baki silently. But a thought came to Gaara's mind. "Which bija does Naruto carries?" Gaara asked. "The Kyuubi," Baki replied. That bombshell shocked Temari and Kankuro immensely, while Gaara now had an intrigued look on his face. A brother with the same burden here in Konoha, and he carries the strongest of the bijou, Gaara thought out loud. How did you find this out, Baki-sensei? Temari asked. That's not all I found out about this genin, as I was just at the right place at the right time. I was listening on a conversation between two jounin as they were talking about the Uzumaki in a private booth in a bar yesterday evening. I learned that there's more to this genin than he lets on, Baki said as he went into further detail about Naruto based on the information he heard. The three genin listened carefully as they took in everything they heard. By the time Baki was done, Temari and Kankuro were shocked as they thought over everything Baki had said. Gaara, though, had other thoughts circulating through his mind about Naruto. Will this affect the plan, Baki-sensei? I mean, that Gaki possesses a bijou far stronger than Gaara's, and he's the son of the famed Yellow Flash, not to mention he's from the once feared Uzumaki clan. Kankuro spoke after a period of silence. And you thought that he was just a flirty little shrimp, Temari replied. Ignoring her, Kankuro asked, was there anything else you found out about the Uzumaki, like his strengths, skills, and things like that? No. What I told you is all I was able to learn, Baki said before turning his attention back to Temari. Temari, seeing as you've already started looking into this genin, I want you to find out more about him. I want you to observe him closely to see how strong he is in order to see how much of a threat he might be to the plan. Use any effective means to do so as long as it doesn't blow your cover. I understand, Temari said with a nod, knowing already that she was going to enjoy her assignment, except she was going to do it her way. She knew she had to find something about Naruto that would potentially get him to open up to her and reveal secrets about his abilities, and by extension himself. Learning that Naruto was the son of Konoha's late yondaime only served to make things interesting for Temari, considering that she, too, is the daughter of a Kage. Temari just had to make sure Hinata wasn't there to get in her way. Kankuro, on the other hand, thought about the possibility of getting a shot at challenging and beating Naruto so that their village could gain some fame for defeating the son of Konoha's Yellow Flash. The Uzumaki is one of my brethren Jinchuriki, and I find him worthy of feeding to my mother. He'll be my greatest conquest of all, Gaara said in a low, dark tone, which sent cold chills down his siblings' spines. You'll take no such actions against Naruto, Gaara. Like I said, we need more information about him in case we need to make adjustments to the plan. Understand? Baki instructed. Gaara gave no reply as he turned his head away. An hour and 10 minutes later, Naruto and Anuka were making their way to the Aburame clan estate, located on the southeastern part of Konoha. Frankly, Naruto didn't completely know what he was to expect from that clan, but he had some plausible ideas. Since Shino's clan was known for their usage and attachments to insects, he was sure that the Aburame compound would be filled with a variety of them. And Anuka's potent special chakra would only cause the same reaction as it did with the Inuzuka clan. I had no idea that Shino's clan compound was this far from the center of the village, Anuka commented. Considering his clan's adoration of insects, it's not surprising, Naruto remarked. So, what was the gift your beloved girlfriend gave you? Anuka asked. A brand new custom-made katana, specially made for me, Naruto replied with a smile before snorting, but she told me that she didn't want to be the lead female protagonist in my new series. Considering the smut you read, I'm surprised you're annoyed by her reply. I was intending to make myself the lead male protagonist in the story. I originally started writing everything out in the first person as though it was my personal journal. I was writing my most intimate experiences, thoughts, and feelings. In truth, I was going to use altered versions of my name and Hinata's in the story, but when she declined my offer, assuming that it was going to be just another smut story like Ika Paradise, it put me in a position where now I have to go back and almost start over. I won't deny that there will be sex scenes in my series. However, they will have more romantic and intimate feelings to them, as I would have written and expressed them in more poetic terms as I carefully and verbally painted the picture of what exactly was happening. I think that's why Hinata didn't want to be the lead female protagonist in your stories. She wasn't into the idea of others visualizing exactly how you would have made passionate love to her, regardless of you using altered versions of your names, Anuka figured. Naruto was about to give his reply, but Anuka beat him to the punch and continued. Plus, I recall what you told me about your issue with Sasuke seeking to steal Hinata from you. So tell me, can you stomach the possibility of Sasuke reading your books with you and Hinata in them? I know you don't want Sasuke to keep bothering Hinata, so do you want to risk him reading about Hinata in those books? I see your concern, Anuka-ne. However, Sasuke would be sickened by the very thought of visualizing in graphic details what my novel counterpart and Hinata-chan's novel counterpart would be doing together. Plus, Sasuke made it clear that he has no interest in reading my books anyway, and even if he did, he'd just be stuck reading about someone based off of a real person he'll never have. Either way, Sasuke is screwed. Anuka shook her head and commented, regardless, I'm sure Hinata declined the role because she doesn't want to be fantasized about by anyone but you. But it's okay for girls to gossip and talk amongst each other about how great or lousy their guy is in bed, right? Naruto shot back, such double standards. I know what these young girls, women, and kunoichi talk about amongst each other when men aren't around. After listening and taking notes on their conversations, I find myself questioning whether or not some of those females are even bigger perverts than I am. The things they say they'd love for their men or boyfriends to do to them and for them. How did we deviate into this subject again? Anuka asked, wanting to end the conversation as soon as possible. I don't know, but things were getting rather interesting and intense, Naruto joked. Yeah, well, this is too intense for me, so let's talk about something else, please, Anuka suggested. Why bother? We're at the Aburame compound now, Naruto pointed out as both he and Anuka looked around at the home Shino and his clansmen lived in. From what they saw, everyone looked pretty much normal. The only thing that seemed off is that everybody, no matter how old or how young, was wearing a pair of sunglasses. I wonder if they also shower and sleep with their sunglasses on, Naruto remarked under his breath. That's not something you have to ask Naruto, Shino replied as he and his father Shibi walked over to them. Behind them were a couple of the other members of the Aburame clan. Upon getting close to Anuka, they felt the same experience Shino felt when he approached Anuka for the first time, and what Shino was feeling now was no different as he kept his bugs under control. Your presence in our hive has indeed stirred up an unusual amount of excitement and fervor among our bugs. It's as my son described of his encounter with you, Anuka-san. I'm surprised I didn't experience this yesterday during our meeting at the Hokage Tower, Shibi said. I suppose my chakra wasn't as potent at that moment for whatever reason, Anuka admitted with a nervous laugh while scratching the back of her head. Regardless of the reason, we welcome you into our home and the Aburame hive. Hive? I'm surprised you guys don't use the terms nest or colony, Naruto admitted. We do, but for specific designations, Shibi corrected, each member of the Aburame clan is given their own bug colony sealed into their body. The nest is where these special bugs are bred. But all of us living and coexisting together on this land in our symbiotic makeup form one huge hive. Naruto nodded in understanding, as did Anuka. In the past, I'm sure I wouldn't have understood some of the things he said, Naruto admitted to himself. Shibi continued, before we proceed, as the head of the Aburame clan, I wish to offer my most sincere apologies and personally say, I'm sorry, for the turmoil and hardships you were forced to endure in our village, Uzumaki Naruto-san. The actions of the shinobi and civilian council were strongly disapproved of by my clansmen. The Shodai and Nidame's laws should have prevented this corruption of our village's education system. The actions of my clan's higher-ups towards you, along with my own, regardless of our unwillingness to be part of it from the start, were found to be illogical and disappointing by my clansmen. Thus our dedication to logic and sound reasoning had been questioned by many of our own. It will take some time for the higher-ups and myself to make amends for our poor choices in the past in regards to you, Naruto-san. On behalf of my clansmen and myself, I ask that you please accept our most sincere apologies. Though Shibi didn't get on his hands and knees before Naruto like some did, it was very clear to Naruto and Anuka that Shibi was honest in his approach, and considering the Aburame clan, Shibi's speech and humble tone revealed feelings of regret. It was clear that no excuses for their past actions were being made. They owned up to their mistakes. I accept your apology, Shibi-san, Naruto said, giving a respectful nod of acknowledgement. Shibi nodded in return and gestured for Naruto and Anuka to follow along with them. Please come in, as we give you a personal tour of the hive, Shibi invited. The two Uzumaki followed from behind with Shino and others coming along while their bugs were still begging their owners to allow them to sample Anuka's chakra. As they were walking through, butterflies, ladybugs and dragonflies started flying around Anuka. As the insects were circling around Anuka, she stopped to admire them as she stretched out her hand, allowing some of the insects to land on her fingers and shoulders as she viewed them. They're beautiful, Anuka said, complimenting the insects as she looked at all the different colors and patterns of their bodies. Looking around, she added that the Aburame clan has a lovely home that was really in tune with nature. This is just like that time with the Inuzuka clan. Anuka nay. I'm really gonna have to get you to learn how to control and shut off that effect at will, Naruto chuckled. Whatever you say, Naruto-sensei, Anuka snorted sarcastically. Your humility is such a refreshment, Anuka-ne, Naruto remarked only for Anuka to stick her tongue out at him. Those two really do behave like siblings, Shino thought as he observed how the two Uzumaki interacted with each other. Some of the other Aburame members though were thinking about how influential Anuka's special chakra was in drawing out insects of various species and size. Like the Inuzuka, they were thinking that she could be an asset to them in acquiring new species of bugs for their research and potential ninja use. She would be like a queen matriarch among insects. But unlike the Inuzuka, the Aburame clan members knew when to keep their personal thoughts to themselves. Naruto and Anuka followed Shibi to another sector of the hive. In the meantime, Anuka managed to have the dragonflies, ladybugs, and butterflies take off and go about their business. After another minute, they stood front of a one-story building. Where are we now? Naruto asked. This is where my clansmen research insects with the intent of learning how to apply their abilities better for missions, Shibi explained before opening the door and allowing the two guests into the facility. Entering the building, the first thing Naruto and Anuka saw was a long hallway with 8 doors on both sides. Quite the number of doors you have here, Naruto remarked. Each room is designated for a specific purpose, but we'll let you see at least 2 of these rooms, Shino replied as he opened the first door, revealing a research library with a couple of tables, shelves of books and several computers and printers. Your library, Naruto said. Our archive and data collection of our findings related to insects, Shino clarified. Naruto and Anuka's right eyebrows twitched while wondering just how many kinds of insect species the Aburame clan found just by looking at all of the books on the shelves. When Naruto thought about the possible number, I had no idea that there were so many different kinds of bugs, Naruto admitted. My clan has been intent in finding as many as possible in our quest to discover the purpose of each of their existences, Shino commented. Beetles and ants happen to be among the personal favorites of several of my clansmen. This is one of the rare rooms in this facility that's open to everyone in the village, as we wish to share our vast knowledge and research with others interested in studying insects. Naruto nodded as they entered the archive. Anuka noticed that the library had insects encased in small glass cases hanging on the walls and display. The insects ranged from various species of butterflies, moths, beetles, bees, hornets, grasshoppers, ants, mantises, locusts, flies, dragonflies, wasps, crickets, and others from the elemental nations. Anuka went to one of the books on butterflies and opened it. She skimmed through the book, looking at the many kinds of colors, designs, and shapes some butterflies came in. So you have a thing for butterflies, Anuka-ne? Naruto observed. I like their beautiful colors and designs. It makes me wish I could sprout wings like theirs and fly high through the skies, Anuka said as she visualized herself with huge gorgeous butterfly-like wings soaring and flying through the clouds with her long red hair dancing with the wind. TCH. And people say that my head is in the clouds, Naruto remarked cynically. Although I gotta admit Anuka-ne would look quite pretty with butterfly wings, he thought as he visualized Anuka with multicolored butterfly wings and even a pair of antennas on top of her head. The image was quite an attractive sight to him, and he put that thought away for a possible idea for his book featuring female characters' love of the sky and their desire to be free like the wind. Oh, who asked you? Anuka retorted, sticking her tongue out at Naruto again, then put the book away as they left the room. Shino closed the door, and the 2 Uzumaki clansmen followed the father and son pair to the next room 3 doors down. Shino opened the door for them to show them a sophisticated laboratory. There were computers, scanners, microscopes, vials, tables, charts, graphs, and other items and equipment organized around the large room. There were a couple of the Aburame clan members working on the bugs of current interest. As Naruto and Anuka walked in, Anuka stopped when her eyes came across the particular insects they were investigating in the laboratory, cockroaches and water bugs, and there were quite a number of them that were being kept in containers, while the dead ones were being analyzed and dissected. We're doing a special study on these particular kinds of insects. We're conducting experiments and research on their resistance to radiation and possibly poison too, Shibi explained. The effects of Anuka's special chakra took root as all of the cockroaches and water bugs being kept inside their containers started scurrying in an energetic frenzy, wanting so much to run and fly over to Anuka. As usual, even these bugs want to run over to you, Anuka-ne, Naruto remarked before he turned to look at the older Uzumaki. When he did though, he saw that Anuka lost all the color in her face as she turned completely pale. Her mind started flashing back and giving her glimpses of an event that happened long ago. As it did, her facial expression also changed to that of deep fear and dread as she started trembling and tearing up. Anuka-ne. What's wrong? Naruto asked worriedly. KK, keep away. Please. STA, stay away. Anuka cried softly as looked at the water bugs that wanted to fly and rush over to her. She started getting weak until he fell to her knees and curled up. Anuka-ne, please. Make them go away. Anuka wept quietly and fearfully. Naruto had never seen Anuka like this before and it truly worried him. Even Hinata never reacted like this about anything as far as Naruto knew. No one needed to be a scientist to see something was terribly wrong. Naruto hurriedly embraced and helped Anuka back to her feet before helping her exit the room with Shino and his father following the pair after forcing the bugs to calm down. Once outside, Shibi closed the door and said, I apologize for the undesirable reaction and experience your cousin has endured, Naruto-san. From her earlier admiration of insects, we didn't expect this kind of turnout from her after seeing those species of cockroaches. Clearly, Anuka-san has a deeply entrenched traumatic weakness toward those creatures, a phobia, if you will. To tell you the truth, I wasn't aware of this until now. She never told me about it, Naruto replied as he tried calming Anuka down, who was still crying and trembling. I ask that you and those who saw this please keep this to yourselves and tell absolutely no one about this. If our enemies were to learn of this, they'd use her phobia against her. Shibi and Shino nodded. I'll inform those inside the room of this issue and instruct them to take an oath of silence concerning Anuka-san, Shibi assured. Thank you? I would love to stay longer, but unfortunately, Anuka-ne's condition has cut this visit and tour short. I'm afraid we'll have to leave much earlier than scheduled so I can take care of her. Thanks for everything, regardless, Naruto said. You both are free to stop by any time, Naruto-san, Shibi said. Naruto nodded, and while holding Anuka, he performed a smokeless shunshin with her back to his apartment. I wasn't aware that Naruto was able to do that. I wonder what more surprises he has in store for us, Shino commented. Only time will tell, Shibi replied before going back into the laboratory with Shino to discuss the matter of Anuka with those who saw what happened. Back at the Uzumaki residence, Naruto was back in the bedroom he gave to Anuka. He was sitting on the bed beside her, rubbing her back while getting her to calm down. One of his Kage Bunshin then appeared through the door with a cold glass of water and handed it to her. She took the glass and drank out of it slowly. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I never meant to. I mean, the way Anuka apologized through her stuttering words. It's all right, Anuka-ne. No one's upset at you. I'm just worried about you, Naruto assured. We were all caught off guard by the way you reacted toward those bugs. I admit I'm not fond of them myself, and I detest and downright despise them. But at the same time, I'm completely terrified of them. Anuka interjected. Naruto wondered what could have happened to have triggered Anuka's extreme hate and fear of those insects. Anuka-ne, if you don't mind me asking, did something happen in your past that led to this? Were you bitten by them or something? Naruto inquired. When Anuka sought to remember the event, she cringed and dropped her glass cup as a few sobs escaped her mouth. The glass shattered on the floor, spilling the remaining water. The clone went to get a mop, broom, and dustpan, while Naruto calmed Anuka down again. This really is a problem if even remembering that event can trigger this kind of reaction. Clearly Anuka isn't ready to talk about it, and it would be best that I don't try to force it out of her either. But something will have to be done to silence if not control her fear of cockroaches and water bugs. Much like Tsunade's fear of blood. Wait, how do I even know about that? Naruto thought before snapping back to reality. It's alright, Anuka-ne. You don't have to tell me anything if you're not ready to. Just know that I'll be here for you anytime you feel ready to talk about it, Naruto reassured. Thank you, Anuka accepted. The clone returned and cleaned up the mess. After another 30 minutes of talking, Anuka decided to take a nap, hoping that after a good amount of sleep she would be back to normal. Allowing her to sleep, Naruto left the apartment and made his way to another destination. An hour later, at the Ninja Academy, Hanabi was at her desk hearing Iruka's lecture about jutsu and such. Though she looked to be paying attention, the fact of the matter was that Hanabi was completely bored and uninterested in the class. All she kept thinking about was Naruto and what he offered to her. Personal training and creating a whole new Juken style, the Drunken Juken. She was thinking about how that would look like and how effective such a hybrid style could be, the fusion of Drunken Fist and Gentle Fist. He's not even a Huga yet he understands our fighting style to the point that he came up with a wild idea about creating a whole new hybrid Juken. Is such a thing even possible? And he wants to create that through me and not Ne-san. I must be a special case if Naruto-kun seeks to have me master a whole style that's not even invented yet, and he promised to train and help me accomplish that. Something like this has never been attempted, and yet Naruto-kun is sure he can succeed at this and pull it off through me, as I already submitted and agreed to his special training. But he has yet to start carrying out his sworn promise to me, Hanabi contemplated. Hanabi, Iruka called out. Hanabi snapped out of her trance and looked back at Iruka. Yes, Iruka-sensei? While I'm aware that today's lecture isn't the most exciting, it's still part of the curriculum. Please stay focused, Iruka requested. Sorry, Hanabi mumbled before Iruka turned back to the chalkboard and resumed the lecture. Meanwhile Konohamaru, sitting next to Moegi with Udon sitting in front of them, was suggesting to his two friends to go search for Naruto and have him play ninja with them. He also said that he wanted to talk to him about what his grandfather explained to him and to the rest of his clan. Moegi and Udon agreed, as they too had things they wanted to talk over with Naruto concerning what they found out from their elderly relatives. Hanabi overheard their conversation and saw that she was going to have some competition for Naruto's time and attention. 2 hours later, in another part of Konoha, Sakura was sitting in the park bench alone, watching the children playing and laughing together as they were enjoying themselves as though they didn't have a care in the world. One of the boys was sitting by himself looking like no one wanted to play with him. Sakura noticed one of the children's parents coaching them to head to where the lone boy was and asked if he wanted to come and play with them. She watched as the whole scene played out in front of her. Before long, the once lone boy was now playing and laughing with the rest of the children. When Sakura thought back to Naruto's life and everything Kakashi told them about Naruto's life and his entire family and clan history, she couldn't help but feel awful that she was a contributing factor to Naruto's hardships in life. As a child, her mother and father never allowed her to play with Naruto, and would pull her away from him like how the other children's parents have. As a child, she never knew why, but she just went along with what her parents told her, and when she ended up in the same class with him when they started attending the ninja academy, because of her parents' influence, and that of her other peers, Sakura's treatment of Naruto was just as bad if not worse. Yesterday, after confronting her parents about Naruto and everything she found about him and the Uzumaki clan from Kakashi, both her mother and father were in shock and in denial. They tried to justify their actions in explaining how she, Sakura, wasn't there when Kyuubi was slaughtering all those around him with no discrimination, and that among the casualties were some of their relatives and dear friends. Sakura argued that Naruto wasn't Kyuubi the monster that did those things, and she added that the fact that the older generation and her own parents used Naruto as a scapegoat and did nothing to help him shamed and sickened her. "Yo, forehead," Ino called out as she approached the lone genin. Sakura turned to her friend and rival and snorted, "What do you want, Ino pig?" Ignoring the name she was called, Ino replied, "Nothing from you, of course. But I couldn't help but take notice of that face you were making while looking at those children playing in the park. I think you're too young to be considering having children, and you certainly won't be having any of Sasuke-kun's." "Shut up. I wasn't thinking about getting pregnant," Sakura shot back. "Having Sasuke-kun's children would be a dream come true, Shanaru." Inner Sakura yelled. "I was thinking about Naruto and everything I found out about him," Sakura corrected. Ino replied, "You too, huh? My father called me and the rest of our clan together, and told us a whole world of things that had our heads spinning. We were left in a state of total disarray, confusion and anger after being told the truth regarding Naruto's life and his familial history with Konoha and Yuzuno Kuni. I still can't believe Naruto's father is the famed Yondaime. I mean, who'd have thought that Naruto was the son of the Yellow Flash and is the heir of the Uzumaki clan? I didn't even know that there even is an Uzumaki clan, a clan of feared seal masters." But after hearing Kakashi-sensei's entire explanation, everything made sense, Sakura said. "My parents had a hard time believing my explanation of Naruto, even though I told them it came from Kakashi-sensei himself, who was Naruto's father's student. I even went as far as to tell them that Kakashi-sensei showed Sasuke-kun and I a copy of the marriage certificate of Naruto's parents kept at the Hokage Tower." Ino told her story. "My dad had me and everyone else look at pictures of Naruto, Yondaime and Naruto's mother which he somehow acquired. I never knew Naruto's mother was that beautiful, and like Anuka-san, she had very long gorgeous red hair. After all of us examined the pictures, there was no denying the resemblance Naruto had with both Yondaime and Uzumaki Kushina. Dad told us that he, Chuji's dad and Shikamaru's dad tried to adopt and get Naruto to be part of one of their clans after Shikaku-san uncovered the truth on his own, but the village hierarchy overruled them and forbade them from speaking the truth. All of us felt awful that we shamed Yondaime's sacrifice, but we were angry at how we were lied to about what really happened the night Kyuubi attacked, along with lies and half-truths we were taught in the academy, and how Naruto suffered because of this village's dark cover-up. But I'm surprised that as great of geniuses Yondaime and Naruto's mother were, Naruto isn't like how his parents were." "You're wrong, Ino," Sakura corrected. "Naruto is naturally strong and gifted, he always has been, more so than he let others believe. I saw firsthand what Naruto is capable of when he's angry, as he single-handedly slaughtered and butchered over 100 bandit samurai and mercenaries within a span of a few seconds, using and combining Zabuza's sword with a powerful wind jutsu he created through wind manipulation. And all that was done without relying on Kyuubi's power. I didn't want to say it at the time, but the look he had in his eyes and face terrified me, especially when he revealed that he even had their leader fed to sharks." Ino looked at Sakura in disbelief and replied, "You're joking, right? Naruto actually did all that? If you don't believe me, then feel free to read our mission report about the events in Nami no Kuni we gave to Sandaime-sama." "I'm not making any of this up," Sakura retorted, before her tone became more uncertain. "I always thought we knew everything about Naruto as being just a troublemaking pervert and dead last that failed everything at the academy, peeks in women's bathhouses and openly read adulterated smut books. But our first real mission in Nami no Kuni made Sasuke-kun, Kakashi-sensei and me realize that we don't know Naruto at all." "Nobody does. What are you talking about?" Ino asked curiously. "Beside jailing the Kyuubi, Naruto hid other secrets about himself which he won't reveal to any of us. During our mission we saw unfamiliar seal writings appear and glow around Naruto's body for a very short moment, but we were unable to make them out. They weren't the seals used to hold Kyubi, but they were something else. Kakashi-sensei don't know what they are or what they do, and he said that there's no known record of those seals in any of Konoha's archives. What he did tell us is that, judging from the intricate designs of those seals, that it would take a veteran seal master to make and apply those seals, Sakura said. Ino looked at Sakura and saw the expression in her eyes. She knew the pink-haired girl long enough to know when to take her serious, and from what she was saying it was clear to the Yamanaka that her friend and rival was serious. After hearing her words, Ino decided to reveal something of her own. That's quite an interesting story, forehead. To be honest, I never thought much of Naruto at all at first, and I used to believe him to be an untalented dead last nobody who'd always be inferior to Sasuke-kun in every way. But to tell you the truth, there were times I questioned Naruto truly being the believed dead last, even while we were attending the academy. What do you mean? Sakura asked. Ino elaborated. Think back to when we had our academy field day a couple of years ago, when Sasuke-kun lost to Naruto in their first match. All of us were in denial and refused to accept what we saw. However, Sandaime-sama silenced all of our arguments and confirmed Naruto's increase in skills, making it clear that he could pose as a challenge to Sasuke-kun. And then later that same day he used his Oiroku no Jutsu and knocked out all of the males there, including Sasuke-kun and Sandaime-sama, before putting cuts on their necks as though he was slaughtering them. All of us girls were angry at what Naruto did, believing him to be making us out as sluts. But the group of kunoichi there silenced us when they praised and explained what Naruto did, and how he out of all of us truly understood what being a ninja involved. Despite knowing what they said was the truth, I didn't want to believe it, especially after seeing how Sasuke-kun lost so badly to Naruto, twice in one day in fact. Second, we have the Genin exams when Naruto used and combined Kage Bunshin with Henge, something Shikamaru stated was no easy feat, especially without the required amount of chakra, which would kill a person as a result of chakra exhaustion. Then there was the day Hinata and Naruto finally hooked up a few days after we became Genin. Sasuke-kun was clearly unhappy with that, as he clearly wanted to fight Naruto because of it before Naruto switched places with me to save him from kissing Sasuke-kun by accident when some stupid boy bumped into Naruto carelessly. Iruka-sensei broke up the fight between Naruto and Sasuke-kun in the training field only for him and all of us to find out that Naruto was making out with Hinata in the classroom the entire time while Sasuke-kun was actually fighting one of Naruto's clones. For the life of me, I couldn't figure out when Naruto made the clone and pulled the substitution between himself and his clone. That's my point, Naruto was always talented and gifted. Sakura said, what I don't understand is how could Naruto, with everything we've seen of him up till now, still become our class dead last despite the fact that he's such a strong and dangerous genin? Well, it's clear that we won't get our answers out of Naruto directly. Ino remarked with her arms crossed her breasts, and the only person I think who knows Naruto better anyone else is his girlfriend, Hinata. Perhaps we can get her to talk and reveal some secrets about Naruto. Sakura doubted Ino's suggestion and said, I'm not sure. Hinata is too shy and isn't the type to. Forehead, we were told and taught lies about Naruto and Konoha's history growing up, and frankly I don't trust many of the grown-ups about Naruto now as a result. Since Naruto isn't willing to open up to you for obvious reasons, Ino implied, earning a glare from Sakura, I suggest we persuade his girlfriend to spill the beans. It'll be like a girls' hangout. We just have to find Hinata first, Ino suggested as she grabbed Sakura and dragged the girl along as they left the park to find Hinata. Nearby was an older teenage girl who was watching in hiding and listening to their conversation. Good luck getting Hinata to talk, because you won't get much from her, if anything at all, Temari remarked in a low tone. So that blonde cutie is a natural genius with unknown seals that only a seal master can make and apply, huh? And he has a natural affinity for wind like me. Temari cracked a grin. That's a major plus and bonus mark in my book. And he even killed 100 men in a span of a few seconds in his first mission. He truly reminds of things I heard about his father that made him the ever-feared Yellow Flash. Temari contemplated as her smile widened. Things about that Naruto just keeps getting interesting. If only I knew where he was now. Temari left the scene to continue her search for Naruto. As she did so, she was thinking about everything she learned through listening to Ino and Sakura's conversation about Naruto and the many mysterious and unexplainable factors surrounding the blonde Jinchuriki. But that only served to fuel Temari's growing interest in Naruto regardless of the age difference. 2.5 hours later, Naruto found himself at the one spot he'd always retreat to whenever he needed time to think and meditate about important issues. The Hokage Monument. After making a quick journey there, Naruto found himself sitting on top of the head representing the Yondaime. As he sat there, he thought deeply about Anuka's plight, and how he could develop some form of therapy for her to overcome her phobia. He knew what would happen if enemy ninja were to accidentally or even intentionally discover her weakness, and he couldn't afford to risk that possibility. But with Anuka's inability to talk about what caused her phobia to happen, Naruto was left with limited information that he could use to begin developing the needed treatment to cure it. First I had to help Hinata-chan overcome her personal demons, now I have to help Anokane overcome hers. Maybe I should find a second career in ninja therapy, Naruto said to no one in particular before closing his eyes and dropping to the ground on his back. A minute later, he opened his eyes and found an unexpected newcomer standing over him and looking down at him. What are you doing here? Naruto asked. I was looking for you, Naruto-kun, the newcomer answered. How did you know I'd be here? Naruto asked. I spied on you enough to know some of the places you like to be at when you want time to think or be by yourself. Besides, I didn't find you at your apartment, or at that ramen stand you loved to go to after I was done listening to Irika-sensei's boring lectures. So I figured you'd be up here away from everyone, Hanabi explained. So you found me, what for? Naruto asked while still lying on his back looking up at Hanabi. I wanted to find you before Konohamaru did. He was hell-bent on getting you to play ninja with him and his two friends while also wanting to talk to about something or other. But I was at a loss wondering how an expert ninja like yourself plays ninja, Hanabi replied with an unimpressed tone. Would you like a demonstration, my little nighttime firecracker? Naruto remarked mockingly. Hanabi moved to give him a juken strike to the chest. The attack hit Naruto dead on, but Naruto popped into a cloud of smoke. You think I'd allow myself to be left vulnerable that easily? I thought you were taught better than that, Naruto said as he appeared behind her. Hanabi didn't have time to react when Naruto quickly knocked her off her feet and pinned her to the ground on her back. Tell me seriously, what are you here for? Naruto asked. I'm holding you to your word, and I won't stop seeking you out until you keep your promise to me. You promised to train me and help me create a whole new hybrid juken, the drunken juken, something our clan has never seen, Hanabi answered. Our clan? Naruto asked teasingly, catching that Hanabi didn't realize what she said. My clan. You knew what I meant. Hanabi corrected herself despite her blush. I want to be strong and smart like Nei-san, and I know you can help me get there. It's interesting that a year ago you wouldn't have been talking like this. Then again, I was the one who kept you in the dark about Hinata-chan for all these years, and it's only fair that I fulfill my promise to you. But you caught me at a time when I was in very deep thought about a matter of utmost importance, Naruto said as he allowed Hanabi to stand back up. She dusted herself off and looked back at Naruto. And what might that be? Hanabi inquired. It's a private matter regarding a particular plight a dear friend is going through. Out of respect for this friend, I can't discuss it, Naruto explained. Hanabi respected that and decided not to press the matter further. All right. But I'm still not leaving here empty-handed. I want some form of introductory training one way or another, Hanabi replied as she pointed her right index finger at him. I won't let anyone else have time with you until I'm through with you for the day. Not even Nei-san. You're such a Masagaki, wanting to get your way with me, Naruto smirked. Hanabi assumed a juken fighting stance, getting ready to fight him. I learn more from you and so does Nei-san. My real class started the moment I arrived here, Hanabi stated. Naruto chuckled. It's clear that you won't leave, and I see that there's no way around changing your mind. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and exhaled. A moment later, he opened his eyes again and looked back at Hanabi with a completely different personality, aura and vocal tone as he spoke. Very well then. I'll give you a taste of what my training for you will entail. Before Hanabi knew what happened, Naruto suddenly appeared right behind her. He's fast. When did he move? The astonished Hanabi yelled in her mind. But she didn't have time to think about that, since he grabbed her and body flickered with her to an isolated location. Elsewhere, the sounds of sharp steel meeting wood were heard in the forest, and anyone close by could identify that the sounds were actually made by kunai and shuriken hitting the hardwood of either training posts or target bullseyes. It would come to no surprise to anyone in Konoha to come across hearing such noise. After all, if someone ventured out to one of the dozens of trainings grounds around the village, one would count on hearing the various sounds of ninja training to keep their skills honed or learning something new. This was precisely what Tenten was doing as she flung dozens of kunai and shuriken at the many bullseye targets stationed on trees and posts in the forest her team commonly used for training. Her brown eyes were keen and focused, guiding her hands to throw the weapons with on-the-mark precision as she ended up hitting the very center of the bullseyes flawlessly. When it came to any handheld steel weapon, this young tombish kunoichi knew how to use them all with cutting-edge accuracy. Presently, she was alone while training, and this suited her just fine. After everything that happened at the Huga compound yesterday, and with the Chunin exams starting tomorrow, Tenten needed some alone time. Grinning and knowing Lee was training elsewhere while Niji trained with his clan, Tenten felt satisfied that she was definitely all alone now and her day would go smoothly without problems. After flinging more sharp weapons at her targets, her trained sixth sense felt a presence approaching her, and judging from it, it was not any of her male partners from her team. With quick reflexes, Tenten pulled out a kunai from one of her storage scrolls and twisted around to throw the weapon in the direction of the presence was coming from. It embedded into the tree the newcomer was standing next to, startling the newcomer in the process. Tenten-san. It's me, not an enemy. Tenten blinked upon recognizing her. Hinata? What are you doing here? Fiddling with her fingers, Hinata said, I came here to train for tomorrow's Chunin exams when I heard sounds of weapons being thrown. When I saw it was you, I decided to approach you, but I didn't expect a thrown kunai as your welcome. Sorry, nothing personal. I just didn't know what was quietly coming near me. You can never be too careful, Tenten replied and continued. I'm training for the Chunin exams too, and I saw some real possible competition. Is Naruto participating? Oh yes. He and his team had signed up for it, Hinata confirmed. That's good. After hearing that story about Naruto's skills being on par with the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure, I'm seeking to have a shot at challenging him to a sword fight to see his skills for myself. It's not enough for me to just hear it by word of mouth, Tenten stated with eagerness in her tone and character. Maybe you will get your chance. Who knows? And judging from all the bullseyes and targets you hit, you might actually give Naruto-kun a challenge, Hinata said as meekly as possibly. Might give Naruto a challenge, Tenten remarked. There's no might if I'm given the chance. I'm going to give him all I got if I'm given the chance. Hinata giggled. He might actually like it and learn something from it if it so happens. Tenten smiled but then remembered what happened yesterday. In all seriousness, Hinata, ever since yesterday I've been left to wonder what kind of guy Naruto truly is and why you and your little sister love him so much, though I heard both of your explanations. His life story was really unbelievable, and I don't know how I would have turned out if I was in his shoes. I learned from Gai-sensei that my teammate Lee is friends with Naruto, though Niji obviously don't like Naruto at all. Or you and Hanabi for that matter. No offense, Tenten said. It's okay. Niniji Nizan and I have a troubled history. And I've been meaning to fix that, Hinata explained. But putting that aside, Hinata and Tenten turned to see Eno and Sakura running over to where they were. They 2 girls finally arrived and approached Hinata. You're hard to find, but we finally found you, Eno said, catching her breath before turning to the older girl she didn't recognize. Who are you? I'm Tenten. And whom might you 2 be? Tenten inquired. I'm Yamanaka Eno, Harino Sakura. Nice to meet you, Tenten greeted. So why were you 2 looking for Hinata? Eno, going straight to the point, answered. We have some questions we'd like to ask her about Naruto. Sakura and I were discussing everything we learned and thought we knew about him, only to find that there's more to Naruto than what's on the surface and what he allows everyone to believe about him. And learning the truth about his backgrounds and familial line and history only serves to add to the mysterious about Naruto. We know Hinata knows some juicy details about him, and we were wondering if she'd be willing to share with us. Hinata sighed to herself. In the past, Eno and Sakura didn't care about anything involving Naruto at all, and now here they were seeking out more information about someone whose name was not Sasuke. There's really nothing to say besides what you and everyone else will hear and find out as news of his exploits and familial legacy is already circulating around Konoha, Hinata said. Come on. Don't be so stingy. Eno insisted as Tenten went to collect and gather all of her weapons and belongings to seal away in her storage scroll. If you must know, Hinata, Eno Pig practically dragged me all over the place looking for you in order to learn the truth behind that blonde knucklehead, Sakura remarked. Excuse me, but you were the one who told me that you were thinking about him while you were alone at the park, Eno replied. Sakura glared at Eno and retorted, I'm not and never will be interested in Naruto in that way. I have eyes only for Sasuke-kun, and nothing will change that, Eno Pig, as if Sasuke will ever give you so much as a look. Whatever. I'm sure in time he'll look at me as a real woman after I show him what I can really do, Eno said confidently. Hinata inwardly smiled in relief that Eno and Sakura still manifested romantic interest in Sasuke and not Naruto, especially since she now had to deal with Temari's new interest in her boyfriend. By the time Sakura and Eno were done arguing, Tenten was done packing and sealing her belongings. Instead of looking for news and gossip about Naruto, shouldn't you 2 be preparing for the Chunin exams starting tomorrow like how Hinata and I were doing before you 2 arrived here? You both are participating, aren't you? Tenten suggested. We are, Sakura confirmed. Then you 2 should put aside the matter about Naruto and focus on preparing for tomorrow. I'm sure Naruto is doing the very same thing I'm suggesting you 2 girls ought be doing now, Tenten added. You're such a killjoy, but I suppose you're right. I'd hate to look sloppy and useless in front of Sasuke-kun, Eno said. Like you aren't already, Sakura remarked. What was that forehead? Eno growled before both girls glared angrily at each other looking ready to fight. In the process, both girls failed to notice Hinata and Tenten making a quiet and quick exit, leaving the both of them where they were. Say, Hinata, since we still have some time left, wanna grab a bite to eat? Tenten suggested. I'd like that, Hinata agreed as they left the training ground. Back in Konoha, Kakashi, Guy, Kurinai and Asuma were gathered together at a common bar many of the jounin and off-duty Inbu come to for a refreshing hangout and chit-chat. Currently the four jounin sensei were conversing together about a common topic. My youthful students will demonstrate firsthand the burning zeal their training with me has produced. How about yours, Kakashi? Guy shouted enthusiastically. Kakashi was reading his Ika Ika Paradise book when he looked back at Guy and replied, "Oh, did you say something, Guy? Arg. Curse your hip attitude, my eternal rival." Guy exclaimed, "Keep it down, Guy." "I'm sure our genin will do just as fine as yours if not better," Asuma remarked smugly. "And how has your students been measuring up so far?" Kakashi asked. Asuma explained, "They were a little hard to work with at first, but when it comes down to business they work well together just like their fathers, the original Ino Shikucho trio. My team has proven to be capable of working together too. It helped that they were friends at first before becoming genin as it aided in their overall team dynamics," Kurinai said. Hinata made some improvements also and even her father acknowledged her progress. Though she's still struggling in other areas of her training. It's good to hear of both of your team's improvements. Kakashi with his head still in his book. What about your team, Kakashi? How do they fare? Asuma asked. As dysfunctional as ever, Kakashi remarked with the same tone, never breaking his eyes away from his book. Guy, Kurinai and Asuma's sweat dropped on hearing that. You mean they made no improvements in their team dynamics whatsoever? Guy asked skeptically. As a team, they work fine. But on a personal level, that's a whole other story, especially in the case between Naruto and Sasuke, Kakashi said. What about those two? Asuma asked. I can answer that, Kurinai cut in. The Rookie of the Year has been trying to get Naruto's girlfriend to become his girlfriend. Hinata told me about how Sasuke has been pursuing her, and earlier today she told me how Sasuke recently approached and confessed his feelings for her while trying to convince her that Naruto isn't right for her, and that he's what's best for her. I reprimanded and talked to Sasuke repeatedly about such actions and how they would result in bad blood, mistrust and betrayal occurring amongst team members. I'm going to have to be harder on him this time seeing that he refuses to take me serious, Kakashi said as he closed his book and got up before walking off out of the bar after his eye caught sight of Sasuke walking by outside the bar. Kakashi caught up to Sasuke before he could get far. He grabbed Sasuke by the left shoulder and restrained him from walking further. Sasuke turned his head to see Kakashi looking back at him with a false smile. Sasuke, we need to have a nice long private chat, Kakashi said. Can it wait for another time? I really have some important work to. Sasuke stopped talking when he felt Kakashi's grip on his shoulder tighten painfully as he applied pressure on his shoulder. The genin grimaced and cringed after feeling the pain pierce through his left shoulder and arm. Whatever work you have to do can surely wait as what I have to discuss with you cannot, Kakashi said firmly with an iron tone as his right eye narrowed at Sasuke. The Uchiha didn't have a chance to argue when Kakashi shunshined with him to another location. Meanwhile back inside the bar, I know how much Hinata loves and cares for Naruto, but his infamous perverted character is what bothers me and I'm even more troubled that Hinata isn't bothered by Naruto's behavior at all, considering that she told me that Sasuke told her that if he was dating her that he wouldn't behave in the shameless perverted manner that Naruto does, Kurinai said. Many guys will often tell a female whatever they want to hear if it'll get the girl to date them. But not every girl will buy into what some guy would say to them, Asuma remarked. Weren't we talking about our youthful students' future performance in tomorrow's Chunin exams? Guy asked while wondering how the conversation deviated from the original topic. Hours later, at the Huga compound that evening, TSSS, Itai ouch. Hanabi grimaced from one of the sores Hinata rubbed with her soap foam-covered washcloth. I can't say you didn't bring this upon yourself, Hanabi, Hinata remarked as she and Hanabi were both naked and wet in the bath together, with Hinata washing and cleaning Hanabi, who was sitting on a small seat with her back facing Hinata. The younger Huga was still wincing from the sores and pains she endured from her first-hand training bout with Naruto. This is nothing. I endured harder blows from father during my training with him, Hanabi replied, trying to sound convincing while trying to ignore the pain from her sores. Then I'm sure Naruto-kun's training shouldn't be that hard for you to endure, Hinata replied while scrubbing Hanabi. The younger female frowned at her older sister's sarcastic jab. You've changed, Nei-san, Hanabi remarked. Life is all about changes, Hanabi. We're never the same person we were yesterday. Every experience we go through, everyone we meet, every place we go, everything we learn. They change who we are and how we see things and others. But Naruto-kun, without a doubt, had the greatest impact in changing who I am, Hinata explained. I'm sure in time Naruto-kun will change me as well. After all, it was his training that made you stronger and smarter than before, right? Hanabi replied. Instead of getting a reply, Hanabi got a bucket of water dunked over her. You'll find out tomorrow, Hinata said, but since you're serious about training with Naruto-kun, I'll support you, Hinata said, and then pouted, though I'm still annoyed that he won't tell me what he's training you in. Hanabi stood up to face Hinata and shot back, as if you told me anything about your training with Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun forbade me. You can't blame me for that, Hinata said defensively, just like how Naruto-kun doesn't want me to tell you anything for now either. The fruits of my new training will be a surprise, Hanabi exclaimed before she went and grabbed a bucket and opened a faucet to begin filling the bucket to the top with water. All right then. In the future, we'll test each other to see how far we both came in our training with Naruto-kun. I'll test your fruits to those of my own, Hinata suggested as she turned and started heading for her towel. You're on. I'll show you how much Naruto-kun has changed me, Nei-san. Hanabi agreed before taking the bucket of water and throwing the water at Hinata, whose back was turned to her. Hinata screamed loudly after being hit from behind with the water, which turned out to be freezing cold water. With Hinata in the disoriented state she was in from being hit with freezing cold water, Hanabi rushed at her and tackled her before they both started grappling and water fighting inside the bath. Screams and sounds of grappling, water splashing and water being thrown were heard from outside the door. Hayashi's sweat dropped and shook his head as he walked past the door and thought, I don't even want to know or be bothered with what those two are arguing or fighting over. Though I have an idea what. Well, more like who it is they are disputing about. From outside the house, Niji heard the two sisters as he was heading back to his room after doing some evening preparation for the beginning of tomorrow's Chunin exams. Ugh. Disgraceful. Niji sneered as he decided to ignore them and continue on his way. Last year this wouldn't have happened at all. Niji was still stupefied at how Naruto changed both Hinata and Hanabi this much. As for the rest of the Huga clan, they chose not to even bother with the girls and just let them settle their matters alone. Despite what others thought about them at the moment, both girls actually bonded and had no actual ill will towards each other. Later, Naruto, now in his sleeping clothes, was leaving the bedroom after talking and checking up on Anuka, who was dressed in her sleeping gown. He reached the door when something instantly rushed through and infused into his mind. Anuka saw that Naruto momentarily froze in place as he was walking out the door. Is something the matter? Anuka asked curiously. A few moments later, Naruto returned back to the present. Everything's fine, Anuka-ne. Good night, Naruto said as he walked out and closed the door behind him. Once outside, Naruto burst into a loud fit of laughter from the memories his spy clone gave him as held his sides, which started hurting from his hard laughter. He doubled over as tears ran down his face. What's he laughing about? A confused Anuka asked out loud as she was sitting on Naruto's bed after hearing her cousin's sudden laughter. She couldn't help but wonder what happened that got him to suddenly laugh so hysterically. Chapter 20. The Chunin exams. The next morning, Naruto got up early and cleaned himself up before leaving for the Chunin exams. After checking up on Anuka, he found her still sleeping peacefully and chose not to wake her up. Leaving his apartment, he hurried to where the team was to meet up. He made a mental note to move everything of his and Anuka's to the house his parents once owned after the first portions of the Chunin exams were over. It was 15 minutes later when he came across Sasuke and Sakura, who were at the light pole waiting for him. Looks like Sasuke managed to make it after all, Naruto thought himself. I'm sure he's not up to talking about what's been happening to him for the past few days. Naruto greeted, everyone's here. Great, let's head over to Naruto, Sakura interjected, causing Naruto to stop in his tracks. What is it? Naruto asked. Sakura took a breath and said, Kakashi-sensei told us everything about your parents, and you being the Jinchuriki of Kyubi. When we heard his explanation, I was left utterly speechless. The sacrifice your parents made for us. How you tied into all of that. How we treated you so badly. Naruto stood there and listened to Sakura trying to find the right words to say. Naruto, I'm sorry for how I used to treat you and for being such a follower. You've endured far more than I could ever imagine, and we can never come to understand the responsibility your parents placed on your shoulders. It's hard to believe that none of us ever saw the obvious resemblance between you and Yondaime. Prejudice and discrimination always blind the eyes of the senseless and narrow-minded, Naruto replied, but I accepted your apology, so thank you. But you're still a pervert, Sakura added. Naruto shrugged. I'm still finding it hard to believe that you're the son of this village's greatest Hokage. No one would have ever thought that to be possible, Naruto. No one else in Konoha but the Uzumaki could hold such a powerful creature without dying. It's like you're a living prison for power, Sasuke remarked. If that's your way of acknowledging me, Sasuke, I'd rather hear nothing more from you and just head to where the Chunin exams is to be held at, Naruto retorted as he walked past Sasuke to the academy, where the first portion of the exams was being held. The rest of Team 7 followed. The walk was in silence, as Sasuke was thinking about all of his findings from the Uchiha library. As he looked at Naruto, he wondered how he could find some way of controlling Kyubi through Naruto. He figured that he'd have to control Naruto ultimately in order to do so, based on his research. But his Sharingan wasn't strong enough to accomplish such a feat, and he still couldn't find a means of acquiring the Mangekyo Sharingan without resorting to Itachi's method. He thought about the use of Genjutsu. Depending on the strength of the user, a Genjutsu could be a useful and powerful instrument in manipulating and controlling the intended target. The Sharingan, from his research, was renowned for its powers in Genjutsu. Of course, Sasuke experienced that firsthand through Itachi, suffering a Genjutsu attack from the Tsukuyomi. As Sasuke thought more about it, ideas started formulating in his head. Some he rejected, and a few he mentally put away for later deliberation. Naruto turned and looked at Sasuke, and saw a contemplating look in his face. "What are you plotting?" Naruto asked up front. Sasuke snapped out of his thoughts upon being asked such a question. "I'm simply giving careful consideration to what will help me in my quest to become stronger than I am now, and tap into my hidden potential," Sasuke answered. "I see. In that case, I'll have to watch my back and make sure that I stay on top as Konoha's #1 surprising ninja," Naruto replied. "And speaking of surprises, I have to plan one for Hinata-chan. Something romantic after the exams are over. I need to do something that I'm hoping she'll enjoy very much. You can always take her out to dinner, and I don't mean to the ramen stand. Or maybe an expensive gift," Sakura suggested, missing the frown that wanted to form on Sasuke's face after seeing her give Naruto ideas about what he could do to surprise Hinata. "Maybe a picnic would be nice," Naruto added. "Oh, definitely. In the right environment and setting, any girl would appreciate their guy treating them like a princess, even if it's at a picnic," Sakura said dreamily while visualizing Sasuke doing that with her. "But then again, I have to do something different this time since I already took Hinata-chan out on a picnic and swim date," Naruto thought out loud. "You did that? When was this?" Sakura asked, wanting to know the details. Sasuke too wanted to know when he and Hinata went out on a private picnic and swim date. Naruto, realizing his slip of the tongue, quickly replied, "That would be kissing and telling. I'm not saying anything further." Sakura resisted the urge to snort, but knew from experience that Naruto doesn't reveal much about himself. Sasuke, though, was in thought, wondering when Naruto pulled such a stunt off. The idea of Hinata wearing nothing but a two-piece bathing suit and being alone with Naruto by the waters greatly displeased Sasuke, but there wasn't anything the Uchiha could do that wouldn't jeopardize his future as a ninja. He couldn't approach Hinata directly anymore. "If only I could prove to Hinata that Naruto isn't the one for her, and that I'm the one she needs. Hinata would make a great Uchiha matriarch if she would just open her eyes to the truth. If only I had the ability to achieve the Mangekyo Sharingan, and show Hinata my powers and skills in comparison to Naruto's," Sasuke thought. After a good amount of walking, Team 7 arrived and entered the academy. They walked up the flight of stairs until they got to the second floor. Upon arriving, though, they saw a crowd outside a room with the number 301. Suddenly, a boy wearing green spandex with a bowl haircut and very large eyebrows was knocked down by two older boys standing in front of the door, guarding it. "And you're going to take the Chunin exams?" "Pathetic," one of the boys said. "Appreciate the fact that we're doing this. The Chunin exams are extremely hard." "You weaklings would just be slaughtered," the second said. "Let us in, you stupid jerks. We're here for the first part of the Chunin exams," yelled Tenten, who was now holding Lee after he was knocked down by the older shinobi. Naruto saw that Rock Lee was clearly holding back. "Give up. The Chunin exams are way too difficult for any of you. Even we failed 3 times, the second older boy guarding the door said. "Have you any idea how many like you we've seen killed or injured for life by this exam?" the first one asked. "A Chunin is a team captain. Both the safety of the team and the success of the mission depend on the captain. And you're trying to become that?" "Spare us the nonsense," the second one said. Naruto looked at Sakura, who snorted at the two older shinobi. "What's your problem, punk?" asked the shinobi standing next to the one who struck down Lee in the beginning of the brawl. Naruto, having seen enough, stepped forward towards the two boys and told them firmly, "Step the hell out of our way, or I'll be forced to personally remove you both myself. You're preventing us from heading to the 3rd floor to take the exam." Several people wondered what Naruto was talking about. "Your pitiful excuse of a genjutsu that any simpleton shinobi could see is up over the door," Sasuke cut in. "Sakura, you saw through the genjutsu, I'm sure, right?" Sakura nodded in agreement, though she didn't outright insult the two older shinobi in front of them as Naruto and Sasuke did. Though Naruto wasn't as good with genjutsu as his girlfriend Sensei Kurinai, he had a measure of knowledge about them based on what he learned from his dreams about them. The sign shifted from 301 to 201. "So, you both saw it. But that isn't enough," the first kid said and moved to kick Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke responded by moving to kick back. However, Lee moved in between them and stopped their kicks with his bare hands, impressively fast. Sasuke mentally noted. Hey! Neji said, walking up to Lee, then reprimanded. It was your idea to hide our strength, and you go and do this? Naruto noticed that the bruises Lee had were gone. Lee looked at Sakura and blushed. Tenten shook her head. Oh no, Tenten muttered as Lee walked up to Sakura, a faint blush on his cheeks. My name is Rock Lee. You're Haruno Sakura-san, Naruto-kun's teammate, right? He asked. Sakura nodded and Lee struck a pose known universally as the good guy pose. You are an angel. Let us go out sometime. I'll protect you until I die, Lee declared. Sakura's face showed horror as Naruto snickered before he noticed that the two troublemaking boys were gone. Naruto and the rest of Team 7 turned to leave when Neji spoke up. Naruto? Naruto stopped and turned to Neji and asked, Yes? Neji looked at him before giving a barely audible snort. I was informed about your history and life story the other day. Though I can't imagine what your life is like with the status you carry, I still don't approve of the bond Hinata-sama and Hanabi-sama have with you. Fate will see to it that it's severed, Neji inquired. Believe what you want, Neji. I'm sure in time a life-changing experience will serve to change and humble you, Naruto remarked. Neji scowled, seeing that he wasn't able to get much of a reaction out of Naruto. He then turned to Sasuke and said, You're Uchiha Sasuke. I've seen you around the gates of the Huga compound on a few occasions. Sasuke said, I came by a few times, but my time spent there were never long. It's understandable, since whatever interest you have in Hinata-sama isn't reciprocated by her, and Hanabi-sama is even less enthused of you showing interest in Hinata-sama, Neji mocked. Sasuke growled and wanted to show Neji off. Naruto bit his tongue down to keep from laughing after seeing how easily Neji angered Sasuke, especially when he recalled what his clone sent back to him last night. Flashback. Yesterday evening, a Naruto clone, out of boredom, was practicing drunken fist while combining it with wind manipulation in the training field when his ears heard the sound of a ruckus taking place some distance from him. The clone went to investigate what was going on. Upon his arrival, he saw Kakashi make Sasuke sit on the ground up against the wooden log before tying him up with rope against the log. Wanting to know what the issue was about, the clone moved in closer but made sure to stay out of sight. After tying Sasuke up, Kakashi stood over him with a hardened gaze while Sasuke gave him a defiant look of anger. What's the meaning of this, Kakashi? Sasuke barked in anger. Sasuke, it's been brought to my attention that you once again chose to disobey my advice with regards to Naruto's girlfriend. Only this time I had to hear this from a fellow Jounin sensei who reported how you recently tried to influence and manipulate Hinata into dumping Naruto in exchange for going out with you. You're treading dangerous grounds, Sasuke, Kakashi said with a warning. All I did was tell Hinata the truth about my feelings for her, and how things might have been between us had she given me the chance to prove my merit, Sasuke retorted. There's no merit when you go behind your teammate's back and try to convince his girlfriend that you'd make a better boyfriend for her than your teammate. I told you time and time again to leave Hinata alone and to stop this ridiculous pursuit of her. But clearly, my words have no meaning to you, Sasuke, since you refuse to take my advice seriously. I told you before, Sasuke, those who abandon the mission are trash. But those who betray their comrades are worse than trash. And your actions in trying to get Hinata to dump Naruto, your teammate, so you can get her to date and become your girlfriend instead makes you worse than trash, Kakashi said firmly. Sasuke scowled at Kakashi and replied, he may be your late sensei's son forced to carry the burden of being a Jinchuriki, but that doesn't excuse his foul treatment and disrespect of his supposed relationship with Hinata. I don't know what cunning lies he told her to deceive her into turning a blind eye to his perverted, womanizing character. The very fact that he acts the way he does so shamelessly while in a relationship is disgusting, and Hinata deserves better than that. You think you're in the position to decide that for Hinata? Tell me, Sasuke, assuming that you said things similar to what you told me just now to Hinata, what was her reply to you? Kakashi asked. Sasuke frowned deeply and reluctantly answered. She said that I don't know Naruto as well as I think, and that I know only what he wants me to know. And that she's the only one who truly knows him. That's right, Sasuke. You don't know Naruto. You know only what he wants you to know, Kakashi said almost cryptically. Though you graduated as the Rookie of the Year, the truth of the matter is that you don't deserve the title. Your performance and actions over the past week certainly hasn't been Rookie of the Year material, Kakashi mocked. Sasuke growled upon being insulted with that remark. The only reason that I haven't disqualified you from taking part of the Chunin exams is because that would deny Naruto and Sakura a chance to participate, and that wouldn't be fair to them since the Chunin exams require a 3-genin cell team in order to participate, Kakashi made clear. So in other words, you're using me as a token for their convenience? Sasuke replied. You put yourself into that position, Sasuke, so deal with it. And one other thing, I'd better not hear about how you tried to approach Hinata again on the topic of persuading and seducing her to become your girlfriend during the Chunin exams, or even after the exams are over. Because if I do, I'll have you suspended from active ninja duty until further notice. Is that understood, Sasuke? Kakashi warned. Sasuke frowned but gave no retort. Now if you'll excuse me, I'll take my leave and depart from you so you have time to think about what I said. But make sure that you're ready and present for tomorrow's Chunin exam so that you don't drag your teammates down, Kakashi said as he pulled out his orange book and turned to walk off. Wait! You can't leave me tied up like this! Sasuke yelled. You're a ninja. I'm sure you can come up with some escape plan. Especially if you don't want your teammates to blame you for failing the exams before they even start. Don't screw up, Sasuke. Your teammates are counting on your performance tonight, Kakashi replied before he executed a smokeless shunshin and left the area, leaving Sasuke still tied up to the wooden log. Sasuke was seething in rage. He wanted to get back at Kakashi so badly, but he knew such a thing wouldn't be possible, considering the situation he was in, and the fact that Kakashi was smarter, stronger, and faster than him. Not wanting to be the cause of his own inability to become stronger, Sasuke started working on freeing himself. The clone, having heard and seen everything, watched for several more minutes as Sasuke worked to reach his kunai for almost half an hour. It would be a while before Sasuke freed himself. The clone dispelled and gave his experience and knowledge to Naruto. In effect, Naruto burst into a fit of laughter outside his bedroom, with Anuka wondering what on earth had Naruto laughing all of a sudden. End flashback. Present day. Naruto snapped out of his train of thought when Lee spoke up. Naruto-kun, I recall that my team and I were told about your life story. I want to say what an honor it is that I'm friends with such a youthful genin who saves us every day by keeping that unyouthful Bijou at bay with the powers of his radiant flaring youth. If all the people of Konoha were half the man you are, this village would be a far better society. That's something I can agree to, Lee, Naruto replied. So you're Uzumaki Naruto. I heard much about you from Lee, Gai-sensei, Hayashi-sama, and Niji. I'm Tenten, Tenten said, introducing herself. Naruto turned to look at Tenten. He went over to her and looked her over carefully. Niji, though, looked ready to put Naruto in his place if he tried anything. Sakura shook her head, seeing this all too familiar behavior. What are you doing? Tenten asked quizzically. You're definitely a worthy specimen, Naruto remarked as he continued studying Tenten's features from top to bottom. Excuse me? Tenten replied. I've seen many kunoichi wannabes in my time. However, what I'm beholding before me is telling me a whole different story. You have a tomboyish choice of clothing, yet your hairstyle balances you out as it expresses your femininity. You discreetly conceal much of your bodily appeal while allowing onlookers to give attention to your arms, which shows a nicely toned build while still maintaining your womanliness. You possess a lovely yet confident look in your face, and those firm brown eyes of yours demonstrate that you're not to be taken lightly at any time. Indeed, everything about you testifies to you being a kunoichi who works hard to be more than just another skirt to chase. Just like Tsunade, Naruto complimented, but his last words truly hammered the nails of his earlier words deep. You really think I'm like Tsunade-sama? Tenten asked through her blushing face, happy that someone acknowledged how she wishes to be so much like Tsunade, who is praised as being not only one of the Sannin, but one of the strongest women in history. I wouldn't have given you my praise if I didn't believe my own words. I can tell just by looking at you that you're the type who focuses more on her skills as a ninja than how she looks like in the mirror for some boy to see as if she was a walking tease. Though I'm sure Niji's Byakugan can see far more than I can if it was put to use, Naruto added. Niji growled and leaked bloodlust after hearing Naruto's perverted insinuation of the famed and respected bloodline limit of the Huga clan. Tenten blushed hotly from Naruto's words and looked at Niji while wondering if he ever looked through her clothes like that before. I never abused my Byakugan for such inappropriate behavior, Tenten. You're my teammate, and I have boundaries I set in how I use my bloodline limit. Abusing my bloodline limit for such lewd conduct would shame the Huga name, Niji stated with a hardened tone as he gave an angered sneer at Naruto. No one but Naruto noticed the slight look of disappointment Tenten had on her face. Even still, some kunoichi, tomboyish or not, like to be complimented about their womanliness and grace, even if it's by their teammates and friends, Naruto replied. Who are you to give me advice? Niji scoffed. Someone with experience and understanding that doesn't need the Byakugan to know a good thing when he sees it, unlike you, Naruto replied confidently. Niji wanted to retort, but he chose to calm himself down instead of giving in to his anger. After calming down, Niji replied, Tenten is a skilled ninja and reliable teammate. Even while we were students at the Ninja Academy, she demonstrated her dedication to always improving and becoming more than she is. She doesn't need me to tell her that. You have Byakugan, yet you're still blind, Naruto remarked as he shook his head. Naruto, did you forget why we're here? Sasuke cut in. Naruto turned to Sasuke and answered, Sorry, I got lost in the moment. Naruto turned to his left. Did you get everything? Every last word and description, Akage Bunshin said as he was writing down everything in a notepad. Everyone was now wondering at what point Naruto made a Kaige Bunshin and had him start jotting down notes. Wait a minute, you mean to say that you had your clone write down everything that was said and done just now? A dumbfounded Sakura asked in disbelief as the clone handed Naruto all of his notes, and then dispelled. Naruto smiled as he placed his notepad away and replied, "It had so many great elements and resources for a believable scene. I just couldn't pass it up. You're something else, Naruto. Why can't you be more like Sasuke-kun?" Sakura asked. "I just don't have what it takes to measure up to Sasuke's magnificence," Naruto mocked before receiving a scowl from Sasuke. "Sasuke-san, I see that Sakura-san is very taken by you. I desire to show her my flaming youth by challenging you to a match," Lee said. Sasuke looked at the green genin incredulously and replied, "You seriously think you can match me? He's this year's Rookie of the Year, Lee." "There's a chance that Sasuke could give you a challenge," Naruto said after seeing what was going on. "Is that right?" "Well, I suppose challenging him shouldn't be so bad, I imagine," Lee figured. "You think you have what it takes to go against me?" Sasuke asked. Lee nodded. "All right then," Sasuke accepted. "Sakura-san, I'll prove and demonstrate the burning flames of my love for you," Lee said happily as he blew a kiss at her, which led to, logic be damned, a genjutsu of floating hearts to fly from out of his lips and over to Sakura. The pink-haired genin panicked and dodged all of the floating hearts, sent her way before falling to the ground on the back of her head. He seriously has a huge crush on Sakura, Naruto thought while he, out of respect for his friend Lee, bit his tongue down hard to hold the laugh that so badly wanted to come out. Sasuke muttered as he assumed an fighting stance with Lee assuming a taijutsu stance. A moment later, both combatants charged at each other, and as soon as Sasuke reached Lee, Lee seemingly vanished and reappeared behind him. The next thing that happened was that Lee delivered a swift swing kick to Sasuke's left side. The Uchiha barely had time to block the attack as he was sent flying backwards. Sasuke managed to regain his balance and keep from falling and hitting the ground. Lee, however, didn't give Sasuke time to coordinate himself as he rushed at him fiercely. Sasuke tried to resort to his Sharingan, but Lee didn't allow him time to gather the needed chakra, as Sasuke was being forced to block as many speeding blows as possible with several punches and kicks landing. The next thing that happened was that Sasuke was sent flying backwards again with no time to regain his balance. Sakura, seeing this, hurriedly rushed over to Sasuke and used herself as a landing cushion as Sasuke collided with her. Both genin landed on the ground disheveled. Lee stood upright with a look of disappointment. "Sasuke-san, from what I heard Naruto-kun say about you earlier, I was honestly expecting more out of our match." Sasuke was seething at how he was floored by Lee before being told that his performance was a disappointment. "Sasuke-kun, are you?" Sakura was about to ask, but was interrupted. "I'm fine," Sasuke said as he got back up off the ground with Sakura following as she stood back up also. "Impressive, Lee," Naruto complimented. "You've gotten better than before." Lee turned his attention to Naruto and said, "Thanks, Naruto-kun. As always, I work hard to strengthen the flames of my burning youth." Lee turned to Sakura and asked, "So how about it, Sakura-san? Will you go out with me?" "No way," Sakura screeched. Lee's head dropped down in dejection as Tenten shook her head and sighed. "Anyway, we've wasted enough time here, so let's continue to room 301 please," Neji suggested. "Sure, let's go," Naruto said as he began to walk away before turning to face Tenten again. "Oh, and Tenten, you should try letting your hair out of those cute buns occasionally. I bet you'd look even more cute like that, and you'd have a few guys entranced by your cute face," Naruto said smoothly, earning another blush from Tenten as her hand unintentionally went to one of her hair buns after hearing that. "See you later," Naruto said as he rejoined the team and went on his way. The Konoha genin and the rest of the crowd continued on their way to the room. As Naruto and the others entered the designated room, they came to see that there was a large amount of competition this year. Genin from both major and minor villages were all over the room. "I get dibs on the strongest ones here," Naruto shouted, earning a few stares from some of ninja in the room. "Hey Naruto," said Shikamaru as Choji and Ino made their appearance behind him. "Nice way to make an attention-grabbing entrance. You must really want to make enemies." "Whatever," Naruto retorted. Ino, Shikamaru and Chuji remembered what their fathers told them the other day about Naruto. Shikamaru found the whole ordeal troublesome, though he was angered by the amount of lies and cover-ups he was told and taught to believe. Chuji was shocked and outraged. Their fathers explained that they and Inoichi tried to adopt Naruto into one of their clans but were overruled by the majority in the council and the hierarchy. Though the three genin accepted that, they were angry that more wasn't done for Naruto and much of their trust and respect in their parents and older clansmen was lost. "Hey Naruto, Shikamaru and I were told the whole story about you and your clan. I have to say that Konoha really did you and your clan a great injustice," Chuji sympathized. "Reparations are in order. Don't worry about it too much, especially since we're about to take the Chunin exams," Naruto suggested. "He's right," So don't become troublesome please, Shikamaru added. Sasuke saw Eno making her way over to them. Catching Sasuke in her sights, she went and hugged him from behind, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. Sasuke-kun. I missed you. Eno purred. Get off me, Sasuke said with a tone of utter annoyance. That's right, pig. Get off my Sasuke-kun. Sakura barked. Troublesome. Why don't you two do everyone a favor and go find a guy that's actually worth your time? Shikamaru said in exasperation. Eno was about to give a retort when her eyes fell on Naruto. That reminds me, Eno said as she released Sasuke and went over to Naruto. Naruto, I heard some rather amazing and shocking news about you and the lies we were told all these years. I know I can't take back all the bad things I said and did to you, but I just wanted to say, I'm sorry, Eno said honestly. I accept your apology. But that doesn't mean you and I can't be friends, right? Naruto asked with a toothy smile. Of course not. And as new friends, perhaps you can fill in some missing gaps about yourself. I mean, I've been finding out things about you that don't seem to quite make sense, and I've been trying to dig up the facts, Eno said. Eno, now isn't the time for you go looking for the latest gossip, Chuji remarked. Chuji, Naruto rebuked. It's never too late for young maidens to invest and spend their time investigating my greatness. Most of the genin in the room's sweat dropped at Naruto's self-absorbed proclamation. Don't get big-headed, Naruto. Eno replied. You may have some interesting secrets to yourself, but Sasuke-kun is still first place in my book. I'd like to have a short word with you, Naruto said. He gestured for Eno to follow him to the isolated part of the hallway. The group watched as Naruto whispered something into Eno's right ear. Moments later, Eno's eyes widened as the complexion on her face changed to a red that could rival Hinata's blush. Eno's head lowered a short moment before Naruto was done. The blonde Jinchuriki grinned as he walked and left the silent and blushing Eno where she was, looking as meek as ever, something that wasn't common. How did he know? How did he find out? Eno thought nervously. What did you tell her? An intrigued Sakura asked. Nothing important, Naruto replied with a shrug. Sakura and everyone else didn't buy that obviously. It was clear that Naruto told her something that truly embarrassed her, and considering how shameless she and Sakura act towards Sasuke, it was saying something. Eno was known for always digging up the latest dirt and news about people and events, but whatever it was Naruto told her must have been deep dirt Eno didn't want to come out into the light. I wonder if Eno's being blackmailed. I can't help but wonder what embarrassing secret Naruto found out about her, Shikamaru considered as he looked at still quiet and nervous Eno, thinking about whatever it was Naruto told her. Troublesome. I just hope that Eno's plight doesn't serve as a hindrance during the Chunin exams. Hey you guys, Naruto said as he looked over at Team 8, who was just arriving. Glad to see that you all made it here. And thanks for escorting my girlfriend here safely. Whatever, Naruto, Kiba grinned. We didn't come all this way for that. Like you, we came here to kick some ass and get promoted. Hinata walked over to Naruto, and just as she was about to say something to him, Naruto, a masculine voice devoid of emotions, called out. Naruto and the others turned to see Gaara. The Tsunade Jinchuriki went over to Naruto until they were face to face with his arms crossed over his chest. Gaara, how nice to see you again, Naruto replied with a smile, while secretly being on guard. I learned some intriguing truths about you, Naruto, and found that you're more than what I previously thought you to be, Gaara said with the same deadpan expression. Kiba, Sasuke, and the other rookies saw the tension between Naruto and Gaara. Sasuke sensed that there was something strong about Gaara, though he couldn't put his finger on it. Hey, Sakura said. You're that same Tsunanin that my team and I saw the other day. Gaara turned to Sakura and replied with sharp bloodlust. I have no interest in you or in that uchiha over there. My attention is set on Uzumaki, Naruto. Sakura backed away after being hit with Gaara's bloodlust. The others stood their ground, but stayed cautious of what they thought might happen. Gaara turned back to Naruto and said, You will be my greatest conquest, Gaara. Kankaro called out, grabbed his younger brother's attention. You're drawing unwanted attention to both us and yourself. Gaara turned to Kankaro with a hard gaze. The older male hid his nervousness as he maintained a strong front. Tamari appeared and said, Gaara, you'll have us disqualified if you start fights outside the rules of the Chunin exams. Baki-sensei won't be pleased should that happen. Gaara relented and said, We'll meet again soon, Naruto. The Tsunade Jinchuriki turned and walked off, leaving the other Konoha genin confused and at the same time worried. Sasuke didn't like how Naruto was being looked at as trophy fighter that foreigners wanted to challenge, while he, Sasuke, was shoved to the side as uninteresting news. Though Kankaro also wanted to challenge and fight Naruto, unlike Gaara, he didn't want to publicize it. That guy looks dangerous, Tenten remarked. Not to mention crazy. You're telling me, Eno said after returning back herself and joining the others. Hey cutie, Temari greeted Naruto flirtatiously as she went over and stood in front of him as Hinata subtly moved and stood closely next to Naruto at his right. Tamari grinned upon seeing the reaction she got out of Hinata, which didn't go unnoticed by the others. Did that girl just refer to Naruto as cutie? Chuji asked incredulously. She did, and evidently Naruto and his team seemed to have some sort of history with Izuna Genin, Shikamaru said in boredom. It's nice to you again, Temari said with a feminine smile. I was hoping to run into you before the start of the Chunin exams today. You were? Naruto asked in some surprise. But you were unavailable, so I wasn't able to meet you again, Temari said. Why did you want to meet Naruto-kun again? Hinata asked, though she already knew what Temari might say. I heard some funny things about him. Something along the lines of pranking the ninja of this village and his teammates, Temari replied. You heard about that? Naruto asked. One store owner told me that you painted and vandalized the entire Hokage monument underneath everyone's nose and that even the team of ninjas sent after you weren't capable of even catching you, Temari laughed. I couldn't help but wonder how you managed to pull that off. That was nothing, I've done far worse than that, Naruto chuckled. I heard. He even told me how you occasionally prank the Hokage and the Rookie of the Year, Temari laughed. Would this store owner happen to be Tuchi? Naruto asked. Yeah, that's the guy. He seems to be quite taken by you, Naruto, Temari added. Back home, your pranks would have gotten you into so much trouble, especially with my father. You mean the Kazekage, Naruto acknowledged. Gee, some people don't appreciate good jokes. Your idea of jokes weren't amusing to your victims, Naruto, Sasuke remarked. But they were for everyone else, who got good laughs out of them. My friend Rock Lee enjoys my sense of humor, Naruto replied. Naruto-kun, your humorous spirit radiates with youthful flares that sadly aren't appreciated by many, Lee remarked. But you're one of the few who does, which is why I like sparring with you from time to time, Naruto said. You actually spar with this guy? Sasuke asked. And why not? Lee is. How can I put this? Naruto contemplated. A genius? A genius? Sasuke asked skeptically. Yes, a genius of hard work, Naruto said with a large smile. A genius of hard work? Ino asked. There exists no such classification. You're wrong, Lee shouted indignantly. So many blindly believe that geniuses are born or gifted by fate. Naruto-kun and I don't share the belief of such unyouthful people, and it's through our burning youth that we exceed all expectations of us. Why did you have to get him started, Naruto? Tenten sighed. You there, the one in the green spandex? Quiet down a bit, will ya? Spoke a voice that caught all 12 rookies' attention as they turned to the source, only to see a young man with white hair wearing purple clothes and glasses. You're attracting too much attention to this area and I would prefer not be made a target just yet. And just who might you be, for eyes? Asked Kiba, as neither he nor anyone else for that matter had seen that kid before, despite him having a Konoha headband on. You guys must be this year's rookies. I'm Kabuto. Take a look around, Kabuto advised, and the Konoha rookies did. There were scowling and downright unfriendly faces all around. Those behind you are from Amigakure. They are famous for their short tempers. If you aren't careful, they might kill you, Kabuto said. But I can't blame any of you. This is your first time and all. How about I give you guys a few pointers? Sasuke frowned. Kabuto-san, Sakura asked, is this your second try? Actually, this is my 7th. There are 2 exams each year, so this is my 4th year, Kabuto replied. So you know a lot about this exam? Kiba asked. I do, Kabuto said and pulled out a stack of cards. I have collected all I know of the exams and put them on these special info cards that I created. They are blank until I pump my chakra into one of them, making the information visible. Kabuto crouched down. He laid a card on the ground, making it swirl, and in a moment, the blank surface was replaced with a map. This is the map of the shinobi lands, and which villages that have sent how many teams. I have information on them all, although on the team from Oto I don't know much. It's a new village, and it's their first time in the exams, Kabuto said. Do you have information on individuals? Sasuke asked. Kabuto nodded and replied, I have data on everybody, therefore I can uncover just about anything about a person in regards to their shinobi history. Is there someone you are looking for? Yes, give me whatever information you have on Rock Lee from Konoha, Gaara from Suna, and Uzumaki Naruto from Konoha, Sasuke said, desiring to know just about everything he could about those opponents. Everyone but Naruto stared at Sasuke. You know their names? That makes it easier, said Kabuto as he took out a card from the deck and spun it around on the ground with his chakra. This ought to be interesting, thought Niji, hoping that he could find out more about Naruto and then use it against him later in some way or another. First up is Rock Lee, Kabuto started. He is 1 year older than you. His mission history is 20 D ranks and 11 C ranks. He has no talent for either ninjutsu or genjutsu, however his taijutsu has developed extremely this last year. He was praised by his sensei as a skilled genin, and this is his first time taking this exam. His teammates are Tenten and Huga Niji. His Jounin sensei is Mato Gai. Sasuke nodded as Kabuto took out the next card and explained, next we have Gaara. He's a year older than you two, and he carries a large gourd on his back everywhere he goes. His mission history is 0 D ranks, 9 C ranks, 8 B ranks, and 14 A ranks. There's no documented data about his skills in any form of combat, but according to what's known, in his missions Gaara has never been hit once. His teammates are Temari and Kankuro, and their Jounin sensei is Baki. This next one better be Naruto's, thought Niji, as he was becoming slightly impatient. This Kabuto fellow is trouble, Naruto thought calmly. And last, but not least, we have one Uzumaki Naruto, said Kabuto as he spun the card and lifted it up to read the information. Sasuke and Niji both waited for Kabuto to speak and give them as much information on Naruto as he could. Kabuto muttered while scratching the back of his head. His academic background and ninja history don't add up. What do you mean? Sasuke asked. Kabuto explained, Naruto graduated from your class as the dead last, having done poorly in every subject covered in your class. He has no talent in genjutsu, however his uncanny and unexplainable skills in kenjutsu is high to elite jounin level, and it's said to match, if not rival, that of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure. His mission experience is 10 D-rank missions and 1 C-rank turned A-rank mission, in which he single-handedly slaughtered and butchered over 100 rogue samurai and mercenaries in a span of a few seconds using Zabuza's sword before feeding their leader to sharks. His ninjutsu skills are B to A class, though rumor has it that he's adept in wind manipulation. At age 9, he was highly admired and praised by many older and veteran kunoichi of Konoha for having defeated the Hokage, all of the other male ninja in the area, and all the males of his class, including the Rookie of the Year, at the same time with a jutsu he himself created years before becoming a genin. His teammates are Yu and Haruno Sakura, and his Jounin sensei is Hatake Kakashi. Everyone looked at Naruto questionably on hearing everything Kabuto said. Hearing that Naruto took out and defeated the Hokage and his men at such a young age through his original jutsu was news to the Sunanin. They saw him as more of a dangerous threat than before, while Gaara saw him as more of a grand prize worthy of feeding to his mother. The other foreign genin, looking over at Naruto, wondered how someone that dresses so stupidly in a flashing orange jumpsuit that screams "I'm an easy target to kill" could have such a dangerous record. Naruto, though, remained neutral and calm, as if unaffected by what Kabuto said of him. I wonder what that jutsu was, a female Kusa genin with glasses and red hair said to her teammates in the background. It must have been a very powerful jutsu if it effectively defeated the current Hokage and every ninja that was with him all at once. If this Naruto is as powerful as that Kabuto guy says he is, it would be wise to avoid and not cross him, a male Kusa genin said. The red-haired Kusa genin and her other teammate nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, 3 Kiri genin in the background eyed Naruto carefully. So that's the famous Uzumaki Naruto, the first male Kiri genin remarked. The one they named the bridge in Nami no Kuni after. That's same the one, the only female Kiri genin of the group said. Pretty hard to believe, considering his unusual choice of clothes. Never mind that, the lead Kiri genin with light blue hair and square glasses said, remember, we're only taking part of the Chunin exams to complete our secret mission, and we can't afford to fail. But we have to make that no one else is around when it's time to encounter Naruto. Understand? The 3 Kiri genin nodded. Are you making all of that crap up, Kabuto? And Amin asked skeptically. How could the dead last of Konoha that failed at everything in the Ninja Academy accomplish such feats worthy of a high S-class ninja? I doubt even the current and previous Rookie of the Year of Konoha possess such caliber. Niji and Sasuke scowled hatefully at the Amin. My information is based on solid facts, not speculations, Kabuto said as he adjusted his glasses. What I have is all I currently know of Naruto. Anyone who takes the Chunin exam 7 times straight isn't doing so for the enjoyment of it. I'm just happy that he and everyone else is oblivious to my in-depth expertise in Fuinjutsu, Naruto thought as he cautiously eyed the believed spy in their midst. Naruto actually fed the bad guy's leader to sharks? Tenten wondered. Kabuto-san, you've just proven that geniuses aren't born, they're developed. In spite of being the dead last, Naruto-kun, through dedication to hard work and unyielding perseverance, is reaping the fruits of his blazing youth. I will work even harder to reach the youthfulness Naruto-kun is basking in. A starry-eyedly praised enthusiastically. Such foolishness, Niji mumbled. Naruto was suddenly aware of someone heading towards them at a high speed. He also felt that whatever it was wasn't headed for him, but Kabuto. 3 genin from Otogekyu rushed at Kabuto. One of them, a man covered in bandages with something furry on his back, took a swing at Kabuto, who dodged. But after the punch passed, Kabuto fell down, his glasses broken, and he vomited. What the hell was that sound? Naruto thought, rubbing his now hurting ears. Just then an explosion erupted in the front of the classroom, and a lot of Chunin stood there. In front of all of the Chunin, a tall man wearing a black trench coat stood. His face was set in a firm frown, with a single scar running down the left side of his face. Shut up. Damn brats. The tall man shouted. I'm Marino Ibiki, and I will be the head proctor for the first exam. Ibiki emitted a bit of bloodlust that made several genin gulp. Ibiki then pointed at the three from Oto. You three. No more trouble, or I'll throw you out myself. Ibiki barked. The one who had taken a swing at Kabuto mumbled an apology and a lame excuse. There's no fighting unless your proctor tells you to. Trash that disobeys this rule will get thrown right out, Ibiki said before gesturing towards the group of Chunin around him, who each held a box with a hole in the top. Each team is to approach one of the examiners and take a number. Go to the seat with your number on it. If you don't like where you're sitting, too bad. We will then hand out the written test, Ibiki explained. Soon enough, everybody was seated. Now that everyone has taken a seat, I can explain the rules. Don't turn your tests over yet, and listen up, because I'm only saying the rules once. No questions are allowed. Ibiki barked and started to write on the blackboard. Rule 1. You have 10 points to begin with. The written test has 10 questions, 9 written, and 1 spoken. For each wrongly answered question, you lose 1 point. If you answer all the questions correctly, then you keep your 10 points, Ibiki explained. Rule 2. This is a team test, which means we will be checking every team for their overall score. Your passing this exam is decided on the performance of the team as a whole. A Konoha genin jumped up and shouted, What? How are we supposed to work in teams? Shut up. Who gave you permission to ask? Ibiki snapped. Sorry, the genin said and sat down. Rule 3. If you're caught cheating 5 times, you're out. No exceptions, Ibiki explained. And remember, we see everything. Last rule. If someone on the team loses all of his or her points, or is caught cheating 5 times, then the whole team fails, no matter how well their teammates do, Ibiki said, and a chorus of what sounded through the room. I hope my words were clearly understood. If not, too bad, Ibiki added. Naruto-kun, good luck, Hinata said from next to him. The couple considered themselves lucky to be seated together. Good luck to you too, Hinata-chan, Naruto replied, and Hinata smiled at him. Their attention was brought back to the front by Ibiki's booming voice. You have 1 hour. Begin. Ibiki yelled, and everyone turned their test over. Naruto looked over the exam and the questions on it. A moment later, what is this crap? These are questions only an experienced Chunin or Jounin could answer, Naruto thought as he examined the 9 questions on the paper. There has to be more to what Ibiki said earlier when he told us the rules to this exam. Naruto recalled Ibiki's words. If you're caught cheating 5 times, you're out. No exceptions. Wait a minute, so cheating won't get us automatically disqualified. We get 4 free shots at cheating, but if you're caught cheating 5 times, you're failed. So the purpose of the exam is to cheat and not get caught in the process. Naruto realized before he decided to see how others were doing. Several minutes later, he saw what started taking place in the room. He noticed that Sasuke was using his Sharingan, while Sakura did her best to answer the questions based on her book smarts. Naruto saw Tenten twirling her kunai, with Lee watching to see the answers her kunai reflected. Naruto turned to Hinata, who was discreetly using her Byakugan and writing the answers down on the test sheet, something Niji was also doing. Using his own understanding based on experiences awakened in his mind, Naruto started answering the questions. Hinata peeked over to see if Naruto was carefully copying her answers. She found that Naruto wasn't struggling at the very least to answer the questions. In fact, he wasn't looking at anyone else's paper at all. I should have more confidence in him, Hinata thought. After all, he taught and trained me. Naruto also saw how, during the hour that went by, a lot of teams had been failed and dismissed from the room. Towards the end of the hour, Naruto sensed and felt a particular chakra in the room, which gave him a familiar sensation that he experienced before in Nami no Kuni. That chakra. It has to be. There's no other explanation. Naruto thought excitedly while trying not to go crazy and trying to trace from whom in the room that chakra radiated from. However, the chakra died out as quickly as it came, as if it was never there, but it was enough for Naruto to feel it. I'm going to have to thoroughly search and find the genin in this room that chakra signature came from. I can automatically rule out the Sunanin, and of course, those from Konoha, which leaves those from Kiri, Aim, Oto, and Kusa. Naruto thought deeply. Soon, all of the remaining genin were done with the exams. Time's up. Pencils down, everyone, Ibiki shouted, causing all of the genin to do as instructed. Now that the trash is kicked out, we can proceed, Ibiki thought and cleared his throat before he continued. Now it's time for the 10th question. Ibiki was cut off by Kankuro, who came back from the toilet with one of the examiners. Just in time. Now that you are finished playing with your dolls, perhaps we can continue, Ibiki said, and Kankuro was shocked. He knew about Karasu. Kankuro thought, referring to his puppet disguised as the examiner behind him. Kankuro walked down the rows towards his desk. Alright, now before I can give you the 10th question, there are some additional rules, Ibiki said. First, you have to choose if you are going to take the question or not. What happens if we don't take it? One of the Konoha genin asked. Your points will be reduced to 0, and you'll fail, along with your team. Ibiki replied simply. What a dumb rule. Of course we will take it. An AIM genin shouted out. However, if you take it, and get it wrong, you'll be forever banned from the Chunin exams, Ibiki said, and the room fell quiet. Suddenly, Kiba shouted, That's not fair. There are people here that have taken the exam before. Well, they didn't have me for a proctor. Now choose. Wait until next year, or risk never taking the Chunin exams ever again. Ibiki barked, emitting a faint bloodlust, enough to emphasize his threat. Murmurs filled the room. One by one, some of the genin gave up and left. Naruto turned to Sakura and Sasuke and found them debating on which option to make, along with Hinata and the rest of his friends. Taking a deep breath and exhaling, Naruto stood up from his seat and started walking away from his desk. Some thought that Naruto was going to give up until they saw him head over to Ibiki, facing him in front of the entire room. Ibiki looked back at Naruto with a hardened glare. What is Naruto doing? Everyone wondered. Did I give you permission to stand and come before me, boy? Ibiki said with a tone that intimidated most of the other genin in the room. First off, my name is not boy. It's Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto replied calmly before continuing with a firm tone. Furthermore, Marino Ibiki, you're so full shit it's sickening. Everyone, including Hinata, looked at Naruto in shock after hearing what he told Ibiki to his face. Sakura turned pale with a look of horror on her face. That freaking idiot is going to get me and Sasuke-kun kicked out, if not permanently banned from ever taking the Chunin exams again. Inner Sakura screamed in panic. That imbecile. Sasuke growled under his breath. What was that? Ibiki asked venomously as he leaked out waves of bloodlust. I said you're full of shit. Did I stutter? Naruto mocked, being unfazed by the bloodlust as he continued. Who the hell are you to say that we and those from foreign ninja nations can never become Chunin? You backed yourself into a corner when you said that crap about all of us never being allowed to take the Chunin exams ever again if we chose to attempt to answer the 10th question and failed it. Tell me please, what political connections you have in high places to get all of the leaders of all of the other ninja villages to agree to that shit? I'm certain that Temari's father would never agree to your garbage. Ibiki looked at him, and then turned to see the look on everyone's faces after listening to Naruto's logical words. They saw that everything Naruto said made sense. I trust Naruto-kun. Hinata exclaimed. I'll take the 10th question. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm with the dobe also. I find it illogical that the leader of another village would allow other shinobi nations to decide for them whether their ninja could ever be promoted to Chunin or higher, Sasuke said. That cutie has never met my father, but after hearing what Naruto said, I doubt he'd ever agree to what Ibiki-san said, Temari said. I choose to believe and side with Naruto. And one by one all of the remaining genin sided with Naruto. And with just that, the fear and uncertainty in the room was gradually dying down. That kid boldly stood up to me as he saw through and called my bluff, completely wiped out everyone's fear, and got everyone to side with him, even those who would be his enemies, to take on what could have been a dangerous ordeal. This Naruto is truly Chunin material. Anyway, it's useless to wait anymore, Ibiki thought before shaking his head. Everyone in this room passes. There was a deafening silence until, what? A not-so-silent question came from all of the genin in the room, except Naruto and Gaara. What about the 10th question? Chuji asked. There was no 10th question. Or you can say the take or don't take choice was the question. It was an impossible problem. Take it or don't. Live or die. You could say that choice was the whole point of this test, Ibiki said. What? But what was the point to those other questions then? Temari asked. They served their purpose, Ibiki explained. They weeded out those that are trash with no talent for gathering information. I'll say it again. You're here to become Chunin. A Chunin has to be able to get information. As you have noticed, the questions are difficult. To answer them, most of you had to cheat. Therefore, we planted 2 Chunin who knew the answers to the questions. They were to be targets for the rest of the room. Those that cheated without regards for themselves or their teammates were kicked out. If you get bad information on a mission, then your teammates and village will be the ones to pay. But what about that 10th question? A Kusa genin asked. Let's suppose you become Chunin. You will be sent in on missions with little or no information on enemy forces. Should you choose not to take the mission because of the uncertain factors involved? The answer is no. When you get a mission, you have to complete it, or the village will be in an unfortunate situation. We are shinobi, and we're sworn to protect our village. Those that believe there will always be next year don't deserve to become Chunin. But those still in this room demonstrated that they're willing to place their lives on the line. That's precisely what ninja do every day. Congratulations on passing, and good luck in the next exams. As Ibiki finished his explanation, he, Naruto, and the more skilled genin felt something flying towards one of the windows. Reacting quickly, Naruto jumped back and landed near Hinata as he successfully avoided a black ball that flew through the window, sending shards of glass flying. The ball twisted and 2 kunai shot out of it into the ceiling, turning the ball into a banner hiding Ibiki from view. In front of the banner stood a woman wearing a brown trench coat, shin guards, fishnet clothes and a very small dull orange miniskirt. She had purple hair and brown eyes. The banner read, "The second examiner. Midarashi Anko. This isn't a time to be celebrating. I'm the second examiner, Midarashi Anko." Anko yelled, pumping an arm into the air. Naruto looked at Anko as he studied her features and choice of dress. Everyone else also stared at the strange and loud examiner known as Anko. Ibiki's eyebrows twitched. "Read the mood," Ibiki said, and Anko's mood deflated. She turned and faced Ibiki. 27 teams, Anko said, sounding upset. "You let 81 people pass? The first test must have been too soft." "There were a lot of excellent ones this year," Ibiki replied. Anko replied as she turned to face the mixed group of genin. "No matter. By the end of the second exam, I'll cut the number in half if not less." Anko stopped when her eyes fell on Naruto, who was smiling truthfully at her while holding his and Hinata's test papers which showed 4 tens written on the back of them. Hinata shook her head at Naruto's antics while everyone else looked at Naruto with confused expressions. "What the hell are you doing, and what are the 4 tens for?" Anko asked. Naruto explained enthusiastically, "It's the scores I'm giving you. 10 for the entrance, 10 for the landing, 10 for the outfit, and 10 for your sexy figure that looks even hotter with the outfit." A perfect score. Everyone looked at Naruto and wondered if he was for real. Is he really the same Naruto that told Ibiki-san off just moments ago? The only red-haired female Kusa genin wearing glasses thought. "He'll never change," Sakura mentally snorted. "While I appreciate the praise Gaki, I'm used to men complimenting and fawning over me like dogs in heat," Anko snickered. "I'm sure you are. Over the years I've seen hot and great specimens in my in-depth research in Konoha, but damn, how the hell did I miss such a magnificent specimen like yourself? And that orange miniskirt of yours, with orange being my favorite color no less. I feel a sense of kindred spirit seeing you in that color and—" "Naruto-kun," Hinata said meekly as she grabbed and tugged the side of his jacket a little with her left thumb and finger. "We're still taking the Chunin exams and you're keeping all of us from company continuing." Naruto looked back at Hinata, who gave him a pleading look. The blonde Jinchuriki conceded and said, "You're right. I shouldn't be so selfish. I'll have to continue looking into this elusive specimen on a later occasion." Sasuke thought, "Hinata says I don't know Naruto as well as I think, yet she subjects herself to tolerating Naruto's indecent behavior, and even during the Chunin exams he acts perverted in front of her and everyone else, even in front of those from foreign nations. He's even flirting with an older woman in front of her. How long is Hinata going to stomach this?" "You amuse me, Gaki, but as the girl said, we have Chunin exam business to take care of." Anko smirked before turning to the rest of the genin and shouting, "Ask your sensei for directions to the next testing ground and be there tomorrow morning at 9. That's it." Dismissed. Anko left the room in the same manner in which she entered, right through the window. "Would it have been too hard to use the front door?" Shikamaru asked. "She has style, and not every ninja uses the door." Shikamaru, Naruto said before turning to Hinata. "Hinata-chan, we still have time killed before the day is out. Wanna join me for some private time?" I don't know," Hinata meekly hesitated. "I was going to find A and meet up with Kurenai-sensei with Kiba-kun and Shino-kun." "I understand. I'll just meet up with you later if you have any time." "It's not a problem," Naruto assured before making his way out of the room. "And where do you think you're going, Naruto?" Sasuke asked. "To find Kakashi-sensei for directions to the next testing grounds." "I'll leave breadcrumbs for you to follow," Naruto said as he left through the door. Ignoring Naruto's sarcasm, Sasuke and Sakura followed after Naruto to find Kakashi. It didn't take long for them to do so after find him in the mess hall with the other jounin and special jounin. After hearing that they passed, Kakashi congratulated them and told them where the next testing ground was going to be. When they were dismissed, Naruto separated from the group and went his own way. While alone, he started thinking deeply about that chakra he sensed while inside the exam room. He summoned several clones and instructed them to search out the one the chakra was coming from, starting with the foreign genin who took the test with him. The clones nodded and took off to carry out their assignment. Meanwhile, a female genin was looking for someone, and soon found who she was looking for. "I finally found him alone," she thought as she waited for her chance to approach Naruto. Hey Naruto. Naruto turned to see Temari making her way over to him. Hey Temari. What's up? Naruto greeted. Nothing much. I just wanted to say that you did good during the first part of the Chunin exams. That Ibiki-san guy really did a number in scaring many of the other would-be Chunin to drop out of the exams. But I really liked how you used my father and political logic to thwart Ibiki's deception. I wouldn't have honestly thought of using that line of reasoning, Temari praised. But how did you know about me being the daughter of the Kazekage when I didn't get the chance to tell you? Hinata-chan told me after telling me how her day with you went. You walk like someone dignified too, Naruto replied. Temari, despite knowing this was a mission from Baki, couldn't help but smile at the compliment. Thank you? That reminds me. You said the other day how you appreciate strong women who refine themselves into kunoichi while referring to me as an exceptionally polished gemstone, Temari commented. Wow. You actually remembered that? A surprised Naruto asked. You were being sincere and honest, how could I forget? Temari replied with a feminine smile. I will admit that my younger brothers at one point didn't think highly of you, but today's earlier event obviously showed that their opinion of you changed. As Gaara clearly wants to challenge you and I'm sure Kankuro wants to also, though he won't come right out and say it. Overprotective siblings, typical, Naruto remarked. Regardless, I'm sure lots of guys back in Suna still checked you out and complimented you, Naruto assumed. Temari's smile faded. She refrained from telling the truth about guys being too afraid to approach her because of Gaara, so she went with a different approach and said, like I said before, guys back home don't have guts to talk to me the way you do, because you're the daughter of the Kazekage? That's lame and spineless on their part. They're missing out on such fun and pleasure they could be sharing with you right now. They don't know a good thing when they see it because of their fear to approach you, Naruto stated. Temari wanted to get mad but her blushing face and emotions conflicted with her sense of reasoning. This wasn't how she had wanted things to go, and she had to regain control of her emotions before she ended up making a fool of herself in public. One must always learn to look underneath the underneath. Things aren't always what they appear to be on the surface. You being the daughter of the Kazekage is what you are on the surface. But that doesn't say who you are underneath, Naruto said. After taking a moment to get herself together, Temari took a breath and said, for someone who's ranked as the dead last of your class, it's quite clear that your proverb truly describes you also. Clearly we have something in common. Really? Won't Gaara and Kankuro hunt me down when they hear that you said that in public? Naruto joked. Temari chuckled and said, don't worry about them. Since we have time to spare, how would you like to? Naruto-kun. Naruto and Temari turned to see Hinata approaching them. Hinata came stood by Naruto. Sorry it took me so long, Hinata apologized. Kurenai-sensei had more things to say to us than I thought. Don't worry about that, Hinata-chan, Naruto assured. So what do you want to do now? Whatever you want. Why, you said something earlier about private time, right? Hinata stuttered with a hint of lust in her tone while fiddling shyly with her index fingers. I did suggest that. I just have to make sure Ano-kane isn't around to disturb us. Naruto chuckled and wrapped his arm around Hinata, pulling her closer to him. Temari, upon seeing this, couldn't help but feel angry and jealous at seeing Hinata in Naruto's arms. She tried to remind herself that she was on an assigned mission to try to find out more about Naruto, but she couldn't help but feel jealous of Hinata. Temari had to leave quickly, not wanting to blow her cover. Well, you two go and enjoy yourselves. But I'll be seeing you both tomorrow. Bye. Temari said as she quickly dismissed herself. She hurried the pace while keeping her emotions in check. She took to leaping to the wall of a building and running up it till she was on the roof. Once there, she took a moment to get herself back in check and not lose sight of why they were in Konoha. Damn her. Temari mentally swore. Hinata just had to show up and mess up everything I had going with Naruto. Come on, Temari, get a grip. What's your problem? Why are you so jealous? You're a dignified Suna kunoichi for Kami's sakes. Why are you getting all emotional over a guy Baki-sensei assigned you to spy on who's clearly a threat to the plan? Besides, Naruto already has a girlfriend. So why are you acting like this? Then Naruto's earlier words came to her mind. They don't know a good thing when they see it because of their fear to approach you. One must always learn to look underneath the underneath. Things aren't always what they appear to be on the surface. You being the daughter of the Kazekage is what you are on the surface. But that doesn't say who you are underneath. He acknowledged me for me, Temari admitted to herself. Something no guy in Suna has ever done. Calming down, Temari started considering certain things about Naruto. His proverb about looking underneath the underneath. It's the identifying mark that he became the dead last, and acts the way he does on purpose to throw me and everyone off about him. He falsified his own records at the academy by intentionally doing poor at everything. And considering what Kabuto said about his skills and mission details, along with what I learned from Baki-sensei, Naruto only shown his true self when necessary. Just like how he did with Ibiki-san, Temari realized as she looked down at Hinata and Naruto walking away together with their arms around each other, and Hinata's head resting on his left shoulder. I'm not through with you yet, Uzumaki Naruto. I'll find a way to get you to show me your true self, one way or another. Temari took off and left, deciding to leave Naruto alone for now. The next day, all of the remaining teams made their way to the designated location. Upon their arrival, they stood in front of a massive, dreadful-looking forest that was fenced up, making everyone feel apprehensive at the sight of it. Naruto walked over to where the other rookies from Konoha stood. Then, in an explosion of smoke, Anko appeared in front of the forest. She, and the examiners already there, looked around and made sure all the teams were there. When they were sure, Anko started speaking. Welcome to the Forest of Death. Soon you'll learn why it's called that. Naruto remarked, that's nice and all, hot lady. But can you hurry this up so we can go camp out and picnic in your garden and play with all of your little animal friends? This got some chuckles from a number of genin present. Anko smiled at him before whipping out a kunai and throwing it at him, aiming to nick his cheek. Naruto stood there motionlessly and unfazed as the kunai grazed the left side his face. Anko appeared behind him and grabbed him by the shoulders, holding him close to her. I really like you, Anko said as she licked his bleeding cheek. Your type always dies first and leaves behind a delicious blood trail. All of the Konoha genin, along with the foreign ones, looked at Anko licking Naruto's cheek. Many thought Anko was a psycho, while others thought she was just sick and twisted. She's a sick freak. Sakura thought out loud while Sasuke looked at Anko with disgust. I see that you carry a burning desire of running your tongue over my body, Anko, Naruto implied. I can't say I'm surprised after our first meeting yesterday, which is why you cut my face and used my injury as an excuse to get a sample of what my body must feel and taste like under your tongue. Nobody knew what to think after hearing Naruto's words with the serious implications they carried. Hinata, though, wasn't amused at what Anko was doing, and really wanted to let loose and put Anko in her place with some brutal juken strikes while cutting off some chakra points. She knew Naruto could have removed Anko from him, but her being the proctor of the second part of the Chunin exams kept him from acting out. You have balls to say that about me in front of everyone, Anko said with a measure of bloodlust. Naruto ignored the bloodlust as he replied, balls aren't all I have, Anko, as I'm a ninja with many talents. Anko was about to say something when, excuse me, you dropped this, a female Kusa genin with long black hair said as she appeared behind Anko while holding Anko's kunai with her tongue. Anko turned to the Kusa genin and said, that was a dangerous stunt there. I could have killed you just now for that, my apologies. I'll be sure to watch my step with you next time, the Kusa genin said as she returned the kunai and left. Naruto's attention turned to the female genin from Kusagaki or Hidden Grass. Something about that genin sent a vibe through the blonde ninja that didn't sit well with him. After putting her kunai away, Anko disappeared and reappeared next to a booth where two of the other examiners sat. This portion of the exam is a field exam. All of you will be inside this forest for 5 days, Anko started, but was interrupted by a distressed Chuji who asked what would be done about food. Hunt, Anko answered plainly, the forest is full of food. As I was saying, all of you will be staying in the forest. Getting these scrolls your objective. Anko held up 2 scrolls, one of them brown and with the kanji for earth on it, and one white with the kanji for heaven. Each team gets one of these, and you're to get the opposite from an opposing team. By any means necessary, Anko said and held up a bunch of papers. These are release forms that dismisses any charges against Konoha for whatever will or might happen to all of you. After all, none of you want to see me get into any trouble, right? Sign these forms, and exchange them for the scroll in this booth, Anko said and started passing out the forms. You have 20 minutes to consider whether or not you'll risk your lives here and sign the forms. Then come one team at a time. So, an Otonin figured. In other words, killing is allowed in this part of the exams, correct? Anko retorted, didn't you hear me the first time? You're to get the opposite scroll from an opposing team by any means necessary. The genin went to sign the forms and get their scrolls. After a couple of moments, all of the genin teams had signed the forms and had their respective scrolls. Finally, everyone have their scrolls. Now, let me explain the terrain and goal of this exam, Anko said before unrolling a chart showing the Forest of Death. Training Area 44, best known as the Forest of Death, was surrounded by high fences with warning signs and do not enter signs. The trees of the forest itself were huge and very dark, all of which Naruto already knew about from visions he had seen in his dreams before, as if he had trekked through the dangerous forest before. The fence around the forest has 44 gates, which you will pass through. In the center of the forest, about 6 miles from the gates, there is a tower. All of you must make your way there within 5 days with both scrolls. You have each been assigned a gate number. Go to your assigned gate and wait for it to open. That will be the start of the second exam, Anko explained. All of the genin hurried to their gates. Before long, the genin were allowed through the gates and into the infamous forest, not knowing what dangers awaited them. For Naruto, he desperately hoped that whomever that chakra came from survived long enough for him to track down during the next 5 days. He knew time and circumstance were not on his side, as he had to find and protect that unknown Uzumaki who suddenly appeared in Konoha. Chapter 21. Death hidden among the trees. 2 days later. At the Hokage Tower, Anuka stood in front of the Hokage's desk. Tied around her head over her white headband was the official Konoha forehead proctor she was given by the Hokage the other day. Hiruzen was currently reading and reviewing the curriculum Anuka had spent the day outlining yesterday for the new history class she was going to start teaching at the Ninja Academy. It was well put together and detailed, despite its briefness. The outline went back to the time when the Uzumaki clan was started and founded by its first Grand Seal Master, to the time the Uzumaki traveled around as nomadic seal masters and ninja before settling and establishing Yuzu Kuni and later Yuzushigekure, to how the Senju clan maintained a strong friendship and bond with them, and how the two clans helped set up Konoha with the aid of the Uchiha clan. It also spoke of Hashirama's marriage to Uzumaki Mido, the battle between Hashirama and Madara in the Valley of the End, and so on. I see that you truly put together an organized curriculum for teaching classes in the village. I'll retrieve the original textbooks that had your clan's history in them, and have them brought to you so you can review their contents, and add them to your teaching plan, Hiruzen said with his eyes still glued to the paper. Anuka nodded. I would like that very much, though I'm sure that those old books will need to be updated and examined for any wrong information. Those books were written during the reign of the first 2 Hokage and myself. Falsified information being written in those books wouldn't be permitted. When the decree was given to have your clan's history removed from Konoha's history books, I made sure that the original books were preserved and kept safely hidden from the elders after they were removed from the bookshelves in the event they sought to have those books destroyed. Hiruzen enlightened. Thank you, Anuka said politely. Having such authentic textbooks written by this very village will only help solidify my teaching course as facts and silence any who'd question my teachings of the Uzumaki clan and Yuzu Kuni. Hiruzen nodded his head and added, I'll set up your class at the Ninja Academy where you'll be teaching both civilians and shinobi. The headmaster of the school will be notified of you being employed as his new Chunin instructor. He'll further enlighten you on the programs and schedules of the academy while introducing you to the other members of the faculty. I understand. Thank you for giving me the privilege of being the one to remind and educate the villagers and shinobi of the history and greatness of Yuzu Kuni and the Uzumaki clan, Anuka said. Just letting you know, you might have to deal with some students that might get rowdy or misbehave while in your class, due to the fact that you're a foreigner, Hiruzen warned. You need not worry, Sandaime-sama. I'll have no trouble keeping all of my students in line and in their place, Anuka assured with a bright smile. Hiruzen saw that behind that smile lied a dangerous undertone of the Uzumaki clan's infamous violent temper. A thought then came to Hiruzen's mind. Anuka, I've been meaning to ask you this. Have you been able to find a way to control your special chakra's effects? Your chakra has keenly drawn the attention and interest of every insect and animal user in Konoha. I even heard how some desire to have you married into their clan. I see that it's true what Naruto-kun told me about you. You have ways of finding things out, Anuka said. Hiruzen chuckled. While I have my methods, I try to be discreet about them. To be honest, I haven't found a way to control my special chakra's affects yet, though Naruto-kun told me that after the Chunin exams, he plans on setting up training sessions and helping me control them. I don't know what he has in mind, but I trust that it'll prove useful. As for being married into another clan, I made it very clear to the Inuzuka clan that I'm only interested in re-establishing the Uzumaki clan, and not strengthening someone else's. Plus, I just arrived here, and I'm not interested in getting romantically involved with anyone at this time, considering how my clan and its resident member were treated by your people, Anuka clarified. I understand, Hiruzen replied. Just then, a special jounin burst into the office. Sandaime-sama? We have trouble. The special jounin said with urgency. What is it? Hiruzen asked with serious tone before the special jounin explained the situation. Meanwhile, in the Forest of Death, the Konoha genin had been traveling separately with their respective teams in the eerie Death Forest for 2 days, and needless to say, both native and foreign genin alike wanted out less than an hour after entering the forest. In the first night of being in the forest, 9 teams met with their untimely demise. The first 5 after larger than normal predators ambushed and attacked them, while others were eaten, one of the teams by a school of piranhas. 2 other teams crossed paths and fought each other to exhaustion before larger predators ambushed and killed them. One team had the misfortune of walking right into quicksand, while another team was sucked to death by giant leeches. The genin were quickly realizing why the forest earned its dark and infamous name. Naruto and his teammates were making their way through the forest with Naruto, to Sakura's surprise, taking the lead. For one reason or another, Naruto felt a sense of familiarity with the forest, almost as if he trekked through and battled in it before. In the past 2 days, Naruto led his team through the forest of death and avoided being ambushed by the monstrous creatures lurking around. Having an army of Kage Bunshin serving as his extra eyes and ears and surveying the forest also helped in avoiding surprise attacks by opposing teams. The Kage Bunshin were also searching for an opposing team that had the Heaven Scroll they were looking for. At night, his clones would stand guard and patrol the area in the same manner as they did in Nami no Kuni, and would alert him at a moment's notice if something was approaching them. In all this, Naruto also dispatched a group of clones to track down the unknown Uzumaki before a calamity of some sort befell him or her. So far, his clone search turned up empty, with time running out with each passing day. Naruto had thought about telling Anuka about it, but he decided against it in the end, not wanting to get her hopes up that another Uzumaki was in the village only to hear later that Uzumaki's life was snuffed out during the second part of the Chunin exams. That was an outcome Naruto was deeply hoping would not come to be. The next morning, Sasuke and Sakura got up early when they realized something nearby smelled good. They looked to find Naruto roasting something over a campfire. It looked like a large slab of meat of some sort. "What are you cooking, Naruto?" Sakura asked. Naruto turned to his teammates and replied, "Wild boar." "A boar?" Sasuke repeated. Naruto nodded. "That's right. I almost can't believe it's not ramen," Sasuke added. "Whatever," Naruto replied. "This pig was pretty fast, but I was faster. But we best eat in haste and continue on our way. My clones informed me that we're being followed by more than one team, none of them from Konoha. How can that be? We haven't run into any other team in 2 days, and we're on the 3rd day now, still looking for a Heaven Scroll. We only have 2 days left," Sakura complained. Naruto replied, "Be happy you're still alive, Sakura. Not everyone who entered this forest will walk out of it again, as this forest has already become their grave. One of my clones did find a Heaven Scroll Bu. Great. That means we can head to the tower and call this test completed." Sakura cheered. "You didn't let me finish, Sakura," Naruto retorted. "We can't head to the tower yet." "What?" Sakura bellowed. "The Heaven Scroll found by one of my clones was too damaged to be of any use to us," Naruto explained. "I'm assuming it was damaged when the team possessing that scroll was attacked and killed in some form or another. We'll have to continue our search for an opposing team with the required scroll." Sakura noticed how Naruto's character changed the moment they stepped foot inside the forest. Gone was the pervy goofball Naruto, and in place of that was the serious, leveled-headed Naruto taking the lead. Sakura had thought that Sasuke would argue and fight Naruto over who'd be team leader while in the forest, but to her surprise, Sasuke didn't challenge Naruto at any time for that position. Sakura didn't know this, but the reason Sasuke didn't challenge Naruto for leadership was because the blonde had kept them, and by association, Sasuke, alive during their stay in the deadly forest, despite what Sasuke had thought would happen with him in charge. This only added more to the mystery behind Naruto. "I have to say, you're really taking the role as team leader serious, Naruto," Sakura complimented. "If I seek to become Hokage one day, I must first learn how to protect and work with my team and comrades, and likewise they must learn to work with me," Naruto said knowingly. Sakura wanted to state her agreement, but she and Sasuke had already started eating some of the boar Naruto caught and cooked for them. "This tastes really good, Naruto," Sakura complimented. "Hinata-chan gave me some cooking lessons after drilling into my head that I needed variety in my diet outside of various flavors of ramen. I almost burned down my kitchen in a blaze in my first 7 attempts to get one of her lessons right," Naruto joked. Sakura laughed at Naruto as she visualized the idea of Naruto trying to cook something, right before it ended in total disaster. "Were you really that bad?" Sasuke asked. "I was the dead last of our class. I still can't create a regular bunshin without it coming out looking sick and suffering from starvation. But I've gotten a lot better at cooking thanks to Hinata-chan's blessed patience and understanding, especially after the 7th attempt almost set her hair on fire," Naruto recalled. Sakura laughed hysterically while Sasuke shook his head, believing Naruto to be capable of such stupidity. "Knowing me, I might have killed you had my hair been burned because of your careless blunders." Sakura laughed. "Can you blame me for not knowing how to cook a delicious meal back then? Before Hinata-chan appeared, no one was willing to train or raise me, and I was forced to take care of myself. I'm sure I would have turned out to be an entirely different person had Hinata-chan and her immediate family not been there for me, and by different, I don't mean in a good way. But I'm not worried about that since thankfully, they did come into my life. And just now, I got an idea for something I can do for Hinata-chan." "What would that be?" Sakura asked. "Rather than taking her out for dinner, I can invite her over for dinner. I just have to study up and practice preparing some exotic cuisines she hasn't taught me to make, and prepare them for her," Naruto verbally planned. "Oh, she'll love that for sure, especially if you prepare one of her favorite dishes alongside it." Sakura squealed in approval as she continued dreamily, it sounds so romantic. A loving man preparing a delicious dinner with his own hands for the woman he loves and cherishes during a moonlit night, with the stars illuminating the night skies. There would be expensive imported wine being shared and soft music filling the air to intensify the evening romance. Tell me more, Sakura. You're really giving me some good suggestions, Naruto encouraged. Sasuke cleared his throat loudly to get both of his teammates' attention. Excuse me, but I believe you advised that we should eat in haste, not discuss how to amplify your love life while staying in this freakishly deadly forest, Sasuke stated after having heard enough on the subject. Like you said, we have to find a heaven scroll and make our way to the tower. Naruto shrugged and said, I didn't forget about that. But laughter and positive conversations, when done at the right time, help keep our nerves calm and prevent us from worrying about the possibility of getting ourselves killed every 5 seconds. Still, seeing as we have so little time left, we won't waste more of it, so we'll just eat and continue on our way. Sakura was disappointed that she couldn't talk more on the subject with Naruto, but understood the dangerous situation they were in. They ate for another 11 minutes, and saved the remaining food before continuing through the forest. Meanwhile, inside a small cave, Shino, Kiba, and Akamaru woke up to see Hinata standing guard outside of it after she had relieved Shino from his shift to be on guard watch 6 hours ago. Earlier, right before he was relieved, Shino gave Hinata a brief synopsis of the traps he had set up, and she was able to use her Byakugan to make sure everything was still in place as Shino specified. Though Shino slept through the rest of the night, he assured Hinata that his colony had been instructed to wake him if they encountered anything. Occasionally, she had used her eyes to scan and survey the surrounding area for intruders that managed to elude everything else. Turning to her teammates, Hinata greeted, Good morning. I trust you both had a good rest. That fact that we woke up in one piece says a lot, all things considered. I would like very much not to have a run-in with that Gaara, especially after seeing what he did to those AIM genin so ruthlessly, Kiba replied. Shino nodded and added, Gaara will kill without hesitation or reason, and it's evident that even his own teammates are scared of him. His teammates are his older siblings, Hinata enlightened. And they have it out for Naruto-kun. Each for their own reasons. I can see Gaara and that guy with the makeup wanting to fight Naruto, but that Temari chick looked like she was interested in doing something else with Naruto that didn't involve bloodshed, Kiba recalled. The distinct pheromones she was giving off around him made that point clear. Hinata wanted to scold Kiba, but she decided to ignore him instead after considering how Naruto likes to make those kinds of jokes. Anyway, whatever their reasons for their interest in Naruto, we can't worry about it now. We have to focus on surviving this forest, Shino stated as one of his bugs flew in and landed down on his left ear. The bug gave its master its report as Shino listened carefully. Shino nodded as the bug got ready to lead them. My scouting bugs just located a team with the Earth Scroll. We need to head to the tower. It'll lead us to them while the rest of my scout bugs keep track of that team's movements, Shino explained. Hinata and Kiba nodded before following Shino to the team they were going to target for their scroll. Back with Team 7, Naruto and his teammates were making haste with Sasuke carrying the Earth Scroll, leaping from tree to tree after one of his clones dispelled himself and reported to have located a team of Kiri genin having a heaven scroll. Much to their relief, they weren't that far off from where they were. How much further are they? Sakura asked. A little more than a mile away, Naruto answered. Couldn't your clones have found a closer team? Sakura asked. I'm happy the Dobe found something after 3 days in this hell, Sasuke remarked. I don't care about the distance. I just want to get out and not spend another night here. For once I agree. Naruto stopped talking when he suddenly sensed something in the vicinity. He stopped moving and stood on a tree branch as Sasuke and Sakura stopped on the same tree. Why are we stopping? What's the matter? Sasuke asked. That person is here. So close. Naruto said as he focused on that familiar chakra signature, trying to figure out where it was coming from. Who's close by? Sakura asked. An enemy ninja? Not an enemy ninja, someone I'm certain will be a great asset and ally to us. Naruto replied before he created a Kage Bunshin and instructed to it, lead Sasuke and Sakura to where those Kiri genin are while I trace and locate that genin I'm looking for. I'll hurry and catch up as soon as I can. Who is this genin you're looking for all of a sudden? A confused Sakura asked. Why are you going off on your own to who knows where while sending us off with one of your clones? Why don't you just send your clone to locate this mystery genin you're looking for? Sasuke asked. It wouldn't work. It's something I must do personally. My clones don't seem to have the capacity to sense these kinds of chakra signatures. If the 3 Kiri genin appear to be manageable, subdue them and acquire their scroll. If not, observe them further and wait till I return. But don't lose track of them if they decide to move, Naruto instructed and then turned and sped off in a different direction from where they were previously heading. Naruto rushed through the trees, tracing the source of the chakra, which was getting stronger the closer he got to its source. Soon, though, Naruto heard the loud roar of a bear coming from the same direction he was traveling down toward. Something's happening, Naruto deduced as he leaped to the ground and increased his pace by adding his wind element into his efforts. Soon, he saw an abnormally large grizzly bear chasing after something ahead of them. Naruto looked ahead and saw a red-haired female genin running as fast as she could from the bear. "Help me! Somebody, please save me!" The female Kusa genin cried desperately as the grizzly bear closed in on her. The bear roared again as the girl tried to keep away from it. That was until she tripped over a tree root and fell on the ground on her face, causing her glasses to fall off. She turned and saw the huge bear hurrying faster to her to make a meal out of her. Seeing her death before her, she crossed her arms over her face, expecting the worst. Just as the bear was about to bring her to ruin, Futon! Rasengan! Naruto yelled as he appeared and blasted the bear with his deadly upgraded Rasengan. The bear roared in agonizing pain as the spiraling orb grew bigger with a powerful shredding force as it rocketed the bear away from its prey. The bear was smashed into several trees, knocking them to the ground as the enlarged sphere of wind element chakra tore through him and the ground before exploding. The bear died instantly as a gory mess of blood, torn organs, and shredded body parts was left in the attack's wake. The female Kusa genin looked up to see that not only was the grizzly bear suddenly gone, but an orange-clad Konoha genin was kneeling over her and smiling at her. From what Naruto saw, the girl endured some injuries, but nothing serious or life-threatening. After seeing her face without her glasses on, Naruto blushed, but kept his perverted nature in check considering the serious situation they were in. "She's really pretty. And she has the same kind of beautiful red hair as Anokane and my mother. Even her eyes are red, like a ruby. But the forehead protector marks her as a genin from Kusagakure. Regardless of that, she's definitely the one I sensed the other day. I finally found and saved her." Naruto thought happily, then asked, "Are you okay?" The girl nodded and said, "I am." She then started to panic. "But the bear, dead, killed by my jutsu," Naruto assured as he pointed in the direction his attack sent the massive bear. The female genin turned to her left, and when she did so, her eyes widened in shock at seeing the devastating damage that was done to the landscape and trees by Naruto's one attack against the bear. Looking back at Naruto again, she remembered who he was. "It's Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto actually saved me." The girl thought in surprise and said with a smile, "Thank you for saving me. You're Uzumaki Naruto, the same one that Kabuto-san talked about several days ago. I'm happy you remember me. Now come on, get off the ground," Naruto replied as he extended his right hand to her to help her get back up on her feet. "By the way, what's your name?" "I'm Karen," the Kusa genin said as she retrieved her glasses and placed them back on. Karen then reached out for Naruto's hand, and upon grasping it, a sudden phenomenon happened as a link was made between them. They felt a sudden strong pulse travel through their being before they felt warmth of familiarity and mutual understanding toward one another. Karen gasped in shock at what was happening to her. Naruto's chakra. It's so warm, so kind and caring, and yet so strong and protective. And it makes me feel like I'm part of a family and a bond, as though I found someone I've been looking for my whole life, Karen thought as the endearing sensation was traveling through her. But then, she sensed and was alerted to something else present inside of Naruto. But what's this other chakra buried deep inside Naruto? It's gigantic and dark, and filled with so much loathing and animosity. After another minute, Naruto pulled Karen off the ground and slowly removed his hand from hers. Karen looked back at Naruto with wonder. Naruto saw this, and before he could inquire what was going through her mind, "What was that dark chakra I sensed inside you?" "It felt similar to what I sensed from that Gaara kid from Suna, but far stronger," Karen said. "You were able to sense what was sealed inside me," Naruto admitted. "And I see that you sensed it from Gaara also." "I did when we were at the Ninja Academy building. I sensed something unusual and dark about his chakra, just like what I detected from you a moment ago." "It didn't feel like anything human," Karen replied. "It's not," Naruto confirmed. "It's a bijou." That was when Karen realized what Naruto and Gaara were. "Jinchuriki," Karen deduced. "Both you and Gaara are Jinchuriki?" "We are," Naruto confirmed. "Are you afraid of me now?" he asked, slightly nervous. Karen snorted. "You saved my life from that giant bear, why would I suddenly be afraid of you?" Karen suddenly blushed and confessed, "But I will admit that my teammates and I agreed to avoid contact with you after we learned about your unbelievable exploits." "Speaking of your teammates, where are they?" Naruto asked. Karen lowered her head sadly and answered, "They're dead. They were killed by the same bear you killed. It's just me now." "I'm sorry, though this part of the exam entails death and killing," Naruto replied before realizing something. "We can't stay here. I'm sure the smell of that bear's blood will draw out other predators to this location." We have to leave and catch up with my teammates, but my teammates are dead, and I'm the only one left. I can't participate in the Chunin exams anymore," Karen said. Naruto turned to Karen and said, "Karen, I sensed you from the day we started the Chunin exams. I spent days looking for you all around Konoha and this forest, hoping to find you before anything happened to you. I have so much more I want to explain to you about myself and Anokane, but time and the circumstances we're in won't allow for that." Karen had many questions of her own concerning what she experienced when Naruto held her hand, wanting to know why she suddenly felt a strong attachment to him. "Come and stay with me, Karen, please. I give you my word, I won't allow anything to happen to you," Naruto assured. "You want me to come and stay with you and your team? But won't that be considered a violation of the rules of the Chunin exams?" Karen asked. "Karen, believe it or not, you and I are of the same clan, the Uzumaki clan. I'm sure you experienced some special bond between us when I touched you. That's a way the Uzumaki can tell that they're kindred. You're the second survivor I found of our scattered clan, and I won't lose you or Anokane. Do you understand? I give my word that I'll protect you. And I never go back on my word." Again, Karen felt that warm, strong, and protective aura from Naruto's chakra, and despite the infamous forest, she felt completely safe. "All right. I'll come," Karen agreed as she followed Naruto and hurried with him to where the rest of Team 7 was. A moment later, Naruto stopped and Karen, seeing this, stopped also. "Why did you stop?" Karen asked. Naruto didn't give a reply, as his mind was processing everything that was being transmitted to him. Grabbing Karen by the shoulder, Naruto explained, "I have to get us there faster." Before she could ask what he was talking about, Naruto's body flickered with her and teleported from their location to their next destination. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Sakura were with Naruto's clone after they came across one of the scouting clones that found the Kiri genin. The scouting clone dispelled himself, and relayed all of his experience and knowledge to Naruto. "What's taking Naruto so long?" Sakura asked quietly. "Those Kirinin are starting to leave, never mind that. We should be able to take them on and acquire the Heaven Scroll before Naruto's arrival," Sasuke said, not wanting to lose the chance of finally getting a Heaven Scroll after 2 days. "Boss should be here any minute now," the clone said, then added, "that is, if he didn't run into trouble along the way." The group looked again to see the 3 Kiri genin moving out into the woods again. "Damn it. They're leaving, and they still have their scroll," Sakura said, stating the obvious. "I warned the dobe not to go off on his own," Sasuke remarked as he was about to intervene and stop the 3 Kiri genin from getting away. But then, Naruto suddenly appeared with Karen next to him. Sasuke, Sakura, and the clone turned to see Naruto's arrival, and wondered who the Kusa genin was, and why she was with Naruto. "Hey, you finally made it," the clone said, then asked, "But who's this really cute and good-looking red-haired girl with you? A twin?" Karen asked with a perplexed but blushing expression after seeing the clone and hearing how he described her. "No, my Kage Bunshin," Naruto said before the clone grinned and dispelled himself. Sakura and Sasuke looked at Karen, and then back at Naruto. "Naruto, who's this Kusa genin, and why did you bring her here with you?" Sakura inquired. "She's Karen, the girl I was looking for the past few days," Naruto answered. "What?" Sakura replied. "You left so you could bring back a Kusa genin, and some girl at that, Naruto? That was the important task you had to personally take care of?" Sasuke asked with a disapproving frown. "I have a name, you stupid duck-ass prick. It's Karen, and I just went through hell and lost my teammates and friends in this goddamned forest," Karen retorted. Sasuke snarled lowly. It wasn't common for him to be so openly insulted by any girl, let alone a foreigner. Naruto stepped in before the argument got out of hand and explained, "Listen, all of you. Karen just so happens to be an Uzumaki survivor like Anokane. I sensed, found, and saved her after her team was killed by a giant bear." That bombshell shocked both Sakura and Sasuke, Sasuke being shocked more than Sakura. Again, and in the same month, Naruto tracked down and found another survivor of his clan. "While mine is all but entirely obliterated," Sasuke thought. Sakura turned and saw the look in Sasuke's face while having an idea of what was going through Sasuke's mind. She realized that seeing Naruto discovering more of his lost family, while Sasuke's remained dead, had made the black-haired Uchiha upset. "Are you okay, Sasuke-kun?" Sakura asked worriedly. "I'm fine," Sasuke replied, his voice devoid of emotions. "Listen, I'm sure you both have questions about Karen like she probably does for us. But all that will have to wait till later," Naruto said. "Really now, Naruto-san?" a masculine voice said. The group turned to see the owner of that voice wearing square glasses and approaching them with his 2 Kiri comrades. "We've been waiting for you, hoping to find you alone, Naruto-san. But clearly, time and circumstances won't allow for that. You and your team were hard to track down, so we decided to have you come after us instead, since we possess an item you and your team want," the female Kiri genin said as she held out their heaven scroll. We have what you want, and likewise, Naruto-san, you have what we need, the other male genin stated. We'll freely give you our heaven scroll as payment, and leave after you give us what we need. But you three are participating in the Chunin exams, right? Why would you willingly hand over your scroll to us if we give you three what you want, whatever that might be? Sasuke interrogated, believing this to be a trap. If you must know, we've been trying to locate Zabuza-sama and Haku-san for some time, and the last bit of information we learned was that he was spotted in Nami no Kuni after his encounter with you guys. He left with Haku-san to an unknown location, but from what we gathered, Zabuza-sama and Haku-san are rather fond of you, Naruto-san, so we figured that if anyone would know of their whereabouts, it would be you. By the way, in case it's not clear by now, we're Chunin, not Genin, the lead Kiri-nin explained. The way the Kiri-nin were referring to Zabuza didn't go unnoticed by the Konoha Genin. Why are you three seeking information on Zabuza and Haku? Naruto asked. The lead Chunin with the square glasses pulled out a scroll and took a few steps forward with his right hand extended to Naruto. This scroll should explain everything in detail. It was personally written by our leader, and addressed for only you to see, Naruto, the lead Kiri Chunin said. Naruto summoned a clone and sent him to retrieve and open the scroll. The clone took and opened the scroll and read it carefully. Sasuke, Sakura, and Karen assumed that they were referring to the Mizukage when they spoke of their leader. They wondered what important message the Mizukage wrote that he only wanted Naruto to see. How important do these foreign ninja with powerful political influence consider Naruto? First it was the children of the Kazekage, now it's the Mizukage. It's because of my damn traitorous brother that led to foreign powers beginning to forget about the greatness that the Uchiha clan held. In time, I'll make everyone remember the greatness my clan held, and restore it to its former glory and prestige. Sasuke thought to himself while trying to keep his jealousy under control. You don't trust us, I see, Naruto-san, the female Chunin acknowledged. You entered into Konoha under the pretense of being Genin participants in the Chunin exams, though your motive for doing so was not to become Chunin. Trust is a sensitive topic at this point, seeing that major violations were made regarding international laws about the Chunin exams, Naruto pointed out as his clone continued reading and evaluating the contents of the scroll. As sensitive as your trust may be, we hope that after this we'll have earned some of it, the other male Chunin said. The clone closed the scroll and walked over to Naruto and handed the scroll to him. The clone dispelled itself, allowing Naruto to absorb everything he learned. Naruto took a moment to allow time for the information process to settle in. After a few minutes of thought processing, Naruto looked at the three Kiri Chunin and said, I understand. Naruto summoned another Kage Bunshin and instructed the clone, stay with Karen, Sasuke, and Sakura, while I speak privately with these three Kiri Chunin. What's this all about, Naruto? Sakura questioned. Why can't they speak openly with us? Sasuke asked. It's a sensitive matter, and the fewer who know about it, the better, Naruto stated. Yet they're willing to talk with only you about it? Sasuke argued. Do you want an easy heaven scroll or not? Let me perform this little business transaction if you will. I'll speak with these three in private. After all, the message was addressed specifically to me, and it requested that I don't speak about it with anyone, Naruto said. Whatever. Just hurry it up, Sasuke replied. Naruto gestured to the three Kiri Chunin to follow him deeper into the forest. Once out of hearing range, Naruto turned and looked at the three seriously. So this letter was sent to me by your leader, Tsurumi. You three are part of her army, with which she fully intends to execute a coup d'état in Kirigakure and overthrow the current Mizukage. My question is, how did she hear of me? Word about your exploits in Nami no Kuni was circulated by a merchant native to that place, who came to our country on business after his hometown got back on its feet. My team and I were passing by when we overheard the entire story of how you encountered Zabuza-sama and Haku-san, and saved Nami no Kuni from Gado's tyranny. They even named their newly built bridge after you from what we heard. You're kidding, right? Naruto asked in surprise and disbelief. We were skeptic ourselves about his story, but when we voiced it, he became very indignant and told us to never mock the ninja who became his people's savior. He even gave us a picture of the bridge as proof of his story, the female Chunin replied as she reached into her pocket and took out a picture of the bridge. She handed it over to Naruto, who examined the picture himself. I'm touched, Naruto said sincerely. I never in my life would have thought I would be given such an honor. But that's beside the point. From what you said, it's obvious that this story was reported to Mei. This civil war that was started up by Mei is to end the bloodline limit purge that the deranged Yondaime Mizukage started up some years back. Haku told me about the genocide against those with bloodline limits a few weeks ago, and how Zabuza found and saved her. Then that means that you're also aware that it was Zabuza-sama who first rebelled and tried to overthrow the Mizukage, wanting to put an end to the bloodline limit genocide once and for all. But he was overpowered and outnumbered, and was forced to escape with Hakusan before an order was sent out to have them captured and killed. Zabuza still wishes to overthrow the Mizukage, which was why he was working for that snake, Gato, in the first place to raise money for an army he wanted to build, Naruto said. All the more reason why Mei-sama wants him found and recruited, both him and Hakusan. It was his actions that inspired Mei-sama to form her army, and those who loyally followed her to rise up against the Mizukage. Having Zabuza-sama and Hakusan as part of our army would be of great benefit to us to stop the genocide of our people. Please, Naruto-san, we would greatly appreciate any information on Zabuza-sama and Hakusan's whereabouts. Your help will be considered a contribution to stopping the genocide against our people with bloodline limits once and for all. We already lost so many with bloodline limits who could have been potential assets to our village, some of whom were close friends of ours, the other male Chunin emphasized. Please, we deeply want to stop this man for our village's sake. Please help us. Naruto thought deeply about their story and what they were asking of him. He knew that they took a huge risk coming to Konoha under the pretense of being genin to see him after learning of his exploits. He honestly couldn't help but feel flattered and honored by their actions. In all seriousness, he knew that the bloodline limit genocide has killed countless innocents, and the civil war which Zabuza originally tried to start was aimed to stop the senseless murdering of those innocents. What guarantee do I have that the scroll you three possess is genuine, and that you three will keep your word about recruiting Zabuza and Haku into your ranks to stop the genocide? Naruto asked. The lead Chunin took out his kunai and cut his left palm. I swear it on my blood and honor as a ninja of Kirigakure, the lead Chunin swore as he tightened his left fist hand with a little bit of blood coming out of it and onto the ground. The other two were about to do the same thing when, Kusagakure, Naruto replied. Zabuza told me that he and Haku were going to Kusagakure to take up the life of bounty hunting. That's all I know. The lead Chunin nodded and signaled to his teammate to hand over the scroll. Naruto took the scroll and examined it, finding it to be genuine. We can't thank you enough, Uzumaki Naruto-san. You've been a great help to us. But we ask that you tell nobody about this. The lead Kiri Chunin requested. Naruto took the scroll that was written to him and tossed it into the air. Using and focusing his wind affinity, he shredded the scroll into tiny pieces and scattered them into the wind. I promise. By the way, what's your name? Naruto asked the lead Chunin. I'm Chojuro. It was a pleasure meeting you. We will meet again, Chojuro said before he and his teammates' both body flickered with swirling mist and left the scene, leaving Naruto with the heaven scroll. The blonde could only hope that his actions didn't come back to bite him in the end. But putting that thought to the side, Naruto went and returned back to the group. Upon his arrival, he found Karen standing at a distance from Sasuke, with Sakura standing with the uchiha, and the clone looking to be the mediator of some dispute. Sighing, he went over to calm the situation. What's this all about? Naruto asked his clone. Nothing really, they just didn't feel like talking to each other, the clone replied. Is that all? Naruto inquired. Karen really doesn't seem to like Sasuke at all, the clone added. She's not a Sasuke-obsessed fangirl, all the better, Naruto remarked. What are you talking about with yourself, Naruto-kun? Karen asked. Nothing important, Naruto said as he dispelled his clone. Anyway you guys, I got the prize we've been seeking out. Naruto showed them the heaven scroll. That's great, Naruto. You got the heaven scroll. Sakura cheered. Nice work. Now we can leave this horrid forest and head to the tower, Sasuke added and contemplated. I don't know what it was that those Kiri and their team leader addressed to you, Naruto, but whatever it was must have been invaluable information they were willing to risk sharing with only you in exchange for whatever you knew about Zabuza and Haku's whereabouts. But Sakura and I could have just as easily told them, so why did they single out you for information instead? You don't know Naruto. You know only what he wants you to know. Remembering those words about Naruto from Hinata and Kakashi only served to irritate and frustrate Sasuke, as it deepened the mystery surrounding Naruto's true character. Well, let's not waste more time than we already have. Let's find our way to the tower and report to Jizan about Kari. Naruto was about to complete his sentence when new information was sent to him. He was silent as he processed the information his clone transferred to him. What is it, Naruto-kun? Karen asked. Trouble. Some Kusa is making her way here to us and fast. She's the same one that gave me a disturbing vibe the other day. Naruto answered. Maybe she's one of Karen's comrades from Kusagakure, Sasuke figured. Karen clasped her hands together and focused her chakra as best as possible. What are you doing, Karen? Sakura asked. Trying to find and pinpoint this Kusa Naruto-kun speaks of, Karen said. You're a sensor type? Sasuke asked. Yes, Karen simply replied as she closed her eyes and tried to concentrate. After a minute, her eyes shot open with an urgent expression. I don't know that Kusa but judging from the chakra I sensed, it's someone very dangerous, Karen warned. Naruto-kun's right. We can't stay here. Everyone move out. Naruto ordered as he grabbed the Heaven Scroll and left the scene with the group, while Sasuke carried the Earth Scroll. They took to leaping from tree to tree, but soon Karen picked up on the enemy approaching them fast. We have company. Karen yelled before a giant brown, black-spotted snake appeared seemingly out of nowhere from underneath the group and collided with them. Naruto flew backwards, his ears ringing from the heavy blow. Arching his back, he managed to get his hands and feet in front of him before he smacked into a tree he was heading to with stunning force. Bits of bark shot into the air as he managed to concentrate enough chakra to stick his hands and feet to the wood. He shook his head to clear away the sudden dizziness before scanning the clearing for his teammates and his newfound Uzumaki cousin. He saw that Sasuke, Sakura, and Karen had been thrown back away from each other before landing on the ground with a painful thud. Just what we need, Naruto growled before summoning 6 clones. Meanwhile, the snake turned and saw Sakura struggling to stand back up. It hissed as it rushed at her to swallow her whole. Focusing wind chakra, Naruto and his 6 clones blasted off from the tree they were on and into the path of the giant snake. Sakura turned to see the snake hurrying hungrily after her with its open mouth drooling. She screamed in terror, expecting this to be her death. Rasengan. Naruto and his clones yelled simultaneously. The snake turned to face Naruto and his 6 clones, each with a Rasengan in their hands. In the next second they plunged the combined lethal attacks deep into the serpent's neck. The snake let out an anguished hiss as its head was torn and blasted off from its body. The body collapsed to the ground as a large pool of blood spilled from the hole where its head once was. Sasuke witnessed the attack Naruto used against the snake, and was amazed at its destructive power. The clones hurried over Karen, Sakura, and Sasuke to see if they were alright. Thanks for saving me, Sakura said. Don't thank the boy just yet, child, a twisted, androgynous voice said from the shadows. The group looked to see a tall figure approaching them, and when she came into the light, it turned out to be the very same Kusa genin Naruto and Karen saw and sensed from earlier. The Kusa genin looked at the group of young teens smirking, while holding the Heaven Scroll in her hands. Naruto looked and realized that he dropped the Heaven Scroll after being ambushed by the giant snake earlier. Shit. Naruto cursed upon seeing that the Kusa genin now had their Heaven Scroll. Looking for this? The Kusa genin taunted. It can be yours if you guys can win it back from me. You're outnumbered, Sasuke retorted. The Kusa genin stared right at Sasuke with a look that was simultaneously bored and contemptuous. It's not wise to be so presumptuous, Sasuke-kun. Things aren't always what they appear to be, the Kusa genin replied. However, I'm interested in testing your potential and seeing how it compares to Naruto's, whose talents you seem to covet. Sasuke growled at the twisted genin's taunts of him. Don't listen and let this genin bait you, Sasuke, Naruto warned. The Kusa genin shook her head and lamented tauntingly, this is just sad. The rookie of the year following and taking orders from his classes dead last. Just how low have you fallen, Sasuke-kun? Sasuke was radiating with bloodlust as his anger was starting to consume him. Naruto and the others saw this clearly. Sasuke. Naruto called out, but his voice fell on deaf ears. The Kusa genin continued, the fact that you can't win the love of your life from the same dead last is even worse. Where's your uchiha pride, Sasuke-kun? Itachi would laugh if he saw the kind of child you've become. Sasuke lost it at that point as he gave into rage and launched himself at the tall Kusa genin. The Uchiha threw a rapid flurry of punches at the genin, all of which were blocked with a single hand. Naruto charged in from behind, and the second before Naruto's fist connected with the back of the Kusa genin's head, the other arm whipped around in a backhanded blow that sent Naruto flying into a tree trunk. Naruto burst into smoke, though, revealing him to be a Kage-bunshin. Sakura hurried to aid Sasuke, but at the last second, without looking, the twisted genin pivoted and drove a back kick into her stomach, knocking her off her feet so fast she was now on a collision course with Karen. Fortunately, one of Naruto's clones was close enough to catch her, and pivoting, tossed her to a second clone, right before the Kusa genin's follow-up spin kick drove through the first clone's chest, making it explode. Another Kage-bunshin, the genin said. Seeing that her eyes were looking away from him, Sasuke took the opportunity to attack. Taking out a couple of kunai and shuriken, Sasuke raced forward and threw his weapons of choice with precision and accuracy. The Kusa genin melted into the ground and avoided being struck by the weapons, allowing them to be embedded into nearby trees. The genin rose and appeared behind Sasuke, who turned to see a fist connect to his face. The Uchiha was sent flying away, hitting and rolling on the ground. The Kusa genin then saw large shadows suddenly overcast her. She turned and saw several massive trees collapsing fast in her direction from her left, her right, and from behind her. Before she could do anything to escape, 3 of Naruto's clones ran and tackled her to hold her in place as the trees came down on them. Naruto appeared and made his way over to the trees he cut down with his Kaze no Yaiba wind blades in an effort to retrieve the Heaven Scroll. Sakura, after checking on Sasuke, went over to Naruto with Sasuke and Karen. It's not here. And neither is her body, Naruto remarked in frustration after seeing a pile of mud in the spot the Kusa genin previously stood. The gang moved away from the rubble and into the opening. You truly live up to your reputation, Naruto, said the Kusa genin with the same androgynous voice, as she appeared from behind the large tree to the group's right. Naruto and the others turned to face their enemy. What the hell are you? Naruto retorted, knowing that something about that tall Kusa genin was off. Someone who finds you to be a bother and hindrance to my goals here, the Kusa genin replied while still holding the heaven scroll and walking to the wider clearing where one of the massive trees once stood. And seeing as you single-handedly killed my pet earlier, Naruto. The Kusa genin bit her thumb, causing a trickle of blood to seep out, and raced through a set of hand signs and said, I'll have to take you just a little more serious. Naruto realized what she was doing just as she slammed her hands to the ground. He tried to rush at her, but a burst of smoke knocked him back a few feet as a large cloud of smoke blanketed the area. When the smoke cleared, what stood before the group was a gigantic snake, far larger than the previous one, only this one was a black viper with fangs, and the Kusa genin was standing on top of its head. Oh hell no! Karen yelled in fright. You have got to be kidding me. The colossal viper looked down at the teens and hissed angrily at them. Just when I thought things couldn't possibly get any worse, Sakura cowered as she paled, believing their deaths to be imminent. Sasuke was wondering how they were going to escape with their lives while Naruto realized just who they were facing. The traitorous Sannin, Orochimaru, was all Naruto said in an undertone as he unzipped his orange jacket and tied it around his waist. The next thing Sakura saw was the same mysterious seals from before appearing and glowing around Naruto's entire body, while Sasuke and Karen wondered what was happening. So those are the seals Kakashi and Sakura were talking about, Sasuke realized while Karen looked at Naruto's seals curiously before the seals disappeared. Everyone, including Orochimaru, sensed a strong power building up within Naruto. What is this power I'm feeling from that Jinchuriki? And what were those seals just now? Orochimaru wondered as he acknowledged that what he felt wasn't Kyuubi's chakra, meaning it could only be Naruto's. Clenching his fists, the blonde-haired genin then powered up with a mighty aura of chakra that cratered the ground around him 3 times as his clothes and hair flowed with his chakra. Karen, Sasuke, and Sakura were thrown off their feet by the wind and shock wave released from Naruto's body as he continued powering up with dirt and rocks rising into the air. The trio managed to stand back up to see a Naruto they've never seen before. Karen was completely entranced and in awe at Naruto's majestic appearance and the polished fighting stance he suddenly took. Naruto-kun is so cool, Karen thought in amazement despite the danger they were in. Sakura and Sasuke were just as amazed at what they were seeing. Naruto looked up at Orochimaru with the battle-hardened gaze of a seasoned veteran ninja. Such admirable strength in the face of your demise. It will almost be a shame that I have to end your lives. However, if you choose to serve me instead, Naruto, I'll spare your team's lives, said Orochimaru as he smirked at them. I'm in no mood for games, and I don't accept offers from traitors, Orochimaru, Naruto remarked in an entirely new tone Sakura, Sasuke, and Karen had never heard before. This was not the goofy, perverted, girl-crazy Naruto they and everyone else knew and grew up with. This was the true Naruto. This ought to be interesting, Orochimaru remarked with a steady grin. All hell was about to break loose. Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out, Shinobi.